Hunting Hollywood. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 376 Neglect. The Hearst family's mansion was not far from Simon's estate. In less than 5 minutes' drive, Simon and Janet arrived at their destination. It was also a large estate. As soon as the car stopped in front of a simple-looking villa, the waiter quickly stepped forward and opened the car door. Simon and his wife got out of the car and could already see the shadowy figures in the villa's hall. However, outside the villa, except for the waiter, no host came out to greet the guests. The two looked at each other, and Janet smiled and whispered, "Maybe it's intentional." Simon saw that the car of a guest who had arrived earlier was led to the parking space by the waiter, and there were more guests coming later, so he didn't stay outside the door for long. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and walked directly into the villa with Janet. The two stepped into the gate of the villa and looked around. There were about 20 guests in the hall at this time, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Among them, there were many faces that Simon knew, such as New York Mayor David Dinkins, who spotted Simon and his wife at a glance. Since the Hearst family is a die-hard supporter of the Democratic Party, it is not surprising that David Dinkins appeared here. Simon did not see the host. Seeing David Dinkins and the people he had just chatted with coming over, he smiled and greeted them. David Dinkins also came with his wife. The two greeted Simon and his wife, and introduced the old man and young wife next to them, saying, "Simon, this is Mr. John Gutfreund, the chairman of Salomon Brothers, and his wife Lisa." Salomon Brothers is a famous Wall Street investment bank that is as famous as Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley in this era. To be precise, the current Salomon Brothers is stronger than Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Of course, this is only now. Simon stretched out his hand and shook hands with John Gutfreund. "Nice to meet you, John." "Hello, Simon, I've been looking forward to seeing you." John Gutfreund was also very enthusiastic. He let go of Simon's hand, shook hands with Janet, and said, "Hello, Lady Westeros." Janet shook hands with Gutfreund and said with a smile, "Just call me Ginny." After everyone introduced themselves and greeted each other, David Dinkins looked around. "I remember William was here just now." John Gutfreund seemed to notice this suddenly, and also looked around, then said, "It seems that Tom Murphy has arrived," and they went next door. Tom Murphy is the chairman of Metropolitan ABC Group. Simon could roughly guess what Hearst and Murphy were going to talk about, so he said indifferently, "I'll be fine in a moment." "John, David, what were you talking about just now?" David Dinkins did not continue the previous topic. The Hearst family could neglect this young super-rich man, but he did not have the capital to do so. He said, "Oh, about the New World Order plan that the president has been promoting recently. Simon, what do you think about it?" Before Iraq invaded Kuwait at the end of July, the U.S. ambassador to Baghdad personally promised Saddam that the United States would not interfere in the dispute between Iraq and Kuwait. However, when Iraq successfully occupied Kuwait, the Bush administration immediately forgot its previous promise. Not only did it quickly launch the Desert Shield plan to confront the Iraqi army within a week of the outbreak of the Kuwait War, but Bush also began to lobby for his own New World Order plan at the United Nations, calling on the United States and European countries to send troops to the Middle East to drive the Iraqi army out of Saudi Arabia and further destroy the Saddam regime in order to maintain the stability of the world oil market. At this time, other guests in the hall came over after discovering Simon. When they heard David Dinkins mention the war in the Middle East, they temporarily gave up the idea of going up to Simon to greet him and listened to what the young man would say. Cersei Capital has made extraordinary huge profits in the past 6 months by relying on the operation of the crude oil futures market. The guests at the scene naturally knew this, and some of them were investors in Cersei Capital. If Westeros could reveal some information with the gold content, their trip tonight would definitely be worthwhile. Simon glanced at the crowd lightly and said, "I think this war is probably unavoidable." Another guest in the crowd couldn't help asking, "So, Simon, do you think oil prices will continue to rise?" Recently, the international crude oil price has been close to $40 a barrel. basically reaching the highest point Simon could remember. It should rise a little more, but I heard that the White House is planning to open the federal crude oil reserves to stabilize oil prices, and the plan may be finalized in the near future. Simon's remarks were completely based on the recent newspaper news, so someone else refuted. It is said that there are only 20 million barrels. If calculated based on the federal daily crude oil consumption of millions of barrels, it can't even last a week. The key is to stabilize the situation. Simon shrugged his shoulders and said, "Besides, I haven't paid much attention to this matter recently." Everyone continued to probe a few more times, and they were a little disappointed that they couldn't get any useful information from Simon. Simon didn't have the vanity that would give rise to the impulse to show off after being surrounded by people. Moreover, although it was just a few short sentences, he actually revealed some useful information. The intuitive audience must be able to find two of them. First, war is inevitable, and second, Simon is no longer paying attention to the crude oil futures market. Those who are interested can make plans based on the first point. As for the second point, Simon is no longer paying attention to this matter, which obviously proves that it is not feasible to continue speculating in the crude oil market. In recent months, countless crude oil futures brokerage companies, securities departments of energy companies, and hedge funds that bet on the wrong direction before the war have closed down due to huge losses. Crude oil futures trading has dropped to a freezing point. The market is unlikely to become active again in the short term, so it is difficult to carry out large-scale hedging and arbitrage. However, even those who have discovered these 2 points will first consider the credibility of Simon's words, and then mix in their own will. Just like the operation of the crude oil futures market before, and the operation of the Japanese financial market before, there are not a few people who can find out the operation methods of Circe Capital, but no one has been able to make as much profit as Circe Capital from beginning to end. The fundamental reason is that too many people believe in their own judgment more and will not completely follow the operations of others. Even if the other party has created a series of miracles, there will always be people who think that maybe this time someone will fall into a big fall. Circe Capital was able to establish a long position of tens of billions of dollars when crude oil prices were still falling rapidly. Other hedge funds considered the risks involved. Even if they followed up, they would often reduce their holdings and reduce leverage to avoid risks as much as possible. The result can be imagined. Simon continued to chat with David Dinkins and others for a few minutes, and finally a middle-aged man with a fat body and a bald head appeared. It was William Hearst III, the third-generation head of the Hearst family. When he came to Simon, William Hearst III looked at the young man in front of him and explained with an apologetic smile, "I'm so sorry, Simon, I was just talking to Tom about something." Because of his slightly fat body and the smile on his face that easily let people down, William Hearst III could hardly give people the impression of being the heir of a century-old media family. Simon also showed a very sincere smile, shook hands with the other party, and said, "It's okay, Mr. Hearst." William Hearst III continued to greet Janet, and then introduced the 60-year-old man wearing a black suit and sharp eyes next to him, saying, "Simon and Jenny, this is Tom Murphy." Simon and Janet greeted the chairman of the Metropolitan ABC Group. After exchanging pleasantries, William Hearst III smiled and asked everyone, "What are you talking about?" So a group of people talked about the topic just now. However, after a few words, a waiter came over and whispered something in William Hearst III's ear, and the middle-aged man said to everyone, "I'm so sorry, I need to leave for a while, let's chat first." The waiter did not deliberately lower his voice, and everyone actually heard the other person whispering that Mr. Buffett had arrived. Seeing William Hearst III and Tom Murphy go out together, many people subconsciously looked at Simon. If it was just a few minutes before Hearst III showed up, it would be barely justifiable. Now this kind of undisguised difference in treatment can't even be described as more than just impolite. The host was so negligent that Simon would not be too much even if he left immediately. Perhaps because of 2 lives, Simon discovered very early that he lacked some emotions and was very indifferent to many things. Moreover, this indifference seemed to be getting more and more serious as his wealth and status continued to accumulate. Although he knew that he should be angry at this time, William Hearst II's neglect just now really did not cause much negative emotions in Simon's heart. He was just a little curious. Since the Hearst family invited him tonight, they should have the intention of making friends, and they should not be so rude. Or, William Hearst III did not think it was a kind of impoliteness. For a super media family that even the US president dared not easily provoke, the Hearst family did have the confidence to be so arrogant. Just a moment later, William Hearst III and Tom Murphy returned again, and there was also an old man with a medium build and macy hair, who was the head of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett. Seeing the three people walking towards him with laughter, Simon also took the initiative to step forward. Before Simon could speak, Janet beside him had already spoken first this time. "Hey, Warren, do you remember me?" Janet's sudden opening surprised Simon, Hearst III and Murphy. Hearst III, who was originally smiling, frowned imperceptibly. Simon was puzzled for a moment, and soon remembered some things Kathryn had occasionally told him about Janet a few years ago. The woman seemed to be very successful when she was studying at Columbia University. Warren Buffett looked at Janet carefully and said with a smile, "I remember, you are the girl from Columbia University." Janet tilted her head and leaned against Simon's shoulder, saying, "I am Lady Westeros now. Look at my man, Warren. Do you still think that your investment theory is not like random accumulating gold coins?" "Hello, Simon." Buffett stepped forward and shook hands with Simon, and continued to Janet, "I really didn't expect you to marry Westeros. However, based on my observations in recent years, Simon's rise can only be described as a miracle. I don't think I can create a miracle, so I'd better save gold coins slowly." William Hearst III said at this time, "Warren, do you know each other?" Warren Buffett nodded, his tone still humorous, and said, "Yes, this Lady Westeros, she once made things difficult for me when I gave a speech at Columbia University." "Oh, what a coincidence." Everyone laughed for a while, and Buffett and Murphy probably had something to talk about, so they took the initiative to walk away. William Hearst III was free, and he seemed to finally remember, saying to Simon, "By the way, Simon, let me introduce you to some guests." Simon naturally agreed. The Hearst family has accumulated a century of heritage, which was fully displayed at a small party. The people who appeared in this villa tonight were basically bigwigs from all walks of life in the political and business circles of the United States. During the socializing, more and more guests arrived. Finally, he chatted with a congressman who was said to be interested in restricting foreign investors from acquiring American companies. Simon and Hearst III walked aside, and Janet had just taken the initiative to avoid them. "Melith will probably submit his own bill with several other congressmen next month. We really can't let the Japanese continue to acquire our country's assets. It just so happens that this should be a good help for your acquisition of MCA. Panasonic is worried that the acquisition case may be rejected by the Ministry of Justice, and it will definitely not be able to compete with you." "I hope so." Hearst III directly determined that Simon was interested in acquiring MCA, and he did not deny it. However, Simon did not show much interest in the proposal of the congressman just now. In recent years, there have been calls in the United States to prevent Japanese companies from acquiring American companies, but given the openness of the U.S. capital market, Simon does not think such a bill can be introduced. He does not remember any relevant bill. Hollywood belongs to the entertainment industry, and the Department of Justice cannot exercise its veto power under the pretext of national security. Seeing that Simon was not enthusiastic about this, William Hearst III changed the subject and said, regarding the matter of the 20% stake in ESPN, "Simon, the Met, ABC and the Hearst Group have always been very good partners. Our mutual shareholdings can play a better complementary role. Moreover, you should know that the Met ABC not only has a veto power over the purchaser of this equity, but even if you buy it, you will not get any say. So, I hope you can withdraw. Well, maybe we can have other opportunities for cooperation in the future." Although he had already planned to give up the 20% stake in ESPN, Simon was no longer polite when he heard that Hearst III wanted to withdraw from the competition with just a blank check, and said, "Actually, William, there is a good opportunity for cooperation now." William Hearst III paused, then showed an interested expression. "Tell me about it." "I opened an internet company in Silicon Valley that provides internet information services. Perhaps you have heard of it. It's called Egret. It happens that the San Francisco Chronicle is also in San Francisco. I hope Egret can obtain some news content from the San Francisco Chronicle." William Hearst III showed obvious hesitation on his face. The San Francisco Chronicle is a very important newspaper under the Hearst Group. Its status on the West Coast is second only to the Los Angeles Times, and it can bring tens of millions of dollars in profits to the Hearst Group every year. Moreover, the competition between American paper media platforms is largely a competition for exclusive news. If William Hearst III shared the news content of the San Francisco Chronicle with Ygritte at other times, he would definitely refuse immediately. However, William Hearst III also understood at this time that this was probably the bargaining chip proposed by Westeros to withdraw from the competition for ESPN equity. Thinking of the discussion with Tom Murphy at the beginning of the party, in connection with Simon's request at this time, William Hearst III couldn't help but feel more dissatisfied with the young man in front of him. Speaking of which, the Hearst Group learned about Reynolds Nabisco's upcoming sale of ESPN shares earlier than Simon, but before they had time to make a final decision, Westeros had already communicated with Metropolitan ABC and Reynolds Nabisco about these shares. The top management of Hearst Group originally thought that if there were no other competitors, they could probably lower the price to less than $170 million if they wanted to buy the shares. After all, not many investors would be interested in a 20% stake that lacked a say. However, due to the sudden involvement of Westeros, the current offer was less than $200 million, and Reynolds Nabisco was not willing to sell. The reason why Hearst Group wanted to buy this batch of shares was mainly for a tax exemption agreement obtained after selling part of the group's cable TV assets in the first half of the year. The agreement stipulated that if Hearst Group purchased another cable TV asset of the same type within 1 year, it could be exempted from the income tax payable on the previous asset sale. The price of 20% of ESPN TV's shares rose from the expected $170 million to $200 million, which had completely offset the tax exemption amount of less than $20 million in the tax exemption agreement. This was also the reason why Hearst III couldn't help but leave Simon alone after he arrived today. Now, this young man actually proposed a bargaining chip to make him withdraw from the competition. After thinking for a moment, William Hearst III did not refuse directly. If Westeros could not withdraw from the deal as soon as possible and continued to pester, the news would spread, and the price of the 20% stake would only be driven higher. Simon, I need to think about this carefully. Simon raised the red wine in his hand to Hearst III and said, "Of course, no problem, William. It happens that I will be in New York for a few days. I'll look forward to hearing good news from you." Chapter 377 Achievement of the Goal Ahead of Schedule. Simon and Janet said goodbye and left the Hearst mansion at around 9 o'clock. Back at their own manor, the villa was brightly lit. The new housekeeper, Alice Ferguson, was still leading the maids to clean the villa. In addition, there were bodyguards scattered around to reinstall and upgrade the security system in the manor. Simon ignored these housework. He went from San Francisco to Los Angeles and then to New York on the East Coast in 1 day. Now he just wanted to take a hot bath and go to sleep. Janet called Neil Bennett to ask about the security system, and Simon asked Alice Ferguson to take him to the master bedroom of the villa. The new housekeeper led Simon to a room on the east side of the second floor of the villa and opened the door herself. Simon glanced at the furnishings in the bedroom, nodded, and asked, "Where's the study?" "It's next door." Alice Ferguson pointed to the door on the right and was about to go over. Simon stopped her and said, "Please help me put in some hot water. Don't make it too hot. Call me when you're ready." After giving instructions, Simon walked to the study next door. Alice was holding a black hardcover folder in her hand, looking very office lady. She was stunned when she saw the male owner leaving, but she went into the master bedroom bathroom to help Simon prepare the bath water. The villa was naturally equipped with a network. Simon walked into the study, turned on the computer, browsed the Ygritte portal website, logged into the email, and occasionally typed a few words on the draft page of the email according to the content he saw. This was what he often did in recent months. Every week, he would provide several advisory emails to the two heads of Ygritte, and also discuss other matters of Ygritte through email. In just a few months, email has become an important tool for Simon and many senior executives of the Westeros system to communicate. In order to ensure security, Simon also specially asked the technical team of Ygritte to set up an independent server and formulate special content regulations to stipulate what can be communicated through email and what cannot be done so, and regularly delete and clean up emails. It's helpless to say that the main content of the World Wide Web platform is still provided by the Ygritte portal. In addition, the campus networks of various universities in North America are gradually connected to the World Wide Web platform. This is a work result that Simon is very satisfied with the Ygritte team. Through the model of directly donating the World Wide Web series of software to North American universities, the World Wide Web, a very practical technology, quickly became popular in various universities. More and more universities are using HTML web page technology to recreate their own campus websites. Not only that, Ygritte and the Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation have donated professional World Wide Web technology-related courses to schools such as Stanford, Harvard, and MIT. Outside of university campuses, Ygritte continues to use physical books and online tutorials to promote the promotion of World Wide Web technology throughout society. At present, Ygritte has published 3 books introducing World Wide Web technology and related applications. The Ygritte portal has also set up a special subsection for users to learn and discuss World Wide Web technology. With this series of promotion measures, the popularization of World Wide Web technology is much faster than Simon estimated. Today is September 29th. Although this month has not yet passed, according to statistics from AOL, the number of AOL users in September 1990 increased by 27% compared with August. From May, when Ygritte officially began to promote World Wide Web technology, to now, in 5 months, the number of AOL users increased by 38,000, 46,000, 61,000, 73,000 and 97,000 respectively. Including the initial batch of users, the number of AOL Internet Access users has reached 386,000. In addition to AOL, Ygritte has licensed World Wide Web technology to 2 other Internet service providers in the Great Lakes metropolitan areas and southern states of the United States. The number of users has also exceeded 100,000 in recent months. Simon's initial goal was to strive to reach 500,000 users who access the Internet with World Wide Web technology in the remaining months of 1990. Now, this goal has been basically achieved 3 months ahead of schedule. It can be imagined that as long as the telecommunications infrastructure and Internet content resources can keep up with the pace, it will not be too difficult for Simon to achieve the scale of tens of millions of Internet users in North America within 3 years. After browsing a few web pages, there was a knock on the door. Simon looked up and saw Alice appear at the door of the study. There were obvious water stains on the housekeeper's black suit, but her expression was still calm. "Boss, the water is ready." Simon responded, archived the half-written email, turned off the computer, got up and left the study, took off his suit as he walked, and handed it to the housekeeper standing by the door. Alice Ferguson held Simon's coat and saw the boss walk into the next bedroom. After hesitating for a moment, she followed him. After dawdling to the door of the master bedroom, she saw Simon had already walked into the bathroom and closed the door, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she didn't know what to do with the clothes in her hand, hang them on the hanger in the bedroom, or take them down for dry cleaning. Born in a fairly good middle-class family, she has been a spoiled child since childhood. Although she accepted this job, the housekeeper really has no experience in serving people. Thinking of other girls who had received housekeeping training, Alice Ferguson suddenly became confused again. Why did Janet Westeros choose to hire her? You know, the job in front of her was not actually what she actively pursued. However, when she received the invitation, she quickly decided to accept it. As for the reason, she has never been a woman willing to be mediocre in her bones. She doesn't want to be a vassal of her father and family like her mother. She hopes to do something, hope to achieve some achievements, and hope that the world will remember her. At present, if she can get the attention of Westeros, it is definitely the best shortcut for her to realize her inner ambitions. In order to achieve this goal, even if some costs are paid, including her own body, it is worth it. After all, Simon Westeros is definitely a man that is difficult for women to refuse. Many of her same-sex and even opposite-sex friends regard this man as a fantasy object. But she squeezed the suit in her hand again. She didn't really have the ambition to become a big girl who folded quilts and made beds. After standing at the door of the bedroom for a while, the housekeeper finally remembered her identity. She had a group of subordinates, so there was no need to deal with everything directly. After reacting, Alice held the clothes and walked downstairs. When she came downstairs, Janet happened to walk into the villa hall. Seeing the appearance of the housekeeper, she asked, "What are you doing with Simon's clothes?" Alice Ferguson stopped and replied, "The boss is taking a shower, and this is just changed." Janet looked at her again, nodded, and said, "I'm going to take a shower too. Please help me and Simon prepare some clean clothes." After saying this, Janet walked towards the stairs. Arriving at the master bedroom on the second floor, she took off her clothes in a few seconds. Janet pushed open the bathroom door and jumped into the big bathtub, splashing water with playfulness, and was soon pressed into Simon's arms. Looking at Janet, who had calmed down in his arms and was leaning against his chest with her eyes narrowed, Simon knew that if he let go, this woman would drown in the water. He tightened his arms around her waist, enjoying the feeling of skin against skin, and said, "Why did you find such a housekeeper? If you don't like a vase, just find a smarter one." Janet raised her chin on Simon's chest and looked over with her beautiful eyes. "Are you satisfied?" Simon nodded and said, "You're too ambitious and need to be polished down." Janet rubbed her face against Simon's chest and said in a slightly ambiguous tone, "Well, feel free to polish her. If you can't do it well, drive her away." Simon smiled and didn't continue the topic. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a moment, and Janet suddenly said, "Did you hear about it a few days ago? Ronald Perlman wanted to join the River Club, the one founded by the Rockefeller family, but he was not only rejected, but also ridiculed, saying that he was just a speculator. Ronald Perlman is a Wall Street sniper as famous as Carl Icahn. In the 1980s, he acquired the cosmetics giant Revlon, which had a market value of more than $1 billion, with a capital of $100 million through a leveraged buyout. If Simon hadn't appeared, Perlman would have bought Marvel last year. On this year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, Ronald Perlman ranked fourth with a personal net worth of $2.87 billion, second only to Simon, Kruger and Buffett. Simon knew why Janet suddenly brought this up, and it was because of what happened tonight at the Hearst family. Although there are no aristocrats in the United States, in many cases, the old families in the Federation that have accumulated for hundreds of years are more arrogant than the European aristocrats. After all, most of these families still control huge wealth and huge powerful connections. "You know me," Simon said, stroking the smooth skin of the woman in his arms. "I don't need other people's recognition, nor do I pursue to enter any circle. Since they think it's a symbol of status to act in front of me, then I'll just act in a pretentious manner. Actually, I feel a little uncomfortable. Why do they look down on you?" Janet curled up her arms and propped her chin up, looking up and said, "How about we grab those shares? Then wait, every time Deanery's Entertainment releases a movie, it will be tossed around by dozens of mainstream daily newspapers and even more weekly magazines in the Federation." Janet bit her wrist distressedly, but not satisfied, so she leaned her head over and began to grind her teeth on Simon's shoulder. Simon stroked the woman's waist soothingly and smiled, "Since we can't be friends, we can just live in peace. Besides, the Hearst family probably thinks that their paper media empire can continue to prosper for another 100 years, so they can always remain proud, but who can tell what will happen in the future? Traditional paper media has controlled Western public opinion for more than 100 years. Janet is not Simon, so she naturally cannot imagine the scene when paper media declines. However, she did not doubt her man's judgment at all, nodded in agreement, and stopped talking about this topic, squinting at the man's chest again. Downstairs in the villa, Alice held Simon's coat and soon found the four girls ABCD who were curled up on the sofa watching TV in a small living room. Compared with several new maids who were arranged in other parts of the city, ABCD all lived in the main villa. After following the host's family around for a day and a busy night, the four girls ABCD had just rested. When they saw Alice, the four girls did not get up, and did not even say hello. The housekeeper frowned, raised the clothes in her hand, and said, "The boss is taking a shower. Who can help prepare some clean clothes?" Hearing what Alice said, the four girls looked at each other. They were all a little dissatisfied to hear that the four of them would be under the jurisdiction of this latecomer in the afternoon. "Girl," Allison said, "are you sure the boss didn't ask you to prepare it?" Alice stared at Allison sharply and said without hesitation, "I'm very sure." After staring at the housekeeper for a few seconds, Allison finally avoided her eyes, but insisted on not getting up. Just as the stalemate was going on, Girl C. Claire Guy took the initiative to stand up from the sofa and said, "Leave it to me." Claire said, walked over to take Simon's clothes, ignored Alice, and walked straight out. The housekeeper paused, turned around and followed. The two women went upstairs together. Claire walked into the cloakroom, ignoring the housekeeper who was still staring at her. She took out the wallet from her suit, hung the clothes on a hanger, and skillfully found a few pieces of underwear for the master and mistress, picked them up with the wallet and went to the master bedroom. After putting the wallet on the bedside table in the master bedroom, Claire came to the bathroom door with a few pieces of underwear. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she seemed to suddenly think of the housekeeper again. She turned her head and looked at Alice standing at the door and said, "Do you want to take it in or should I do it?" The housekeeper didn't see any flaws on Claire's face. She hesitated for a moment, remembered Janet's instructions just now, and walked forward to take the clothes. Claire handed the clothes to the housekeeper, and still turned around and left the master bedroom without any abnormality. Seeing that the figure of Miss C disappeared, Alice took a deep breath gently, then raised her hand and knocked on the door. After getting a response, she pushed the door and walked in. The bathroom was filled with a light mist and the unique fragrance of shower gel. However, when she noticed the doubtful look of the couple hugging each other in the bathtub, the housekeeper knew that she had been deceived. She stood there at a loss, holding the clothes in her hands. Janet blinked a few times, and when she saw the housekeeper's blushing face, she quickly reacted, giggling with joy and softening in Simon's arms. Simon also understood and smiled. Just as he was about to send the housekeeper out, Janet stood up and said, "Who tricked you in? Call me to see." The housekeeper wanted to turn around in embarrassment, but she thought of something and raised her hand slightly. Simon said, "Just put it on the bed outside." The housekeeper nodded, finally turned around, and walked out of the bathroom mechanically. A moment later, Claire, the girl C, appeared at the door of the bathroom with a nervous look, followed by the housekeeper with a cold face. Originally, she just wanted to tease this latecomer, but when she heard Janet calling her over, Girl C realized that she might have made a big mistake. The four girls, A, B, C, D, were not afraid of Simon. This boss was always modest and calm. They had never seen him get angry. However, the four girls were a little afraid of the hostess. A, B, C, D were all Australians and knew the power of the Johnston family in Australia. Moreover, it was not easy for Janet to pick them out from hundreds of candidates. Unlike Simon, Janet would scold and punish them mercilessly, or even fire them directly. Claire, who had been with Janet for a while, had seen the hostess fire 6 employees of Cersei Capital at once. A trading team composed of Wall Street elites was laid off in an instant, just because they made 2 consecutive trading mistakes that were not too serious. Seeing the 2 girls appear again, Janet, who was still leaning on Simon, waved her hand and said, "Come here." The housekeeper did not move, and Claire walked over reflexively. When she came closer and saw Janet press her hand down, Claire knelt down beside the bathtub without hesitation. Janet reached out and touched the delicate chin of Girl C, and said, "You are very smart. The female doctor I just summoned was fooled by you." Claire's body stiffened when Janet's wet fingertips touched her chin. She didn't dare to refute and lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm praising you." Janet took her hand back and said with a smile, "But don't lie to her again in the future. If you trick her into becoming a fool, you will be responsible." After being with Simon and his wife for so long, Claire has more or less figured out Janet's temper. Knowing that the hostess was not speaking in a sarcastic way, she relaxed a little and nodded slightly. "I understand, Mom." Janet casually stirred the foam in the bathtub, and said, "Since you've been praised, you need a reward. What do you want?" Claire hesitated and said, "Alice said that we will be under her control in the future." "I don't think that's necessary." Janet glanced at the housekeeper standing at the bathroom door and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is so stupid. You don't need to listen to her in the future. Now, get out." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 and V. At 7 o'clock, Sophia Fessy got up on time when she heard the beeping of the alarm clock. She went to see her son next door first. He flew from Europe to New York yesterday. Probably because of the long journey, the little guy said that he was not feeling well at night. She called a private doctor to come to her home for a checkup that night. There was nothing wrong, so she was relieved. She gently touched her son's forehead, stood by the bed and looked at him with satisfaction for a moment, and then went to see her daughter next door. The 2 children are everything to her. However, she will not spoil her children without restraint. When they were in Europe, The children were not allowed to sleep in from the age of 6, and they had to get up on time at 7 o'clock every day. When they first arrived in North America, they needed to adjust to the time difference for a while, so they planned to let the two little guys sleep until 8 o'clock. Their parents had already gotten up, and the elderly always had very little sleep. She prepared breakfast with her mother and discussed buying a boat for her father. Of course, it is not necessary to fish anymore, but as a fisherman for a lifetime, my father would feel lost if he left a boat for too long. When he was in Geneva, he would take a small boat to drift on Lake Geneva for a day every 2 or 3 days. Before coming to the United States, he specifically asked if there was a lake around Greenwich. He was very happy to hear that it was by the sea. What happened back then has always caused some estrangement between her and her parents, but after so many years, she no longer has any resentment, or, there was not much resentment in the first place. It can only be said that the concepts between the two generations are different. Her parents love her and even feel guilty about her. She knows that she also cares about her parents. It's just that it's difficult to show intimacy. After breakfast, she personally conducted 2 interviews in the morning. The family also needs to hire a full-time maid and a tutor. Regarding hiring people, especially taking care of her family, she was very cautious. When she was spotted by that little man, she was actually dissatisfied when she heard that she was severely investigated. Later, when she helped him manage the property, all the maids and servants hired still had to hire a detective company to do background checks. After getting familiar with each other, she occasionally asked Janet if it was necessary to do so. Janet told her that it was something Simon said. A couple hired a maid. They treated each other very well and even lent her a large sum of money, hoping that she would take care of her family and children. As a result, the maid had a history of gambling and stealing, and had been in jail. Later, she stole things from her master's house to pay off her gambling debts. In order to cover it up, she set a fire, and the mistress and 2 young children were burned to death. After hearing this story, she immediately checked the maid who took care of her parents and children. She was not reassured, so she checked it a second time. Fortunately, there was no problem. It was the same this time. Before coming to the United States, she asked Angela Ahrens, the head of Gucci in the United States, to help find candidates. After careful selection, she got 2, both white women. They themselves and their families had no history of bad deeds, and they had a good reputation among previous employers. Because she needed to be close to the 2 children, she also insisted on arranging for the tutor to undergo a psychological test. Of course, the salary of both was not low. However, she has no financial troubles now. The little man often looks like a bad boss in his words, but he has never treated her badly in terms of salary. Yesterday, I invited Simon and his wife to have lunch at home. As it was almost noon, I started to prepare for it. Because it was Sunday, Simon and Janet did not have work, and arrived at Sophia Fessie's residence on time at 12 o'clock. It was a formal visit, and I brought gifts for the 2 children, a set of Lego blocks for the boy and a beautiful white teddy bear for the girl. The 2 children were well taught by Sophia, and they thanked her politely after receiving the gifts without their mother reminding them. Janet obviously liked the 2 little guys very much. When she handed the teddy bear to Gemma, she couldn't help but hug the little girl and kissed her a few times, looking like a weird aunt. After greeting, everyone went directly to the restaurant. There was a long table. Simon and Janet sat on one side, and Sophia's family sat on the other side. Sophia distributed lunch to everyone and sat down in front of Simon, adding, "There's another mushroom soup that's waiting for a while." Janet noticed that Daniel, who was sitting opposite her, looked a little sluggish, and asked, "Danny seems to be feeling unwell. Is he okay?" Sophia reached out and touched her son's forehead again, saying, "It's probably because of the jet lag. It will be fine in a few days. Have you called a doctor to check?" Sophia nodded. "I called last night." As she said this, Sophia saw that her son still looked listless, so she leaned over and took the initiative to help the little guy put on his napkin, and kissed him on the cheek before sitting back down. But she ignored Gemma next to Daniel. The little girl didn't need her mother's help and put on her napkin by herself. Janet looked at the situation just now, and was obviously a little envious, but unfortunately her stomach had not moved during this period. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Simon beside her, and unexpectedly found that there was a bit of daze in his eyes. It seemed that she was also envious. So she reached under the table and gently poked the man's waist. Simon was poked by Janet, and he reacted. He gave the woman a look that asked, Why are you poking me?" and picked up the cutlery as if nothing had happened. He noticed Sophia's parents next to the little girl, and took the initiative to look over and find a topic. Daniel and Gemma had no problem speaking English, but the old couple only spoke French. Simon took the initiative to speak French. In a few words, Sophia's father talked about buying a boat, and he felt a little closer to this young man who was said to be of a very prominent status but would take the initiative to talk to him. Simon was not keen on boats and yachts, and he didn't like the insecurity of drifting on the sea. However, he still talked about this topic very skillfully, and unknowingly talked about the Antarctic trip in Australia at the end of last year. Hearing Simon's description of the Antarctic's glaciers, penguins and polar days, Gemma, who was sitting across the table, looked very yearning. When Simon finished speaking, she looked at her mother expectantly. "Mom, can I go to Antarctica to have a look?" "No, you're too young now." "Then, can we go next year?" "Not next year either, at least, you have to wait until you're 18. The little girl frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Can I celebrate my 18th birthday directly next year?" Sophia smiled and shook her head. "No, birthdays can only be celebrated one by one." Janet saw the little girl's disappointed expression and said, "As long as little Gemma listens to her mother, I can have someone shoot some videotapes back from Antarctica, so that you can see penguins and glaciers on TV, and maybe even the aurora. This way, it can be Gemma's birthday present next year." The little girl glanced at her mother and saw that she had no objection, so she nodded, but immediately asked, "What is the aurora?" "The aurora, is a very beautiful light suspended in the sky at night." "Can we see the aurora here at night?" "Probably. It should only be in the South Pole and the North Pole," Janet said, looking at Simon with some uncertainty. Simon nodded and said, "Indeed, it is only in the South Pole and the North Pole." The little girl looked at him with curious eyes, and persisted, "Why are there only auroras in the South Pole and the North Pole?" Simon didn't know how to explain to the little girl the discharge phenomenon after the solar particles were attracted and stimulated by the strong magnetic fields at the two poles of the Earth. He raised his chin towards Sophia opposite and said, "This, you can ask your mother." The little girl continued to change the target. Mom, baby, Mom doesn't know either. I'll tell you when I figure it out, okay?" The little girl nodded seriously, turned back to Janet, and reminded, "Aunt Jenny, Gemma's birthday this year is May 19th, and it will be the same next year." Janet couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth and said, "I remember it." Hearing that the aunt opposite and his sister had agreed on next year's birthday gift, Daniel looked up at Janet, and then looked at his mother. Sophia gently took the napkin from her son's chest and wiped the corner of his mouth, but she just smiled and didn't mean to join in. Janet didn't wait for the shy little boy to speak, and asked with a smile, "What gift does Danny want?" The little boy then looked at Sophia again, and after receiving his mother's encouraging eyes, he said, a train with rails." Janet understood and said, "Okay, next year I will give Danny a train toy, the kind with tracks that can cover the entire room." "So, when is Danny's birthday?" "July 23rd. Daniel said. His eyes showed excitement, but he looked at his mother again, with a guilty expression, probably because this request was rejected by his mother before. Sophia smiled and patted her son on the head, without objection. A scent of cream floated in the air, and Sophia remembered again and said, "By the way, there is also mushroom soup, you guys continue first." After that, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. A moment later, Sophia brought in the mushroom soup, put it on the dining table, and personally served the soup to everyone in small bowls. However, when the woman served the first bowl of soup to Simon, she let go of it early, probably because it was too hot. As a result, the bowl of hot soup accidentally poured in front of Simon, and most of the soup splashed on Simon's suit and trousers. It was okay to wear 2 layers of clothes on the upper body, but even though it was autumn, Simon still only wore a pair of trousers underneath. The hot soup seeped through the fabric on his thighs, and Simon took a breath of cold air. There was a flurry of activity. After the 2 women surrounded Simon and wiped him carefully, Sophia saw that the man's body was still in a mess, and felt very sorry. Thinking of the heat of the mushroom soup, she said, "How about washing it with cold water first?" Before Simon could speak, Janet nodded and said, "That's it. I'll call someone to send a set of clothes over." Seeing that the 2 women had agreed, Simon stopped talking and followed Sophia upstairs. Because her mind was a little confused, Sophia hurriedly pushed open a door, And then she remembered that this was her bedroom. But it was not easy to change, so he led Simon into the room, took him to the bathroom door, and said, "Just change inside." The surrounding layout and the unique feminine scent in the air made Simon sure that this was Sophia's bedroom. Inexplicably, he had a strong impulse. The moment he entered the room, Simon grabbed the woman's wrist and pulled her in. Sophia was stunned and was led into the bathroom by Simon. She saw the man lock the door. After turning around, his eyes were filled with a kind of fierceness that wanted to destroy the whole family. She felt her heart tightened instantly, and subconsciously raised her hand and said, "Simon, no, here, now, no." He retreated while speaking until his body was against the wall. Simon looked at the panicked look of the woman. His mind regained clarity. He shook his head vigorously, took a deep breath, turned around and reopened the door, and whispered, "Go out." Sophia was stunned again, and noticed that the little man's eyes had regained clarity, relaxed, walked over carefully, walked past the man, stopped, and whispered, "I will go to Manhattan in the next few days, you know, about the Gucci brand event at Fashion Week. Milan Fashion Week has ended, and Gucci's show has also been completed in Italy. However, for the sake of brand promotion, although there will be no show at New York Fashion Week, Gucci will hold a brand marketing event, similar to the original Gucci night." Simon paused after hearing the woman's words, and responded softly, his tone slowed down a little, saying, "You go out first, and I'm sorry for scaring you just now." "No, it's okay," Sophia said, and a strange pity arose in her heart for no reason. She looked up at the little man next to her, reached out and stroked his face, and felt Simon's body stiffen obviously. Instinctively, she realized that something was wrong, and quickly withdrew her hand, said nothing more, and turned to leave the bathroom. Simon changed his clothes in the bathroom and washed with cold water. Someone from the manor soon sent a set of clothes over. Except for Simon and Sophia, no one else noticed the small episode during the period. There were no more accidents during the lunch afterwards. After washing with cold water in time, and Simon's physical fitness was very good, he recovered quickly without any other treatment afterwards. After the weekend, time also entered October 1990. There are actually many things to do in New York this time. The main thing is the preparation of the two acquisitions, especially the acquisition of Bell Atlantic, which is in full swing. If Panasonic's acquisition of MCA continues to be deadlocked, Simon plans to officially launch the acquisition in early November, first launching an acquisition offer to MCA, and then making an offer to Bell Atlantic at the same time after the letter of intent is signed. To acquire a company with a market value of billions of dollars, especially a company like Bell Atlantic that is subject to federal government telecommunications regulation, the advanced preparation work is very complicated and arduous. Just for the preliminary preparation, a special law firm is needed to investigate the legal obstacles that the acquisition may encounter and formulate a response plan. The acquisition team is also required to investigate and evaluate Bell Atlantic's assets and liabilities in order to make an accurate offer. After completing the preliminary investigation, it is also necessary to formulate a targeted acquisition plan and a backup plan for emergencies such as encountering bidders. In addition, the issue of raising billions of dollars in huge funds also needs to be treated with caution. In addition, confidentiality issues need to be paid great attention to during the entire preparation process. Therefore, Simon only gave the team more than a month of preparation time, which is actually very tight. Circe Capital, Raybould law firm, and another hired accounting firm have been working non-stop for Simon's dual-line acquisition plan during this period. Of course, as long as the acquisition is successful, the consulting service fees of the two acquisitions totaling tens of millions of dollars will definitely be worth all the efforts of the team throughout the process. Chapter 379 Forget it. Perhaps because they realized that Westeros was no longer in close contact with Reynolds Nabisco, the Hearst family did not respond to Simon's conditions until October 3. William Hearst III did not intend to share the news resources of the San Francisco Chronicle, but said that the Los Angeles Herald on the west coast of the Hearst Group could cooperate with Ygritte in all aspects of content. The Los Angeles Herald sounds like a serious newspaper, but in fact it is similar to the New York Post under News Corporation, mainly reporting social news and entertainment gossip. Ygritte's portal is positioned as a comprehensive information platform in terms of news. Because it is mainly aimed at the wealthy middle-class elite at this stage, it pursues more professionalism and seriousness in news content. Although there will be entertainment news, Simon has no intention of turning Ygritte into an entertainment gossip portal. Most importantly, William Hearst III took out the Los Angeles Herald to cooperate with Ygritte, but the fundamental reason was to extend the life of the newspaper, because the Hearst Group had originally planned to shut down the newspaper, which had been performing poorly for many years. Now, if it could obtain financial support through cooperation with Ygritte, the newspaper would undoubtedly continue to exist. It can be said that Hearst III had no sincerity at all. Simon then took a step back and told Hearst III through Rabel that Ygritte Portal only needed to obtain content sharing of the domestic news section of the San Francisco Chronicle. Ygritte did not need other international news, local news, entertainment news and sports news. The result was still rejected. On the other hand, after more than a month of negotiations, AOL finally reached the exclusive agreement with 3 regional telecom operators, Bell Atlantic, Bell Pacific and NYNEX. The negotiation of the agreement was bumpy, and during the period, it was deadlocked on the buyout offer of $1.50 per user. The 3 operators united to insist that AOL must provide an exclusive fee of $1.50 for each user of the 3 networks, which was 50% higher than the $1 offer expected by the AOL team. When the 3 operators thought they had completely controlled AOL and Westeros, the company behind the company, Steve Case, unexpectedly broke the deadlock with a differentiation strategy, claiming that if the 3 operators insisted on the buyout offer of $1.50, AOL would not be able to support the fee and could only choose 2 of the 3 companies. It only needed to open its own line network, and with the size of AOL at that time, it would hardly consume any cost, and it would be able to obtain a total of tens of millions of dollars in funds. In addition, as AOL developed in a few years, the agreed price could be renegotiated. The 3 operators did not really care about this business. After the split in 1984, the Bell system could not be of one mind after all. After confirming that Steve Case was not making a false threat, the 3 companies finally made concessions. Therefore, the final transaction price was confirmed to be $1.30. The 3 operators, Bell Pacific, Bell Atlantic and NYNEX, have a total user base of 23.61 million, including both home and business users. The total exclusive fee they initially need to pay is $30.69 million per year. In addition, the exclusive agreement lasts for 10 years, which is only half of the original expected contract period. The parties to the agreement will renegotiate the price of the exclusive fee every 2 years, and the increase in each quotation shall not exceed 50%. After the signing of the agreement, AOL will be able to directly use the line network of the 3 operators to carry out its own internet access services. However, the 3 operators will not provide AOL with additional equipment and technical support outside the existing line network. If AOL has related needs, it will also need to pay separately. Although the terms of this contract are very biased towards the 3 operators on the surface, Simon believes that as long as this exclusive agreement can be signed, it is a victory. The number of AOL users has continued to grow rapidly in recent months, but the 3 operators are obviously still unaware of the huge potential of the internet industry. This kind of thing is completely unimaginable for a latecomer like Simon. However, just like HP did not realize the importance of the personal computer invented by an employee named Steve Wozniak, the printer giant Xerox, which followed closely, made the same mistake. The first computer graphical interface operating system it developed only earned a very convenient evaluation from the company's president, and then was copied by others to create 2 companies, one called Apple and the other called Microsoft. In the final analysis, except for Simon, no one else in the world can see the future so clearly. Based on the user scale of the 3 operators at this time, even if the price increase reached 50% after 5 renegotiations, the annual exclusive fee paid by AOL would be less than $200 million. But if AOL completely swallowed up these 20 million users, it would be able to earn billions of dollars in revenue each year simply by relying on internet access services. What's more, within 10 years, as long as the U.S. telecommunications industry regulation can be reopened as in the original time and space, Simon has enough confidence to let AOL, which is now in a vine state, swallow up the several big trees it is attached to at this time. Simon has been discussing the acquisition plan for the 2 companies with the company team in recent days. Because there was no need to rush, he and Janet continued to live in the Greenwich estate every day. In a blink of an eye, it was already Friday, October 5th. Simon had just arrived at the Westeros headquarters in Manhattan in the morning, and James Raybould followed him to the office with a copy of the newspaper and said, "Simon, take a look at this." Simon sat down behind his desk and took the copy of the newspaper. He couldn't help frowning after just glancing at the title. The copy was an article titled "Beware of the Possible Monopoly of Emerging Internet Telecoms," and the target of the comment happened to be the exclusive agreement that AOL had just signed with the three major operators. As for the content, it was obvious just by looking at the title. However, this was not the most important thing. The key point was that the article came from the San Francisco Chronicle. After roughly scanning the article, Simon shook his head and said, "The Hearst family doesn't want to pay any price." AOL was still a company with less than 500,000 users. Not to mention even any of the 7 small bells would definitely be considered a behemoth in front of AOL at this time. Moreover, similar exclusive agreements are not unique to AOL. Many companies operating telecommunications-related peripheral services will sign exclusive agreements with these giants in order to maintain their market advantages. Internet access services are still a peripheral industry of telecommunications. However, the San Francisco Chronicle directly accused AOL of suspected monopoly. The influence of the AT split case has not completely dissipated, and telecommunications monopoly is still a sensitive topic. Most companies do not want to touch such bad luck. Therefore, the purpose of the Hearst family's actions is obvious. Perhaps it was because they noticed Simon's active avoidance in the acquisition of ESPN shares and refused the cooperation between the two parties in the content sharing of the San Francisco Chronicle. After delaying until now, William Hearst III probably lost his patience and simply gave Simon a clear warning to withdraw voluntarily. James also smiled bitterly and asked, "What should we do now?" Simon threw the copy of the newspaper on the desk in front of him and said, "Call Reynolds Nabisco and we will withdraw." James was a little surprised. "Fight now?" Simon nodded and said calmly, "Fight, there is no need to drag it out. Since the Hearst family does not want to cooperate with us at all, forget it." James actually did not want to have a conflict with the Hearst family. He was originally worried that Simon would be young and hot-tempered. Seeing that he gave up so calmly, James instead felt a little resentful towards the Hearst family. However, James also understood that from today on, the Hearst family was completely on the blacklist of his boss. However, the Hearst family is not the same as Deaneries Entertainment's counterparts in Hollywood. Such an old family with a century of accumulation and a huge paper media network is destined to be something that many people dare not provoke. After James left, Simon began to calmly prepare for the morning meeting. According to the latest news, this week, Panasonic President Akio Furu and MCA Chairman Lou Vasselman had a telephone conversation. Perhaps, the next Panasonic acquisition of MCA will see changes that Simon did not expect. Once this happens, Deaneries Entertainment must act in advance. Combining the information in his memory and the current situation, Simon feels that the reason why Panasonic's acquisition of MCA was delayed for several months after it was officially announced in the original time and space is probably mainly because of the lack of competitors. Since there is no competition, Panasonic can naturally slowly grind with MCA. Now, Deaneries Entertainment is watching covetously. Although Panasonic is not so determined to win this acquisition due to the domestic economic situation in Japan, it should still hope to buy MCA, so it will not continue to delay for too long. All aspects of the work on MCA have been completed in advance, and the morning meeting is still about the plan to acquire Bell Atlantic. For more than 2 months, affected by the Kuwait War, oil prices continued to rise and the U.S. stock market continued to fall. Bell Atlantic's latest market value has slipped to the edge of $5 billion. At the close of yesterday, it was only $5.03 billion, which continued to fall by more than 10% compared with the early days of the war. Now is undoubtedly the best time to make a move. Relying on its own sufficient assets as collateral, the Westeros team has solved the problem of funding sources. Several banks that have been secretly contacted have accumulatively been willing to provide Westeros with funds of up to $10 billion. Such a large-scale loan application must not be kept secret in the circle. Therefore, the bank has more than once tried to test whether Simon intends to rely entirely on loans to acquire the company and keep the huge amount of money overseas. This speculation is actually very reasonable. When overseas assets are transferred back to China, a huge capital gains tax of 28% needs to be paid in one lump sum. In comparison, the annual interest rate for obtaining funds through loans is only about 5%. If overseas funds can be properly operated, Even if they generate 10% of returns each year, it is very cost-effective to do so. Simon actually considered this plan. But he finally gave up. On the one hand, in the next few years, apart from North America, no market can bear billions of dollars of investment that can bring enough returns to Simon. On the other hand, this money, or more precisely, the tax paid when this money is transferred back to the country, is also a bargaining chip that can push the federal government to approve Simon's acquisition plan. After all, a one-time capital gains tax of $2 billion is definitely not a small amount that can be ignored by the federal government, which is now facing a serious fiscal deficit. If the federal government does not agree to Simon's simultaneous acquisition of MCA and Bell Atlantic, Simon will definitely continue to keep this money overseas, which is definitely not what the federal government wants to see. We have currently purchased 2.7% of Bell Atlantic's shares, and we will be able to hold 4.9% of the shares by the end of the month. However, the main problem we face on Bell Atlantic's side is actually the management. If we can get the cooperation of Raymond Smith, chairman and CEO of Bell Atlantic, and with the support of sufficient funds, the acquisition should go very smoothly. I don't think that given the current economic environment and the nature of Bell Atlantic itself, there will be other competitors who will jump out and compete with us for this company. Having lunch with James at noon, Simon heard him say this and nodded. Wait until the end of the month. If the time is right, I will meet with Raymond Smith in person. James said, Raymond Smith is very interested in literature and drama, and you two will definitely be able to chat? Simon has also read the personal information of Raymond Smith collected by the company, and said, that's not enough. If he agrees to Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic just because they have similar topics, I have to consider whether to keep him after the acquisition is completed. James affirmed, Raymond Smith's ability is unquestionable, but if you don't expect you two to reach a cooperation because of similar topics, we will still have to go through a lot of trouble. Simon smiled and said, for a multi-billion-dollar business, if everything goes too smoothly, I will doubt whether I have fallen into a trap. The two chatted about these things. After lunch, Simon rushed to the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich Village according to the schedule. He was not in Los Angeles for a week, and there were a lot of things that needed him to deal with in Hollywood. He arrived at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and was busy for 3 hours until nearly 4 o'clock. After roughly handling the accumulated work of a week, Simon leaned back in the leather chair in the office and picked up a draft plan for the Antarctic documentary that was planned to be produced by Highgate Films. This was triggered by Janet's promise to little Gemma when they went to Sophia's house for lunch last week. Janet originally only planned to let some people who went to Antarctica take some videotapes for the little girl. However, Simon remembered that March of the Penguins had set a record for documentary box office in his memory, so he had the intention of shooting a serious documentary about Antarctica. However, Simon didn't know much about Antarctica, so he planned to try out a normal documentary first, train the team, and then take out the shooting plan of March of the Emperor Penguins from his memory. It was already autumn in the northern hemisphere, but it was spring in the southern hemisphere. If he started preparing now, he could just enter Antarctica in the summer of the southern hemisphere and finish shooting in autumn. Looking through the plan in his hand, Simon suddenly thought of Sophia again. Sophia has been in Manhattan recently preparing for the Gucci brand event tomorrow Saturday, and his work for today has been completed. After hesitating for a moment, Simon dialed the woman's mobile phone number. After chatting casually for a few words, it didn't seem that busy over there, so Simon asked Sophia if she wanted to have coffee together. The woman reminded him that he had quit coffee for a long time. Then there was a little embarrassment. Then, Simon simply put on the boss's airs and asked Sophia to wait for him in his top-floor apartment on Lexington Avenue. He had something to discuss. What did Sophia ask about? She looked like she was trying to get to the bottom of it. Of course, we'll talk about this when we get there. Can't the boss find anything for the employees to do? Chapter 380 Unexpected News. As night fell, the lights were not on in the bedroom of a penthouse on Lexington Avenue. The faint city lights shone through the window onto the large messy bed in the bedroom. In the dim light, there seemed to be a faint hazy atmosphere floating in the air, but there was no one on the bed. In the corner by the window, a woman wrapped in a bath towel was curled up softly on a single sofa. Her fluffy, slightly wet hair covered half of her rosy face. She tilted her head, one hand was still on her lips, and she didn't dare to look at the man who was sitting cross-legged on the carpet to stretch and massage her calves. It was obviously his fault. After a moment, her eyes glanced over again carefully. The man lowered his head, looking very serious and patient, so he gently tapped his knee with his toes, indicating that he was fine. Simon looked up and asked softly, "Do you want to massage the other side too?" "No," she shouted in her heart, still avoiding his gaze, and whispered, "Left leg, it's okay, it's time to go back to Greenwich." Simon nodded and said, "I'll have someone send some food over first." The woman was stunned. And then she was going to leave? Although she didn't want to and didn't dare to argue with Janet, it was her first time to have sex with this little man, even if he refused a few times and pretended to deceive her. She immediately felt some self-pity. She took her calf back from his hand and huddled in the sofa. Simon saw Sophia like this and reached out his hand. The woman felt his touch, dodged, and turned her back to him. The hand did not give up, and reached under her body and exerted a little force, and Sophia's whole body was dragged down, and fell on the carpet with a soft cry, and the bath towel couldn't help but spread out. The jade body was lying. Twisting her body to get away from Simon, she couldn't resist the big hand that the man grabbed lightly. I could only look over with grievance, feeling my eyes wet, trying hard not to cry. Seeing that the woman no longer tried to escape, Simon stroked her face and whispered, "I can't give you much, but I will give you what I should give." He knew that he had only said half of his words. There was no point in fighting for what you couldn't give. Xiaoxiao confronted him for a moment, knowing that the man was still waiting for his response, and finally hummed in obedience. Putting it aside, she suddenly felt that her little emotion just now was a bit inappropriate, worried that he would think her answer was not sincere enough, so she took the initiative to press her cheek against the man's palm and said, "I brought food this afternoon, it's in the kitchen, just heat it up." Simon picked up the woman and put her on the big bed, bent down and kissed her on the lips, and said, "Then wait a minute." After the two had a simple dinner together, Simon returned to Greenwich. Sophia had been living in Manhattan in recent days, and in her condition tonight, it was even more impossible for her to go back to Greenwich to see the children together. The next day was Saturday. Simon and Janet attended a party hosted by Gucci at the Gramercy Hotel in Manhattan in the evening. After spending the weekend on the East Coast, they returned to Los Angeles again. Deanery's Entertainment has 3 films released in October, including Jane Campion's Angels at My Desk on October 12, Judah Bought Back from the Cannes Film Festival on October 19, and 10 Days of Danger released on Halloween on October 26. Angels at My Desk and Judah are both distributed by Guillaume Films, which does not have much ambition at the box office. However, Ella Deutschmann has already applied for the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film for the latter. The focus is still on 10 Days of Danger in cooperation with Universal Pictures. In the previous summer season, Sleeping with the Enemy in cooperation with Fox and The Hand That Rocks the Cradle in cooperation with Disney both achieved excellent box office results. Therefore, Universal is also full of confidence in Sleeping with the Enemy, which is also a crime thriller. 10 Days is adapted from the original novel by Stephen King, a famous horror novelist. It is more famous than the previous two. The two protagonists, Don Johnson and Susan Sarandon, are also household names in Hollywood. Simon has seen the sample of this version of 10 Days more than once before, and also participated in the production of the trailer. Compared with the version starring Kathy Bates, Simon likes the new version more. Susan Sarandon's performance is no less than Kathy Bates, and because of their looks, the obvious sexual tension between the two protagonists adds a bit of strange contrast and horror to the film. Simon returned to Los Angeles, and 10 Days has entered the final stage of intensive trailer release in terms of publicity. As one of Deanery's Entertainment's 10-film plan, since the 2 films that have been launched before have achieved high box office and attention, this new film has naturally attracted a lot of media attention, indirectly saving Universal Pictures, which is responsible for the distribution, millions of dollars in marketing costs. In addition, the publicity and distribution of a series of films at the end of the year have already begun. Deanery's Entertainment will release 4 films during the 2 major schedules of Thanksgiving and Christmas at the end of the year. They are Kevin Costner's Dances with Wolves on November 2nd, A League of Their Own in cooperation with Columbia Pictures on November 23rd, Robert Altman's Crossroads on December 7th, and Home Alone on December 21st. Speaking of which, Dances with Wolves, which has received good internal reputation after several previews, will become the focus of Deanery's Entertainment's Oscar public relations this year. It stands to reason that it would be more appropriate to schedule the film in December. However, Simon also has box office ambitions for this film. In memory, Dances with Wolves is also a hit film with a North American box office of more than $180 million. Therefore, in order to avoid conflict with Home Alone, Simon still put the film in November. As for Crossroads in December, this film will certainly seek an Oscar nomination. However, as we all know, Robert Altman's works have never been favored by Oscar judges. He has already won the Golden Lion Award in Venice, which is considered a success. The goal of this film is only to accumulate long-term box office through the popularity of the awards season, and there is no expectation for awards. Two commercial films, A League of Pink distributed by Columbia Pictures and Home Alone produced by Deaneries Entertainment, occupy two major schedules respectively. The publicity and distribution work is progressing step by step. There is no need to say more about this. October 11th, Thursday. It is mid-October, and the filming of Batman, The Dark Knight in Australia has entered the final stage and will be completed next week. Simon plans to fly to Melbourne next week to study the shooting samples with several main creators to determine whether reshoots are needed. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon, who usually did not leave work on time, was discussing the post-production plan of the film with the main creators of The Silence of the Lambs at the post-production center of the studio. The female assistant appeared and whispered a few words in Simon's ear. After listening to Jennifer, Simon thought for a while and said, "Forget about a cocktail party. Let's go to Burbank tomorrow morning." Janet just told Simon that Lou Vasselman finally couldn't wait and took the initiative to invite Simon to a cocktail party tonight to talk about the MCA acquisition case that was already well known to the whole Hollywood. After being busy for days, Simon only planned to go home after get off work. He didn't want to become a social creature who had to attend 200 various parties every year, so he chose to refuse. After hearing what Simon said, the female assistant turned around and left. After Simon and Jonathan Demme, the director of The Silence of the Lambs, finished the discussion, the female assistant appeared again and restated the meeting time tomorrow. The next day, Simon rushed to Deanery Studios first, changed into an ordinary and inconspicuous car, and rushed to Burbank in a low-key manner. Lou Vasselman was waiting for him in an office building in the northwest corner of Universal Studios. The two met and exchanged a few simple pleasantries. Vasselman got to the point and said, "Simon, everyone knows that you are interested in Universal. A friend of mine at Citibank told me that you have signed a $2 billion loan intention agreement with them. So, I don't understand what you are waiting for. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely not a wise behavior for a seller to actively ask a buyer to sell. It is equivalent to handing the initiative to the other party." However, Simon was too patient this time and dragged Vasselman to lose his patience. The 77-year-old man should not lack patience, but seeing that MCA's stock price has not been too high because Deaneries Entertainment has been slow to express its position, and Panasonic's urging, he had to take the initiative. What Simon was waiting for, of course, was the preparations for the acquisition of Bell Atlantic in New York. Because of the official announcement of Panasonic's acquisition of MCA and the continuous release of news that Deaneries Entertainment was interested in participating in the bidding, MCA's recent stock price has been close to $60. Now that the news is public, Simon believes that the company's stock price will definitely go straight to $70. Once the market price of MCA stock exceeds Simon's offer ceiling, it will become a very troublesome problem, and it will be very difficult to lower it again. At that time, MCA is unlikely to accept Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition offer that is lower than the market price. In comparison, if two acquisitions can be launched at the same time, and a gesture of giving up one of them is made, the market performance will not be so enthusiastic. At this time in front of Lou Vasselman, Simon certainly would not tell the truth, but he also said frankly, "Lou, I am not sure whether I should participate in the bidding for MCA. You know, Deaneries Entertainment is developing very well. I think that even if it does not merge with another Hollywood studio, it only needs to be patient for a few years, and Deaneries Entertainment will become strong enough." In fact, MCA's revenue scale in the last fiscal year was $3.3 billion and its net profit was $296 million. This year, due to the poor box office performance of Back to the Future 3 in the summer, the revenue and profit performance will be even worse. In comparison, let alone the expected net profit of more than $1 billion, Deaneries Entertainment will be able to surpass MCA in terms of revenue this year. The gap between the two sides is basically just a foundation. To be more specific, Simon's excuse is indeed not a problem. Deaneries Entertainment can definitely reach a state of being completely on par with the 7 major companies or even surpassing them if it operates patiently for a few years. However, this still takes time. Even the Universal Studios and record companies owned by MCA are not just accumulated by time. The history of Universal Studios is almost as long as that of Hollywood. If Deaneries Entertainment invests in the construction of a movie studio project now, although there is no problem in terms of funds, the company also has enough IP resources to support a movie studio park. However, the newly built movie studio cannot reach the deep-rooted influence of Universal Studios and Disneyland. The same is true for record companies. Apart from other things, the huge music copyright library of Universal Records cannot be achieved by a simple short-term accumulation. What's more, MCA can also form a strong complement with Deaneries Entertainment in terms of distribution channels, cinema chains, and film libraries. Simon definitely needs to buy this company. Lou Vasselman has been in Hollywood for more than half a century, and of course he can see this. He said, "Simon, I had a communication with Akio Furu of Panasonic last week. If you really don't plan to participate, MCA will submit Panasonic's offer to the board of directors for review and further shareholder voting at the latest next week. I know that many corporate bidders will participate on the eve of others' shareholder voting, just like Paramount last year, so that they can grasp the cards and bargaining chips of competitors to the greatest extent. However, I think this is completely unnecessary for you." Simon calculated in his mind. Before this meeting, Simon was still worried that MCA and Panasonic would reach a preliminary agreement this week and quickly initiate a shareholder vote. Now, according to Vasselman's words, MCA will hold a board discussion on Panasonic's acquisition proposal next week, and further shareholder voting will take at least another week. Unknowingly, it is already the end of October, which coincides with Simon's planned schedule. In this case, Simon was completely relieved. However, after thinking for a moment, Simon said, "Okay, Lou, I am indeed interested in MCA, but I do not intend to engage in an unrestrained bidding war with Panasonic. If you agree, I hope Deaneries Entertainment and MCA will sign a secret letter of intent. Once the acquisition fails, Deaneries Entertainment will not pay an exit fee. In normal corporate mergers and acquisitions, considering the impact of the acquisition on the target company's operations and stock prices, the party initiating the acquisition usually promises to pay an exit fee after the acquisition fails, and the proportion is often between 1% and 5% of the target company's market value. This means that according to the $6.6 billion transaction offer of MCA and the original time and space, once it wants to exit, the acquirer needs to pay an exit fee of between $66 million and $330 million. However, nothing is absolute. As long as the two parties communicate properly, this fee can also be waived. When Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy's Metropolitan Company acquired ABC TV Network, Buffett, who was responsible for the acquisition, proposed that if the acquisition failed, Metropolitan Company would not pay a huge exit fee, and the executives of ABC TV Network at the time agreed. Of course, the acquisition was successful in the end. Lou Vasselman was a little hesitant when he heard Simon's request. He could understand that Simon made this request mainly to suppress the market's excessive pursuit of MCA stocks. Once investors know that Deaneries Entertainment can exit at will without paying any price, they will be more cautious in the process of buying MCA stocks. However, this is very risky for MCA. In the case of two companies bidding for a company, if one party does not compete with the other party in the offer, no fees will be paid when exiting. Furthermore, if the winning party in the bidding process fails to complete the acquisition in the later negotiation or due to policy and regulatory factors, it will need to pay the exit fee if it abandons the acquisition. If Simon's conditions are agreed at this time, once Deaneries Entertainment squeezes out Panasonic and then abandons the acquisition for some reason, it does not need to pay any price, then MCA will be in tears. You know, once the acquisition fails completely, the first thing that will come is that MCA's stock price will plummet and return to the level before the acquisition. At that time, countless shareholders who have suffered heavy losses on paper will definitely put pressure on the management. On the other hand, after a takeover, the operation of the enterprise itself will also be seriously affected. For example, if MGM had not been sold repeatedly in the 1980s and had been managed patiently, this old studio would not be as half dead as it is now. Chapter 381 Exit Fees. After hesitating for a moment, Lou Vasselman said, "Simon, it is impossible to completely waive the exit fee, and the board of directors will not agree. However, we can discuss the specific amount in detail." Simon did not intend to waste too much time on this matter, and said, "Then let's set it at $50 million, a fixed number." $50 million is a huge sum of money that is out of reach for most ordinary people, but for Simon now, this money is nothing. The exit fee negotiated by MCA and Panasonic is 2.5% of the final transaction amount of both parties. If calculated based on MCA's recent market value of nearly $6 billion, once Panasonic abandons the acquisition, it will need to pay an exit fee of $150 million, which is roughly equivalent to MCA's net profit for half a year. Vasselman originally thought that Deaneries Entertainment's exit fee could be set between 1% and 2%, which was already a big concession. Hearing that Simon was only willing to give a fixed fee of $50 million, he shook his head and said, "Simon, this number is too low." Simon insisted, "You want me to get involved in this as soon as possible, Lou? This is the price that must be paid." Vasselman thought about it again and said, "Then, things must be made public in advance." Simon shook his head, "No, after signing the letter of intent, Deaneries Entertainment will initiate a feasibility study on the acquisition of MCA, and will not really start the acquisition immediately." Vasselman's mouth twitched. Feasibility study? Who would believe that Deaneries Entertainment has not even completed this preparatory work yet? However, everyone understood that this was just an excuse, so Vasselman did not refute it. The two continued to bargain for a while, and Simon reluctantly raised the exit fee to $60 million, roughly equivalent to 1% of MCA's current market value. Deaneries Entertainment will sign a letter of intent with MCA within a week to investigate and evaluate the feasibility of acquiring MCA. MCA needs to cooperate and actively provide the necessary internal assets and financial data. At the same time, although this matter needs to be kept confidential from the outside world, MCA can inform Panasonic of the news that Deaneries Entertainment officially participates in this bidding. After personally sending Simon away, Vasselman returned to the office just now. MCA President Sid Sheinberg had already appeared. Seeing Vasselman nod, Sheinberg knew that Simon had confirmed his participation and asked, "Lou, have you discussed the issue of company management rights with Westeros?" After Lou Vasselman experienced a serious illness 3 years ago, he finally expressed his intention to retire, which is why he agreed to sell the company he had controlled for decades. However, power is something that is always more difficult to let go the deeper you immerse yourself in. After a few years, because his physical condition has improved again, Vasselman's idea of retirement has gradually subsided. Among the acquisition conditions discussed by Panasonic and MCA, continuing to maintain the control of the company by the existing management is a very important one. Compared to Lou Vasselman, who is already 77 years old this year, Sid Sheinberg, who is only 55 years old and in his prime, is even less willing to give up his power. Lou Vasselman shook his head, sat down slowly behind his desk, and said, "A friend of mine in Washington called me yesterday morning and said that Ovitz and others were contacting people to try to stop Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA. I asked Ovitz personally this morning and he admitted it. Ronald Reagan was once a contracted artist under MCA in his early years, so Vasselman actually has good connections in the political circle." Sid Sheinberg was a little surprised by the news. He forgot the question for a moment and said subconsciously, "We can't let Ovitz ruin this acquisition." Of course, Vasselman motioned Sheinberg to sit down opposite him, and said, "I have warned him. However, if I have to choose between Panasonic and Deaneries, I still prefer to sell MCA to Panasonic. Do you understand why?" Sid Sheinberg pulled a chair and sat opposite Vasselman. After thinking about it, he nodded quickly. "If the company is acquired by Deaneries Entertainment, Westeros is likely to not let us continue to run MCA." "Not very likely, but definitely not," Vasselman said. "Once Westeros gets MCA, he will definitely integrate Deaneries and MCA together. Many of our company's businesses happen to complement Deaneries. Westeros has built a very good management team in recent years. It is impossible for him to keep us at that time." Sid Sheinberg quickly sorted out Vasselman's thoughts. Vasselman urged Deaneries Entertainment to join the bidding, which could force Panasonic to increase its offer. Then, Ovitz made a move at the right time to squeeze Deaneries Entertainment out, so that MCA could be sold to Panasonic smoothly. Although the shareholders had changed, MCA would continue to be controlled by his management. Seeing Sid Sheinberg's understanding expression, Vasselman added with a hint of sadness, "Besides, Hollywood has always been ours after all. Westeros is just an outsider anyway. I don't believe that the other companies will really give up completely to stop Deanery's Entertainment from continuing to expand just because of the interests of one or two movies." The "we" here naturally refers to the Jews. The 7 major Hollywood companies, or now we can count Deanery's Entertainment as the new 8th major, no matter what the shareholders behind the scenes are, the heads of the studios themselves who hold real power are basically Jews. This is true for Lou Vasselman, Sid Sheinberg, Steve Ross, Barry Diller, Shirley Lansing, Peter Guber, etc. Even Amy Pascal is the same. Therefore, Hollywood is the Hollywood of the Jews, and few people would object to this statement. The Jewish community that controls Hollywood will certainly instinctively resist a non-Jewish person controlling more and more power. Simon Westeros is a person with an unclear background and unknown origin. Although there is a surname that can show his ethnic origin before Westeros, no one knows whether it is true or false, so no one knows what his ethnic origin is. In Western countries, which are traditional and conservative at heart, different groups of people have always attached great importance to this issue. The unconfirmed rumors that a certain American president must be more or less related to the British royal family in terms of blood are actually the best proof of this. Simon Westeros' rise is so fast that it is dizzying. However, this time, no one will be so slow to react to the MCA acquisition. Although Westeros did not exclude Jews in the process of operating Deanery's Entertainment, he was not a Jew after all, or he had not publicly proclaimed that he was a Jew. Regarding this matter, although the Jews in Hollywood may not know Eastern culture, they understand a common truth very well. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Sid Sheinberg didn't think there was anything wrong with what Vasselman said, and asked, "Lou, what exactly is Ovitz going to do?" Simon didn't know what Lou Vasselman was thinking. When he returned to Deanery's studios, he told Amy and others to formally start contacting MCA. Signing the letter of intent as soon as possible will not only determine the $60 million exit fee, but also formally request some internal corporate assets and financial data from MCA that were previously unavailable, so that the acquisition team can make appropriate adjustments to the originally planned acquisition plan. After the meeting with Amy and others, Simon returned to his office, and the female assistant followed him in with a document. This is the information from New York. They will formally submit David Melrose's bill to restrict overseas companies from acquiring American assets to Congress next week. In addition, we have helped contact the 3 media outlets, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post, and they will follow up on this bill at the same time. Simon took the folder from the female assistant and sat behind his desk, looking down and reading it. David Melrose was the U.S. Congressman Simon met at the Hearst family party last time. Although he parted ways with the Hearst family on bad terms and didn't think David Melrose's proposal would be supported by Congress, Simon still told James Raybould to contact the other party afterwards and asked Sclap Consulting, funded by Westeros, to follow up on the matter and actively help David Melrose build momentum. As long as it can put some pressure on Panasonic's acquisition of MCA, it is worth it. Moreover, after a cooperation, Deanery's Entertainment can also successfully establish contact with a congressman named David Melrose. Connections are always accumulated little by little between you and me. Because they have been fully prepared for the MCA acquisition, Deanery's Entertainment quietly signed a letter of intent with MCA in just 2 days over the weekend. Although MCA did not quietly disclose the matter to the media this time, affected by Deanery's Entertainment's official entry, Panasonic withdrew a quotation plan from last week and resumed negotiations with MCA. Due to this change, the MCA acquisition case was destined to be delayed until at least the end of October, which was exactly what Simon wanted. After settling this matter, Simon flew to Melbourne as planned on the new Monday of October 15th. For several consecutive days, he and Jan de Bont and others stayed in the shooting base in the western suburbs of Melbourne, which was originally an abandoned factory and now had a prototype of a movie studio. Although he was very satisfied with most of the samples shot by de Bont, Simon still found a lot of shots that needed to be reshot because he was not in charge of it himself. Some of them were due to technical reasons, and some were not satisfied with the lens effects. However, the reshooting work did not start immediately, but was scheduled for 3 months later, that is, January next year. By then, The rough cuts and special effects shots of Batman: The Dark Knight will basically be completed, and the details of the reshooting can be confirmed more accurately to save the budget. Due to the great success of the first part, the budget of Batman: The Dark Knight is actually not limited as long as it is needed, but Simon has always paid great attention to this issue. With strict and detailed pre-planning, even if the reshooting of about 2 weeks is included, the final budget of the project can be controlled within the planned $80 million. While Simon was in Melbourne, Panasonic made an urgent consideration and submitted another offer to MCA, raising the overall acquisition price to $6.5 billion, which was already the same as the transaction price in Simon's memory. Perhaps the news that Deaneries Entertainment officially entered the game was inevitably leaked, and this week, MCA's stock price has risen significantly again. According to this trend, it is only a matter of time before MCA's market value exceeds Simon's planned $7 billion offer ceiling. The only thing to be thankful for is that compared with Columbia Pictures' huge debt of more than $1 billion, MCA, which has always been in good operating condition, has almost negligible debt ratio. Although it is impossible to have no debt, it is basically operating debt such as short-term accounts payable notes, and there is no large bank loan. The Johnston family mansion on the outskirts of Melbourne. It is already October 20th, Saturday, and we will return to Los Angeles tomorrow. Simon came here specially to have dinner with everyone today. Because of some things in North America, Janet did not come to Australia with Simon this time. It was still a big family: Anthony Johnston's family, Norman Johnston's family, and the Johnston family's youngest son Patrick Johnston and Sarah Kidston, who had recently been officially engaged at the urging of the old man. Veronica naturally came too. After dinner, Simon went to the study with the old man and the eldest and second sons. Patrick felt that since he was a man of the Johnston family, he should have the right to listen in. However, before he finished choking, he became a quail after being glared at by the old man. Starting the acquisition of 2 companies at the same time may avoid the excessive enthusiasm of some markets, but Simon, have you considered the financial pressure in the later period? I mean, not only the repayment pressure in the future, but also the funds needed for the further development of the 2 companies, especially Bell Atlantic. The investment in the telecommunications industry to expand has always been huge. Although it is only a regional telecommunications company, if you want to develop emerging internet access services, just the infrastructure investment will probably be calculated at the level of billions of dollars. In the study, Raymond Johnston was obviously well aware of Simon's recent movements, and asked with obvious pessimism as soon as he opened his mouth. Simon has naturally considered these issues. With the current accumulation of the Westeros system, relying on the profits of Deaneries Entertainment in the next few years, some of the technology assets planned to be sold, and the cash flow of the 2 target companies themselves after the acquisition is completed, it is not a problem to support the repayment of debts in the next 3 to 5 years. Looking further ahead, after the Gulf War next year, the U.S. economy will recover again. Various other assets held by the Westeros system will increase rapidly in value in the next few years. As far as I can remember, in 1995, the market value of Microsoft and Intel would reach about $50 billion. With the Westeros system holding 20% and 15% of Microsoft and Intel respectively, by then, the value of this batch of stocks alone is expected to reach $17.5 billion. If necessary, Simon can completely relieve his own financial pressure by cashing out part of the assets. After briefly describing his plan, the old man frowned even more and said, "It's really stupid to pin your hopes on the U.S. economy getting better. Bush is not a president who cares about the domestic economy. He is now planning to drag the U.S. into another war. You can check what the U.S. economy was like during the Vietnam War. If he is successfully re-elected, the U.S. economic situation will only continue to deteriorate. It is impossible for it to get better." Chapter 382 Meeting. After Simon and Janet got married, the old man tended to show his true colors in front of Simon, just like he did with his own sons, and he would not be so polite in most of the conversations. Hearing the old man bluntly say that his idea was too stupid, Simon did not refute, and said patiently, even if the U.S. economy continues to deteriorate, relying on Westeros's accumulation in recent years, it should be able to cope with it. Anthony Johnston said, most of Westeros's existing asset portfolio has a very good development momentum. If you need to sell these high-quality assets with great growth potential to make up for the losses caused by the acquisition of MCA and Bell Atlantic, It is not worth it. Simon said, this is just a coping strategy for the worst situation, and it may not come true. Moreover, it is not necessary to sell those assets at that time. Deaneries Entertainment and Bell Atlantic can also alleviate the financial pressure by selling part of their equity. Norman Johnston said, in this case, it is better to adopt the strategy of stock exchange acquisition now. Bell Atlantic may not work. As for Deaneries Entertainment, Hollywood is optimistic about Deaneries Entertainment, and the stock exchange model is more likely to succeed than cash acquisition. I actually hope to adopt the stock exchange model, Simon said, shaking his head again, and said, however, Deaneries Entertainment is not listed. For stock exchange acquisition, valuation is a very troublesome problem. When Forbes magazine counted Simon's personal assets in early August, it valued Deaneries Entertainment at $8 billion to $10 billion. Simon believed that if it went public, Deaneries Entertainment's market value would definitely be able to easily break through the $10 billion mark, and even $15 billion or even $20 billion would not be impossible. However, in its current non-listed state, Deaneries Entertainment wants to acquire MCA through a stock swap, and its own valuation is unlikely to exceed $10 billion. In addition, it has to pay a high premium for MCA shares, which makes this model very disadvantageous for Deaneries Entertainment. Raymond Johnston suddenly asked a question that seemed to be off the track. Simon, do you think there will be more suitable opportunities in the next few years for Cersei Capital? Simon knew what the old man was referring to about hedge funds. If Cersei Capital can still obtain large amounts of funds through operations similar to the past few years, the huge debt risks brought by the two acquisitions will be much reduced. Thinking of this, Simon said, the turbulent situation in Europe should bring some opportunities, but Cersei Capital's future development focus will be on private equity, asset management and M&A consulting. The size of the hedge fund will be reduced to about $3 billion, and at the same time, it will try not to participate in macro hedging at the national economic level, so as to avoid being targeted by the target government and other areas involved in Westeros. From the stock market crash in 1987 to the ongoing operation of the crude oil futures market, Simon quickly accumulated a large amount of wealth for himself, but in fact, it also attracted countless criticisms. Now, Westeros has completed the initial layout of entertainment, fashion, technology and other industries around the world. If these industries want to develop smoothly, they must give up something. Just like the pound crisis in 1992, if Cersei Capital dared to short the pound as recklessly as Soros, it would definitely make a lot of money. However, the British government may be helpless against Cersei Capital, but it can make other industries involved in the Westeros system difficult to move in the UK. The study was full of smart people. Raymond Johnston was not disappointed when he heard what Simon said. Instead, he nodded in appreciation. He turned back to the previous topic in a gentle tone and said, in this case, if you insist on launching two acquisitions at the same time and adopt an all-cash strategy, it is better to introduce partners. This will not only reduce cash pressure, but also reduce resistance in other aspects. I have considered this plan, Ray. However, if MCA introduces cooperative capital, the two companies will definitely face asset valuation issues in the process of integrating MCA and Deaneries Entertainment. Bell Atlantic is very suitable for this, but it is not necessary. After all, introducing partners may be to solve funding problems, or the two parties can complement each other in technology or channels, but these are not what I need. Westeros can raise enough funds, and Bell Atlantic itself has very strong technology and channel accumulation. What I need to face is only the risk of loan repayment in the future, but Westeros can fully bear such risks. Raymond Johnston felt the firmness in Simon's tone, shook his head slightly, and sighed, debts of tens of billions of dollars. Simon, your current wealth is unmatched, there is no need to take such risks again. Simon smiled and said, actually, Ray, everything now is just the beginning for me. Raymond Johnston was stunned for a moment, reached out and patted Simon on the shoulder, and stopped persuading him, saying, then, you brothers can chat for a while. After the old man finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave, but he remembered something and said, there is one more thing, Simon. You and Jenny should have a baby as soon as possible. Even if you two are too busy or want to enjoy your own world and have no time to take care of the child, you can leave the child in Melbourne, and Jenny's mother and I will help take care of it. Simon nodded and explained, Jenny and I actually want a child too, But Jenny has been motionless for more than half a year. Anthony Johnston asked without any hesitation, "Have you had a checkup, I mean, physically?" Simon nodded, "I've checked twice, and there's nothing wrong." Because there was no movement in her stomach, Janet, who was very resistant to hospitals, still had a private checkup with Simon. Norman Johnston also said with concern, "Maybe we can try IVF." Simon shook his head and said, "Jenny and I plan to have a look. It's hard to say whether IVF technology is really safe. It's not convenient to discuss such things between several grown men." Raymond Johnston sighed, stood up from the sofa, stopped Simon and his two sons from getting up, and said, "You guys continue to chat, I'm going to rest." As he passed by Simon, the old man patted him on the shoulder and said, "You can play outside, but don't have anything with other women. Jenny will be sad, and it will be a big trouble for you." Simon was embarrassed when he heard this, and he didn't know how to answer it all. Fortunately, the old man didn't wait for his response and left the study. Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston looked at Simon's expression and smiled. Anthony said, "Don't mind, Simon, Dad has also told us brothers so. If those things really happen to a family like ours, it will be very troublesome." Simon had to pull up the corners of his mouth and nodded. The three of them talked about some topics about 7 TV and telecommunications investment, and it was not until nearly 11 o'clock that everyone went to rest. Early the next morning, Simon set off to return to North America. Time had unknowingly reached the end of October. One of the most popular topics in the week at the end of October was undoubtedly the list of the world's richest people released by Forbes magazine after the North American 400 Rich list. Unsurprisingly, Simon ranked first on the list of the world's richest people with a personal net worth of $21 billion. The second-ranked Japanese real estate tycoon Yoshiaki Susumi's personal net worth dropped directly to $16 billion, a full $5 billion lower than Simon. It is worth mentioning that the Johnston family also entered the top 50 of the list with a family assets valuation of $3 billion, ranking 36th. However, because the Johnston family has always been quite low-key and the equity of family members is relatively dispersed, this figure is actually underestimated by at least $500 million. If the Johnston family had not suddenly demonstrated its strength and directly bought the Australian 7 TV network for $800 million in cash, the assets valuation figure this time might have been even lower. In North America, despite the release of the Forbes Global Rich List and more accurate news that Deaneries Entertainment will participate in the bidding for MCA, several mainstream media on the east and west coasts of North America almost simultaneously began to report on a bill submitted by Congressman David Maris to restrict foreign investors from acquiring American companies in the new week. The bill focused on curbing the excessive involvement of overseas giants in the American cultural industry. The controversy caused by Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures last year is still fresh in people's minds. Therefore, even though some people are very clear that the bill is unlikely to pass, many media have begun to follow suit and report on it on a large scale. Panasonic, which has publicly launched an acquisition of MCA, inevitably became the focus of discussion in this public opinion storm. Affected by these good or bad news, MCA's stock price continued to fluctuate in the 5 trading days of the week from October 22 to October 26. As of the close of October 26, MCA's stock price finally settled at $65.75. At the same time, on Friday, October 26, the MCA Board of Directors officially approved Panasonic's acquisition offer of $6.6 billion after several adjustments, and planned to hold an extraordinary shareholders meeting next week for voting. This obviously means that Deaneries Entertainment must intercept before MCA shareholders vote. East Coast of the United States. Simon is in his manor in Greenwich, Connecticut. The time is Saturday, October 29. The black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the villa. Raymond Smith, chairman and CEO of Bell Atlantic, was still a little confused about the purpose of Westeros' sudden invitation yesterday until he got out of the car. However, seeing the young couple appear in front of the villa to greet him, Raymond Smith still smiled and went up to greet the two. Putting aside other things, the young man in front of him, who has created a huge business empire in just a few years, is worth meeting anyway. During the handshake and greeting, Simon was also looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who had risen from the most grassroots employee to the chairman and CEO of Bell Atlantic step by step. Raymond Smith looked to be no more than 50 years old. He was wearing a black suit and was tall. He looked much younger than his actual age. He had a square face that showed a shrewd and capable temperament. The only thing that was not harmonious was the old-fashioned large-frame tortoise-shell glasses on his nose. Although it was Saturday, none of them had much free time, so they only arranged a 1-hour meeting time. Raymond Smith had to fly to Europe immediately after the meeting. Everyone came to the study. Janet personally served Raymond Smith a cup of coffee and placed a glass of juice in front of Simon before turning around and leaving. Raymond Smith picked up the coffee and took a sip. He noticed the juice in front of Simon and asked with a smile, "Simon, don't you drink coffee?" Simon shook his head and said, "I used to drink it, but I quit recently." Raymond Smith did not ask the reason. He put down the coffee cup and skillfully found another topic. He said, "Speaking of which, regarding the last exclusive contract with America Online, I have studied the World Wide Web technology solution developed by Agret. It does have great development potential. If Bell Atlantic had not been unable to distract itself from other businesses in recent years, I would not have wanted to sign that agreement." Simon took the opportunity to say, "The fixed-line telephone business has already entered a bottleneck stage, and the federal government will not open up regulation of the telecommunications industry in the short term. So, what does Bell Atlantic plan to do next?" When Raymond Smith heard this question, he looked at Simon for a few times and suddenly smiled. "Simon, maybe you already know it." Simon hesitated, but nodded and said, "Mobile communications. Westeros has collected enough information on Bell Atlantic during this period of time, so Simon naturally knows the company's next development strategy. Affected by the AT split in 1984, regional telecommunications companies were unable to engage in long-distance telephone and cable TV businesses, and telecommunications equipment manufacturing was also restricted. In addition, the internet industry was not large enough to satisfy Bell Atlantic's appetite. Therefore, the only business that Bell Atlantic could focus on expanding was mobile communications. In fact, Raymond Smith's upcoming trip to Europe was to investigate the new generation of GSM digital communication technology that had gradually taken shape in Europe. Moreover, in the original time and space, it was precisely because of Raymond Smith's early focus on the mobile communications industry that Verizon once became the largest mobile communications operator in the United States with a user base exceeding T. At this time, Raymond Smith heard Simon blurt out the word mobile communication and felt that he roughly understood the purpose of the young man's invitation today. He smiled and said, "Simon, I happen to know that you have invested in a mobile communication equipment manufacturer in Europe, Nokia, right? Moreover, this company has a good accumulation in the new generation of GSM digital communication technology, and seems to be developing a new generation of digital mobile phones. So, you invited me this time because you hope that both sides can cooperate in the field of mobile communications, right?" Simon didn't expect Raymond Smith to guess the purpose of his invitation today, but he smiled and nodded, saying, "If there is a chance, I certainly hope that Bell Atlantic can cooperate with Nokia." Chapter 383 done. In a living room downstairs in the villa, Janet and Sophia Fessy discussed the recent management adjustments of Chateau Latour, and chatted about other topics casually. Janet casually raised her wrist to check her watch. Simon's meeting with Raymond Smith had lasted for 1 hour and 40 minutes, far exceeding the initial 1-hour agreement. Sophia also looked at her watch, stood up and said, "It's already noon, I should go back." Janet walked Sophia to the door of the villa, noticed her eyes inadvertently looking towards the stairs, and smiled and said, "There are a lot of things going on recently. Simon has to fly back to Los Angeles in the afternoon. You may not see him this time." Sophia rolled her eyes at Janet as if nothing had happened. "Who said I wanted to see him?" "Yes, who said that?" Janet caught the bug in Sophia's sentence and teased, "I didn't say you wanted to see him." Sophia blushed immediately. Although Simon warned her not to think about things that day, her attitude towards the little man had changed unconsciously since they had had physical contact. At least, the lovemaking that afternoon was really unforgettable. After placing the children here, she had originally decided to come to see them as long as she was not too busy on weekends. However, she had just arrived this morning and heard that Simon happened to be here. After a little settlement, she couldn't help but run over under the pretext of discussing the management of Chateau Latour with Janet. Before coming, she couldn't help but change into an office lady suit that the little man liked very much, and also put on makeup carefully. Then, Simon didn't see it, but Janet saw the flaw. Sophia almost fled in a panic under Janet's teasing eyes. She raised one hand and gently stroked her hot cheeks. Inexplicably, her mind lingered on the scene that day when he was very rough and left many red marks on her body. Oh my God, she is really hopeless. Janet waited for Sophia to leave, but did not go upstairs. She called the four girls ABCD to prepare lunch. Raymond Smith was obviously going to stay for lunch today. In the study of the villa, Raymond Smith had already informed his assistant to cancel the European trip temporarily. He did not avoid Simon when he called. When he first heard Simon say that Westeros had already acquired 4.9% of Bell Atlantic's shares and hoped to acquire the company in its entirety, Raymond Smith even thought the young man was joking. The news that Deanery's Entertainment was about to compete with Panasonic for MCA was almost known to everyone. After confirming that Simon was not joking, Raymond Smith subconsciously asked him if he was going to give up MCA. The answer surprised Smith even more. Simon Westeros planned to launch 2 acquisitions with a total value of more than $10 billion at the same time. Raymond Smith subconsciously regarded Simon's offer as a traditional leveraged buyout and almost rejected it outright. He did not want Bell Atlantic to fall into the same situation as Reynolds Nabisco or Time Warner after being acquired. After Simon roughly explained his intention of acquisition, Raymond Smith gave up the idea of immediate rejection and began to ask about some more specific acquisition matters. Because they had made very thorough preparations in advance, driven by Simon's topic, the discussion between the two unconsciously became more and more in-depth, covering the change in Bell Atlantic's business strategy after the completion of the acquisition, the debt repayment model, the company's next expansion, the federal government's policy direction on the telecommunications industry, etc. When the midday sun shone on the coffee table between the two, which was covered with various documents, Raymond Smith realized that the time was close to 12 o'clock. Simon did not notice the time issue and continued, publicly listed companies often have to give up many long-term plans in order to cope with the short-term gains that shareholders value. If Bell Atlantic is privatized, these constraints will disappear, and we can easily place bigger bets on mobile communications and internet businesses with great potential for future development. As long as we have accumulated enough advantages in advance, once the federal merger and acquisition controls on the telecommunications industry are relaxed again, Bell Atlantic can immediately expand on a larger scale. Raymond Smith was brought back to the topic by Simon's words and said, "Simon, the prospects for mobile communications are still very bright, but for the internet, how can you be sure that you haven't made the wrong bet? You know, according to your idea, the investment we have to make in upgrading the basic lines alone will need to reach the level of $1 billion. Once the development of the internet industry does not meet expectations, the company will have to face not only financial losses, but even life and death issues. Lay, I have compiled a memorandum about various ideas for the internet industry. If you are interested, you can take it home and have a look. I believe that an industry never exists in the first place. It needs us to explore and create it ourselves. The global electronic information network has begun to sprout since the 1960s. After more than 20 years of brewing, it has been widely used in military, commercial, scientific research and government offices. This is enough to prove the development potential of the internet industry. Since the internet can be applied in so many professional fields, there is no reason why it cannot be promoted in the mass field with a wider market potential. Simon paused for a moment and then quickly said, "Imagine, Lay, if one day, in addition to the news, forums, personal homepages and email applications that the Egret portal has already provided, people can also obtain movies, music, games, dating, shopping and countless other online services that you can or cannot think of now through the internet, how great will the development potential of this industry be?" Raymond Smith also browsed and tried the online services provided by the Egret portal. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to a pile of information on the coffee table and asked, "Simon, you told me these ideas. Aren't you afraid that I will get rid of you and do it yourself? My control over Bell Atlantic is not as bad as you think." Simon shook his head and smiled. "That's because you haven't done enough to go against the will of shareholders. For a company like Bell Atlantic, even if you have great power, you can't do whatever you want. I believe there must be many executives in Bell Atlantic who want to replace you. As a listed company, as long as you encounter setbacks in promoting these strategies, even if it's only temporary, your so-called control over Bell Atlantic will quickly fade. In comparison, As long as we can reach an agreement in the fundamental development direction of the company, I can tolerate the management's long-term losses in a certain business for more than 5 years. Raymond Smith was silent for a while. The two had been discussing for more than an hour. Raymond Smith knew that if he hadn't been tempted, he would not have discussed with Simon for so long, and even cancelled his original schedule. However, accepting Westeros's acquisition offer has its pros and cons after all. On the plus side, as the young man said, he can be more bold in adopting some radical business strategies without the strict regulatory shackles of a listed company, and the company does not need to rack its brains on financial reports every quarter. However, on the downside, as the chairman and CEO of Bell Atlantic, he does have a lot of power now. As long as he does not make too risky reforms to the company, he can stay in this high-paying position until retirement. On the contrary, once the company is acquired, he, who originally held great power, is equivalent to finding a boss for himself. It would be fine if the future development of the company meets the expectations of the young man, but if not, he may be kicked out at any time. Even if he can get a huge termination fee through the golden parachute contract in advance, his career will basically be ruined. After weighing the pros and cons for 2 or 3 minutes, Raymond Smith looked up again and said, "Simon, I need you to give more commitments and guarantees. Ray, you must know Amy Pascal. As the CEO of Deaneries Entertainment, she will receive more than $100 million in salary this year. I believe this should be the highest salary ever for a female executive. Many people in the Westeros system will also receive very generous remuneration this year, so you don't need to worry about your efforts not being rewarded." Simon changed the subject here and continued, "However, Ray, I also understand your other meaning. You need to have enough power after I complete the acquisition of Bell Atlantic. Frankly speaking, I can't promise you anything. I have read your resume and I am very sure that you have the ability to run this company well, but I will never let go completely. If you pay attention to Hollywood, you will know how ridiculous the 2 executives hired by Sony after the acquisition of Columbia are now. They are completely squandering this big studio. Before they were hired, both of them were actually very good producers. The reason for this situation is largely because their power is not restrained. With such a case in mind, I will never make the same mistake." Raymond Smith's expression was still a little hesitant. Simon waited for a moment and said, "Ray, I remember there is an interesting story about Apple in Silicon Valley. When Steve Jobs invited John Sculley, the current CEO of Apple, who is working at Coca-Cola, to join Apple, he asked him, 'Do you want to sell sugar water for the rest of your life, or do you want to seize the opportunity to change the world?' In fact, I also want to ask, Ray, do you want to stay at the helm of Bell Atlantic peacefully until retirement, and then be quickly forgotten after a lively retirement party, or do you want to create a business miracle that will be remembered by the world with Simon Westeros?" When Raymond Smith heard Simon's words, he remembered the brilliance of the young man in front of him in just a few years, and a long-lost passion gradually arose in his heart. After a brief hesitation, he finally reached out, "Simon, I promise you." Simon and Raymond Smith shook hands tightly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Raymond Smith dealt with, there was no longer a big obstacle on the Bell Atlantic board of directors. After everyone had lunch together, Raymond Smith hurried back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which was only more than 100 kilometers away from New York, where Bell Atlantic's headquarters was located. Smith also took away a draft of Westeros's intention to acquire Bell Atlantic, which mainly included some informal acquisition offers and exit fees. Simon initially gave an informal offer totaling $6.3 billion, which was a 10% premium over Bell Atlantic's average share price in the previous 3 months. In terms of exit fees, Simon promised a price of 2% of the final transaction price. Although he agreed to Simon's acquisition offer, Raymond Smith quickly returned to his role during the lunch, saying that Bell Atlantic's recent share price was seriously undervalued due to market conditions, so Simon had to make a sincere enough offer to impress Bell Atlantic's many shareholders. However, because of Raymond Smith's cooperation, this acquisition has been determined to be a friendly acquisition, and the possibility of a competitor is very low. Coupled with a continued slump in Bell Atlantic's share price in recent months, the original budget of $8 billion is definitely more than enough. You know, in a normal friendly acquisition, the stock premium is basically within 20%. Even considering the fact that Bell Atlantic stock was undervalued due to the market downturn, according to Simon's initial estimate of a 30% premium, the acquisition price of Westeros would not exceed $7.5 billion. In fact, it is more likely to be around $7 billion. However, Simon also promised in the letter of intent that in the future, not only would he not withdraw cash from Bell Atlantic to repay debts, but he would continue to inject at least $1 billion in funds for the development of the company. Therefore, the overall funding budget for Bell Atlantic is still $8 billion. After sending Raymond Smith away, Simon hurried back to Los Angeles. After 2 days of final preparations on Sunday and Monday, on Tuesday, October 31st, Deaneries Entertainment officially made an open offer to MCA. $7 billion. In one go. Panasonic has already made an acquisition offer of $6.6 billion. If Deaneries Entertainment increases by $100 million or $200 million, it will only appear to be very insincere, so Simon simply gave his offer cap directly. Countless people have been waiting for a long time, and finally the truth is revealed. When North American media reported Deaneries Entertainment's move, MCA's stock price rose again. As of the close of trading on Tuesday afternoon, MCA's market value is close to the $7 billion overall offer from Deaneries Entertainment. Panasonic has accumulated more than $12 billion in cash reserves overseas over the years, and Simon Westeros' personal cash assets have reached $8 billion, both of which are very strong. Therefore, many people have begun to look forward to the arrival of a bidding war. On the other hand, after several consecutive intensive consultations of the board of directors, Bell Atlantic responded to Simon's acquisition offer on November 1st and agreed to start formal acquisition negotiations with Westeros. James Raybould personally led the team to start negotiations with Bell Atlantic management. Because sufficient preparations had been made in the early stage, Westeros' acquisition team only needed to reconfirm the business operations and assets and liabilities of Bell Atlantic that they had already known, and then quickly focus the negotiations on the specific details of the acquisition. At the same time, the acquisition team also began to secretly contact and lobby Bell Atlantic's shareholders. As a listed company with a long history before the split, Bell Atlantic's equity was still very dispersed after the split in 1984. Most of the shares were held by many pension funds and insurance funds across North America, and few shareholders held more than 5% of the shares. This greatly increased the difficulty for Westeros to acquire Bell Atlantic. Chapter 384 Betrayal. In the mansion on the hillside of Palisade in Los Angeles, Simon had just gotten out of the car when Amy Pascal came to greet him. The two of them went to a living room on the second floor of the villa. When they saw them enter, both people on the sofa in the living room stood up. In addition to Simon's female assistant Jennifer Raybould, the other person was a bit surprising, Meg Ryan. After just a slight nod, Simon sat down on the single sofa next to him, looked at Meg Ryan, and said in a flat tone, "Tell me specifically, what's going on?" Meg Ryan looked carefully at the young man on the sofa opposite. When they first met, he was not the kind of person who was approachable. She had experienced ups and downs under the shadow of this young man for more than a year. When they met again, he seemed to give her a feeling of being more distant and aloof. Noticing his eyes sweeping over her again, Meg Ryan quickly cheered up and talked about recent events. Meg Ryan became a first-line actress with When Harry Met Sally, but after the inexplicable incident last year, she suddenly fell into a situation where she had no films to shoot for a year. She almost collapsed at one point, and she was extremely resentful of a young man who was becoming more and more powerful in Hollywood. Therefore, when Michael Ovitz approached her and hoped that she could publicly file a lawsuit against Deaneries Entertainment, Meg Ryan agreed immediately. Anyway, there was no other way out. However, as the matter approached, Meg Ryan became more and more uneasy. Because she gradually realized that Michael Ovitz just wanted to use this lawsuit to prevent Deaneries Entertainment from acquiring MCA. Moreover, the more she thought about it, the more Meg Ryan felt that she was just a pawn in the whole thing. Michael Ovitz promised to help her claim huge compensation from Deaneries Entertainment and help her revive her career afterwards. In Meg Ryan's opinion, these two things are unlikely to be realized. Meg Ryan secretly consulted lawyers more than once, and the response she got was that the reasons and evidence for the lawsuit that Ovitz helped her find were not sufficient. The best result was that Deaneries Entertainment, under pressure from public opinion, would actively seek a private settlement and pay compensation to settle the matter as soon as possible. However, this lawsuit could destroy a multi-billion-dollar business. A hateful young man banned her just because she terminated the contract early after becoming famous. If a multi-billion-dollar acquisition was messed up because of her, she didn't know what would happen. As for CAA, this talent agency failed to protect her last year. Meg Ryan didn't think that Michael Ovitz would really spare no effort to help her under the pressure of the entire Deaneries Entertainment and a super-rich man with a net worth of $21 billion. Or, even if Ovitz is really willing to do so, with most of Hollywood closely connected to Deaneries Entertainment, and with her ruining a multi-billion-dollar business for Deaneries Entertainment, leading to complete intensification of the conflict between the two parties, Meg Ryan doesn't think that the major studios will risk offending Westeros by cooperating with her. When Michael Ovitz informed her yesterday that he would formally file a lawsuit against Deaneries Entertainment in the near future, Meg Ryan, who had been hesitating, finally made up her mind and decided to seek cooperation with Simon Westeros instead. Although doing so will definitely offend CAA, it will not be wrong to choose the stronger one between Michael Ovitz and Simon Westeros. If Westeros still refuses to lift a ban on him afterwards, she has nothing to lose anyway, so it won't be too late for her to file a lawsuit. Simon listened to Meg Ryan's narration, flipping through a prepared indictment in his hand. After she finished speaking, he looked up and asked, "Besides the fact that the Actors Guild will cooperate with your lawsuit, are there any other things?" Meg Ryan thought for a moment and said, "There should be more, but Mike Ovitz only talked about me when he talked to me." Simon withdrew his gaze from Meg Ryan, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to think. If it were any other time, such a lawsuit would not be a big deal for Deaneries Entertainment. Any large company is almost surrounded by various lawsuits of all sizes all year round. However, at the critical moment when Deaneries Entertainment launched the acquisition of MCA, such a lawsuit suddenly appeared in which Deaneries Entertainment used its own industry advantages to suppress actors in the circle, which would definitely easily cause the media and the public to worry about and condemn Deaneries Entertainment's continued expansion. In the original time and space, affected by the wiretapping scandal, News Corporation had to give up a long-prepared full acquisition of British Sky TV. Because the timing of the two events was very coincidental, it is difficult to say whether there is some causal relationship between them. Deaneries Entertainment will obviously face the same situation. Of course, there are differences. If there is any connection between the phone hacking scandal and memory, it is probably because the whole of Britain does not want News Corporation to expand further, because Murdoch's manipulation of British public opinion has made everyone feel uneasy. Now, Simon knows that many people in Hollywood must have doubts about Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, but there should not be many who will really jump out to oppose it. Michael Ovitz did this just to ensure that his employer Panasonic could successfully complete the acquisition, and then he could get tens of millions of dollars in mergers and acquisitions consulting fees. After going through the details in his mind, Simon opened his eyes and looked at Meg Ryan, who looked nervous. He took out a checkbook from his pocket, put it on his knees and wrote for a while, then tore it off and handed it to the coffee table in front of him. He said to Meg Ryan, "Let Jenny contact WMA for you later, or you can go to ICM and sign a new agency contract. If you want, Deaneries Entertainment can also sign another film contract with you. In addition, this is for you. Take this money and go abroad for a few months, and come back after the new year." Meg Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Simon's words, and even felt that she had finally gotten her reward after all the hard work. Simon's assistant personally introduced her to an agency, which was enough to show Deaneries Entertainment's attitude. If she signed a film contract with Deaneries Entertainment, she would be completely free. Then, looking at the check on the coffee table, Meg Ryan didn't know whether she should get up to take it. Simon did not wait for her to move, and said to the female assistant, "Jenny, you take Miss Ryan away first. Amy and I have something to discuss." Jennifer nodded, stood up and went forward to help pick up the check and handed it to Meg Ryan, who stood up on the other side, saying, "Miss Ryan, come with me." Meg Ryan took the check and followed Jennifer, walked out of the door and walked through the corridor. She didn't dare to carefully look at the check in her hand until she stepped onto the stairs, and then she almost stumbled $5 million. Far exceeded her expectations. Speaking of which, Meg Ryan not only failed to get any film contracts in the past year, but also began to run out of money financially. After becoming famous with When Harry Met Sally, the second film contract she signed, The Rocketeer, all the remuneration was used to pay the termination fee for the option agreement to leave Deaneries Entertainment. The several endorsements that she was originally in contact with did not get any of them because of the rumors that she was banned in the circle. Just now, when she heard that the young man wanted to send her abroad, she thought that he would only sign a check for a few $100,000 at most. Unexpectedly, the actual number was 10 times more than she expected. Although she felt that she was not doing well, deep in her heart, Meg Ryan found that the resentment she had accumulated for more than a year towards the young man was inexplicably almost disappearing, leaving only some unclear and complicated emotions. At least, he is much better than Michael Ovitz. As a Hollywood tycoon, Michael Ovitz just gave her some empty promises that were difficult to fulfill. Westeros could directly sign a check for $5 million and completely remove all the restrictions on her. When Jennifer took Meg Ryan away, Amy couldn't help asking, "Simon, are you still planning to go to Japan immediately?" Simon nodded and said, "Of course, I have to go now." "Then what about this side?" Simon said solemnly, "I may have thought things a little too simple, but there is still room for redemption now." Amy did not respond, but just waited for Simon to continue. Simon sorted out his thoughts again and said, "The key to the matter lies in one thing: conflict of interest. Our acquisition of MCA will affect the interests of whichever party, and that party may jump out to stop it. In Hollywood, our relationship with several major unions is not good, so it is not surprising that they would jump out. However, the resistance from the unions is not great. We have joined the Producers Guild and signed formal agreements with several major unions in various aspects. Even if they want to stop it, they can only express some concerns in a broad sense, or produce actual evidence to prove that Deaneries Entertainment has violated the interests of union members. Now that Meg Ryan has backed off, I don't think they can find any other evidence. Another resistance may come from our Hollywood colleagues." At this point, Simon suddenly stopped talking. Amy waited for a moment and tentatively said, "Paramount." Simon nodded, "Paramount. Among the current 8 major Hollywood companies, Deaneries Entertainment has deep or shallow cooperation with the other 6. Moreover, 3 of the 6 major companies, Fox, Warner Brothers, and MGM, will definitely not jump out. Columbia and Disney are also unlikely to come forward. Universal is the party involved, and it is impossible for it to oppose its own acquisition. In the end, only Paramount, which Simon deliberately left aside, was left. The integration trend of the American media industry has already started since the merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers. In the next few years, as the legal restrictions on horizontal expansion in the 2 major fields of film and television in the media industry are further opened, this integration will be further accelerated. Although Deaneries Entertainment missed Universal, it is not without other options, but it is definitely difficult to find a company that can form a strong complement with Deaneries Entertainment at a suitable price. Even Disney, which became one of the Hollywood overlords many years later, is not a good choice. Although Disney also operates theme park business, it does not have much accumulation in records, television and theaters at this time. As for the animation business, which is a strong point, it will overlap with Deaneries Entertainment. What's more, Disney's current main 2D animated films are destined to be eliminated by 3D animated films. Buying it will face the trouble of pruning branches and leaves. Time Warner, which has close cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment but is full of internal disputes, is even worse. Simon doesn't think much of the other companies. After sorting out these things, Simon no longer hesitated. In order to successfully complete the 2 acquisitions in hand, some small disputes must be abandoned. After all, Paramount had not gained any benefits from the 2 scripts it stole from Simon. Having made up his mind, Simon said to Amy, "You should contact Martin Davis of Paramount later and ask him if he is interested in the contract for the 2 films. In addition, as long as Deaneries Entertainment completes the acquisition of MCA, I can guarantee that MCA and Paramount, each holding 50% of the USA TV station, will maintain their original equity status. Unless Paramount takes the initiative to sell it, Deaneries Entertainment will only seek the operating rights of USA TV station. With our accumulation in the television industry, I believe Martin Davis will not remain indifferent." Amy nodded, and she was somewhat impressed by her boss's decisiveness without any delay. After thinking for a while, she said, "I remember that you wanted to buy the film and television adaptation rights of the Mission Impossible TV series from Paramount. Perhaps it can be counted in the 2 film contracts." Simon puzzled. "Hasn't the Mission Impossible project been approved? It should still be delayed. Anyway, I haven't heard of the news of filming. As long as it hasn't started filming, we will have no problem getting the project. As long as Paramount is willing to share this project, I can personally participate in the screenwriting and production." Amy smiled and said, "That should be no problem." Simon said again, "In addition to Paramount, you have asked the company's public relations team to pay close attention to the developments of various media outlets recently. Well, the year-end schedule is about to begin, so we will allocate an additional $20 million for the publicity and promotion budget for several of our films. But don't rush to sign the contract. Talk slowly with the media and let them know how generous the advertising order is." Amy hesitated. "$20 million, it seems a bit too much?" The only two important films that Deaneries Entertainment will release at the end of the year are Dances with Wolves and Home Alone. The others either don't have high expectations for the box office, or are distributed by other studios. Simon insisted, "It's settled. The money that should be spent must be spent. Moreover, this money will not be spent in vain. It will definitely be beneficial to our movie box office. Even if it is not, the media will know that Deaneries Entertainment is a very generous advertiser. It is not worth giving up such a big client for a few reports." "Okay, I'll discuss it with Bob and the others tomorrow. Also, try to find out what other arrangements Ovitz has made." "I will." After Simon explained all this, he thought for a moment and asked Amy, "Do you have anything to add?" Amy smiled and said, "You've said everything for now. I can't remember it for the time being, but as long as I think of it, I will definitely do it as soon as possible." Simon nodded and said, "In that case, I'll go to Japan later. If you encounter anything here, feel free to contact me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 385, Cutting Off the Fire. In the study room in the front cabin of the Boeing 767, Seagirl Claire Jean knocked on the door to remind him that he had arrived in Japanese airspace, and as usual, she sent in a box of watches with adjusted time zones. Simon picked one at random and put it on to check the time. Japan is 18 hours ahead of the east coast of the United States. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning on Monday, November 5th. The purpose of this trip to Japan is to meet with Panasonic President Akio Furu, not on a whim. Ever since the Hearst family intervened and snatched the 20% stake in ESPN from Simon, he had an idea to find a way to make Panasonic withdraw from the transaction. The Hearst family recently acquired ESPN shares from Reynolds Nabisco for only $180 million. I don't know if they used their influence again, which was $20 million lower than Simon's original offer. However, although he had a lot of chips in his hand, Simon did not want to force Panasonic to withdraw. At this time, Panasonic's market value is comparable to that of industry giants such as DuPont and General Electric in the United States. As a local snake, Deaneries Entertainment is not without the possibility of using some of its own advantages to force Panasonic to withdraw from the acquisition, but doing so seems very unwise. Compared with the Hearst family's pressure, Simon hopes to cooperate more. The development of the Westeros system will only affect the interests of more and more people in the future. In this case, if you want to continue to expand, you must win over as many allies as possible instead of constantly creating enemies. This is the decision Simon made in recent months when he kept thinking about the development route of the Westeros system. Even if the Westeros system is strong enough in the future, he does not intend to change this idea. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment began to contact Panasonic last week, and sent a rough draft of the cooperation in advance. Simon and Akio Furu finally agreed to meet this afternoon. Because it was close to noon, Simon and his party got off the plane, and Panasonic did not neglect it and specially prepared a lunch. However, the scale of the lunch was very small. If the translator is not counted, there were only Simon and Akio Furu. Simon was also pleased to see that he had no intention of making a sudden trip to Japan known to everyone. Moreover, only Akio Furu appeared at the luncheon, and Simon roughly guessed the reason. The purpose of Simon's trip to Japan this time was to persuade Panasonic to withdraw from the MCA acquisition. For Panasonic, after the death of its founder Konosuke Matsushita last year, the internal affairs of this huge corporate giant were not of one mind. Akio Furu wanted to acquire MCA, and there were actually many voices of opposition within Panasonic. Akio Furu probably didn't want the news of his meeting with Simon to spread. In an exquisite Japanese restaurant in downtown Osaka, Akio Furu is a short old man in his 60s, wearing glasses and looking a little serious. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, they came to a private room. There were 4 people in total: Akio Furu and his translator, a tall and thin middle-aged man. Simon brought Claire Gain with him. Because of the frequent economic cooperation between Australia and Japan in the 1980s, Miss C, who graduated from the University of Melbourne, majored in civil engineering and also took Japanese as an elective, and reached a very high level, which was more than enough to act as a translator. Speaking of which, although the 4 vases ABCD that Janet helped her choose were not as well educated as the new housekeeper Alice Ferguson, they were all elites. Otherwise, the new housekeeper would not have been tricked by Miss C on the first day. According to the woman, ABCD can complement Simon. For example, Miss C's major in college was civil engineering, which Simon knew nothing about, and Japanese was also a weakness of Simon. The 4 of them sat cross-legged on the floor at a typical Japanese dining table. At first, they chatted about some topics casually. After the waiters served lunch one by one and left, the topic was slightly relaxed. Girl C was not shy and stood very close to Simon. She whispered in his ear and followed the translator across from him. Simon, what do you think of the current situation of the Japanese economy? Will it continue to deteriorate? Simon skillfully held the chopsticks to taste the sashimi in front of him. Hearing this, he looked at Akio Furu across from him and said, "It won't deteriorate, but it should continue to decline for a few years." The middle-aged translator also whispered in Akio Furu's ear. After hearing the translation, Akio Furu seemed a little unconvinced and asked something else. Girl C said immediately, "The Japanese government has taken many rescue measures, and the foundation of the Japanese economy is very solid. It shouldn't continue to be depressed for a long time, right?" Simon said, "I have always been concerned about this. The Bank of Japan has recently begun to lower interest rates again. In my opinion, this is very unwise. The bubble in the Japanese economy has not completely dissipated, especially the real estate bubble. Now it is eager to lower interest rates and increase liquidity, which will only allow funds to flow into the real estate market, which will not be of much benefit to the real economy." "Do you mean that Japan needs to completely abandon the real estate industry?" Simon nodded and smiled. "This is a very difficult decision, but it is also a necessary choice." "Simon, when do you think the Japanese economy will begin to recover?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "I don't know about this. There have been many economic crises in history. Some countries are not painful and can survive in 2 or 3 years. Some countries will be unable to recover and remain in a state of decline. The key still depends on how the Japanese government acts. So, Simon, what do you think is the most serious problem facing the Japanese economy besides the real estate bubble?" Simon didn't expect Akio Furu to pursue these issues involving the national economy. Noticing that the translator opposite him seemed to be more focused than Akio Furu, he roughly guessed something. After all, Sursa E Capital's operation around the Japanese stock market last year can indeed be called a classic. Moreover, Simon's own rise can also be regarded as a legend. He has accumulated huge capital by betting on the macroeconomic level for several consecutive times. After thinking for a moment, Simon did not hide his private thoughts. "Anyway," he said, "now that even if someone cares, when it comes to the future of a country, few people will easily listen to the opinions of an outsider. I think the most serious problem facing the Japanese economy is corporate debt. If this problem is not solved well, the Japanese economy may continue to be sluggish, and may even last for more than 10 years. We have lowered bank interest rates, which should ease the cash flow pressure on companies." "No, Furu, you got one thing wrong." Simon shook his head and said, "The problem with Japanese companies is not that they lack money, but that they dare not borrow money anymore. Because after the stock market bubble burst, with a plummeting market value, the debt ratio of many Japanese companies will increase significantly. In the next few years, these Japanese companies will only focus on reducing their own debt in order to make their balance sheets appear healthier. Therefore, measures such as lowering interest rates will not have much effect on the real economy." Across the table, Furu Akio finally stopped asking questions continuously. After thinking for a moment, he said again, "This sounds like an unsolvable situation." Simon nodded. "Yes, If companies are only focused on reducing debt and dare not borrow money, it will definitely cause a decline in liquidity and further trigger deflation. Once this situation occurs, the entire country's economy will lose its vitality and will never recover from it. Furuakio thought for a moment again, and still looked up at Simon. Is there really no solution? Simon said, there are actually solutions. Roosevelt did a good job back then. He vigorously developed infrastructure through government investment. The key is to spend the money. However, Japan's infrastructure is already very complete. What you need to do is to spend the money, preferably abroad. After listening to the translator's explanation, Akio Furu smiled and said, Simon, you are a very honest person. Simon roughly understood what Akio Furu meant and understood the meaning. He smiled and said, yes, if it is according to my purpose this time, I should persuade you to keep cash as much as possible and not to invest overseas. However, I think Japan's more appropriate investment targets should be emerging developing countries, such as Asian countries and Eastern European countries. The United States is not a very good choice, and Hollywood is even more inappropriate for Panasonic. Hearing Simon talking about Hollywood, Akio Furu did not change the subject, but asked seriously, Simon, why is Hollywood not a good choice for Panasonic? Simon thought for a while and said, Furu, do you know the Hollywood account book? Akio Furu nodded and said, I've heard that a common accounting method used by Hollywood studios is to transfer most of the profits into expenses in order to reduce taxes and the share of profits based on creative staff. This is just one of the Hollywood account books. Simon nodded. In fact, there is another Hollywood account book, which is for outsiders. For example, Panasonic, you spend $10 million to invest in a film, and it earns $100 million at the box office in North America. So, how much do you think you can get? Akio Furu calculated for a moment and said, if Panasonic buys MCA, I think, excluding production and distribution costs, the company can make at least $30 million, right? No, even if Panasonic becomes the boss of MCA, you may still lose money. What do you mean? I heard that you plan to let Veselman and Scheinberg continue to run the company. According to the example I just gave, with an investment of $10 million and a box office of $100 million, it seems that you can make more than $30 million. But it is more likely that Veselman will sign a very generous profit-sharing contract with the main creators, with 20% of the net profit going to the director, such as Spielberg, and 20% of the net profit going to the leading actor, such as Dustin Hoffman. Then, there is the producer's commission and the publicity and promotion costs that are bound to be even more inflated after the big hit. Even if a movie with a $10 million investment earns $100 million at the box office, you may not make a penny. Simon, I don't think this will happen. In fact, this has already happened. Kujing, you can ask someone to investigate the information of Captain Hawk that Columbia Pictures is producing. They use this profit-sharing model. Moreover, because it is directed by Spielberg and starred by Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams, the production cost of Captain Hawk is far more than $10 million. I don't think Sony can make much money from this project. Even projects involving people like Spielberg and Dustin Hoffman are impossible for Sony to make money. Do you think other films invested by Sony will still generate profits? Akio Furu hesitated for a moment and asked, Simon, in fact, we don't have to let Veselman and the other two take charge of Universal. Moreover, we will strengthen the supervision of this company. Simon shook his head and said, Hollywood is actually a very closed circle. I know you may still be considering letting Michael Ovitz take charge of this company. Ovitz is indeed a very outstanding agent, but you may not know too much about what he has been doing over the years. What Ovitz has been doing for the past 10 years is to find ways to help CAA's clients get higher pay. Even if he takes charge of MCA, this kind of thinking will not change easily. He will still attract talent through very generous profit-sharing contracts, which may bring you a superficial prosperity. As for the benefits, of course, they should be left to Hollywood's own people as much as possible. After all, you are outsiders. Akio Furu still didn't believe it and said, Simon, this is just your one-sided statement. Simon smiled and continued, in fact, there is one last option. Panasonic personally sends someone to take charge of this company. In fact, this is the right way. Because what Hollywood studios need is a paternalistic management style that makes decisions at the drop of a hat, and they don't need any professional managers. However, for Panasonic, This idea is even worse, because you don't understand the entertainment industry at all, and if you run this company yourself, you will become a more thorough outsider, and Hollywood will not need to worry about making profits from you. Even a 500-pound sumo wrestler, after entering Hollywood, will probably be skinny when he comes out. C, who was originally concentrating on Simon's last analogy, couldn't help laughing out loud. Realizing her own gaffe, the girl quickly said sorry, lowered her eyes, and clumsily picked up the chopsticks to pretend to be busy. Furuakio didn't laugh. His expression gradually became solemn, staring at Simon and said, I suddenly realized one thing, Simon, you are also what you call a Hollywood person. What you said is basically just to get Panasonic to withdraw from the acquisition of MCA. I don't deny this. This is the purpose of my coming to Japan. Simon nodded, and said, but, Furu, I am a very honest person. You just said it. Moreover, you can find someone to investigate what I said. There are many similar cases in Hollywood. For example, Columbia. Although Sony and Panasonic are competitors, you can investigate. The two executives hired by Sony have been completely draining the company in the past year. Furuakio hesitated for a moment, nodded solemnly and said, I will. Let's talk about our cooperation, Simon said. Panasonic's acquisition of MCA is largely to follow Sony and prevent the other party from using its content advantage to encroach on Panasonic's market share in the field of film and music hardware. Deaneries Entertainment can give you what you want, and it will be better than Panasonic's acquisition of MCA. For example, in the past few years, Deaneries Entertainment has accounted for a large part of the top 10 movies in the North American box office. This is our content advantage. Now, Deaneries Entertainment also owns the largest videotape chain company in North America. In terms of content and channels, Deaneries Entertainment has unparalleled advantages in Hollywood. As long as we cooperate, it is not impossible to completely squeeze Sony video recorders out of the market. You should have seen the information I sent in advance, and this is just one of the contents of our cooperation. Chapter 386 Sincerity. When Akio Furu heard Simon talking about the cooperation, his expression did not change much, but the cooperation draft sent by Deaneries Entertainment came to his mind. The draft is roughly divided into 3 items. The first item is in-depth brand cooperation, including Deaneries Entertainment's priority in releasing audio-visual products on Panasonic's electronic hardware platform in the future, and the placement of Panasonic brand advertisements in Deaneries Entertainment's film and television content. This is actually the main purpose of Panasonic's acquisition of MCA. The second item is to jointly build Universal Studios Osaka. Universal Studios Osaka in the original time and space was completed around the new millennium, and there is no sign of it at the moment. Relying on the Japanese's admiration for American culture, Tokyo Disneyland, which opened in 1983, achieved great success that year, and the $1 billion investment was fully recovered in just a few years, which made Disney, which only authorized the brand but did not participate in the investment, regret it. Although Universal Studios Osaka in Simon's memory did not achieve the same success as Tokyo Disneyland, it was also very popular. As long as he can successfully take over MCA, with Universal Studios' many years of operating experience and Deaneries Entertainment's rich content accumulation, Simon's next expansion goal is to build Universal Studios Osaka in advance. It is called Universal Studios Osaka, but in fact, once the studio is completed, the potential customer base will cover the whole of Asia, which will be of great benefit to the promotion of Deaneries Entertainment's brands throughout Asia. Simon will certainly not make the same mistake as Disney in building Universal Studios Osaka, which can only get 10% of the ticket revenue and 5% of the brand licensing fee from Tokyo Disneyland. However, he does not plan to invest alone. As an outsider, if he does not find a local snake to cooperate with, it is almost inevitable to encounter various difficulties and twists and turns in the future. Panasonic, headquartered in Osaka, is undoubtedly the biggest local snake. Moreover, compared with Oriental Land Company, a partner of Tokyo Disneyland, Panasonic, which is not involved in the studio park business, will not compete with Deaneries Entertainment for control. The last cooperation is a 5-year convertible bond worth $1 billion. Deaneries Entertainment issued a convertible bond worth $1 billion to Panasonic, and agreed that once Deaneries Entertainment went public within the term of the bond contract, Panasonic could convert the money into Deaneries Entertainment shares to further deepen the cooperation between the two parties. The $1 billion bond amount was also carefully considered. Simon was confident that as long as MCA could be successfully digested in the next few years, Deaneries Entertainment's market value would not be less than $20 billion when it went public. The $1 billion bond converted into Deaneries Entertainment shares is exactly equivalent to about 5% of the shares. The 5% shareholding ratio is not only the reporting limit of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, but also the upper limit of the shareholding of overseas investors in some restricted industries in the United States. If the U.S. government still does not lift the industry restrictions that overseas investors are not allowed to hold U.S. TV stations at that time, it only needs to control Panasonic's shareholding ratio within 5%, and it will not trigger the relevant ban as an investor without a voice. The potential value of each of the three cooperations is actually at the level of $1 billion. The cooperation plan with a total value of $3 billion is almost half the size of the MCA acquisition case. It can be said that Simon has shown great sincerity. Seeing Akio Furu fall silent, Simon also stopped his persuasion and began to enjoy the food in front of him. After a few minutes of silence in the box, Akio Furu finally spoke again, saying, "Simon, what if Panasonic still doesn't want to withdraw voluntarily?" "Deaneries Entertainment will not withdraw voluntarily either." Simon looked up again and said to Akio Furu without hesitation, then smiled again, "Furu, I remember that the Japanese like a book called Romance of the Three Kingdoms very much." Girl C next to Simon obviously didn't know Romance of the Three Kingdoms. She looked at her boss and could only translate it as much as possible based on her own judgment. Akio Furu listened to his translator's whispered explanation, with a surprised expression on his face, and asked back, "Simon, you also know the Three Kingdoms?" "Actually, I can speak very good Chinese." Simon nodded, poured some sake into a dish, and quickly wrote a standard regular script on the table with his fingers. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. Japanese and Chinese have so much in common that there was almost no need for translation. Akio Furu recognized the most famous sentence in Romance of the Three Kingdoms and repeated it in Japanese. He looked up at the beautiful vertical line of Chinese characters in surprise and said, "Simon, I have to say, you surprised me again." Simon picked up the chopsticks again and said, "I didn't write this sentence to surprise you. This is actually my view on the development trend of the American media industry." Hollywood used the famous Paramount Decree of 1948 as a dividing point. Before that, it was the era of big studios. Big movie companies firmly controlled Hollywood through a vertical management system from brokerage companies, studios to theaters. It was an era of integration. After the Paramount Decree, studios were no longer allowed to engage in talent agency, and they had to divest from theaters. Coupled with the rise of the television industry, many new small and medium-sized film companies began to emerge and compete with the traditional major studios. It should be until the stock market crash in 1987 that the economic prosperity of the United States in the 1980s ended, and the capital-intensive film and television industry fell into depression. Second and third-tier film companies such as Canon Pictures and De Laurentiis Entertainment went bankrupt one after another, and this era of division ended from then on. Akio Furu listened carefully to the real-time explanation of the translator beside him. Finally, he couldn't help but glance at the traces of Chinese characters written by Simon on the desk, and said, "Simon, do you mean that Hollywood has now reached an era of integration again?" "That's right," Simon nodded, and said, "The merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers completed in January this year is a very obvious sign. However, this time it is no longer the vertical integration of many years ago, but horizontal integration. The big Hollywood movie companies are driven by film and television content, and expand into music, television, print media, retail and other fields, and achieve synergy through diversified operations. Compared with the vertical management system of the big studio era, the diversified operations after the completion of horizontal integration can more easily suppress the rise of latecomers through all-round industrial barriers. In the future, it will be difficult for second and third-tier film companies in Hollywood to have much room for survival. The giants will continue to swallow each other, and eventually form a few large media oligarchs. Akio Furu showed some understanding on his face before Simon explained in more depth. Simon further pointed out, "Gujing, if you pay attention to the recent trend of public opinion in the United States, you will find that there is a strong call to restrict Japanese companies from purchasing Hollywood studios. Even if you can beat Deaneries Entertainment in price, this acquisition may not be successful. On the other hand, even if you insist on getting MCA at a very expensive price, the first thing Panasonic has to do is to sell MCA's TV stations according to the restrictions of U.S. law. I believe that the federal government will not lift this ban for a long time in the future. On the contrary, in order to prevent more Hollywood companies from being acquired by overseas giants, the federal government has recently considered lifting the regulatory restrictions on mergers between TV networks and studios. I think this is an inevitable trend. By then, the horizontal integration of the U.S. media industry will be further accelerated, and it will have increasingly powerful industrial advantages. Panasonic's purchase of MCA will be rejected by Hollywood as an outsider. Restricted by U.S. laws, you are destined to be unable to keep up with the pace of horizontal integration in the media field. Multiple disadvantages are superimposed. In addition to withdrawing again, I can't think of another way for Panasonic to go in the future. Simon finished speaking slowly and finally added, moreover, Deaneries Entertainment will not easily withdraw from the bidding, because Deaneries Entertainment must seize the initiative in this major trend of horizontal integration in the media industry. In addition, when it comes to available funds, I believe my company is no worse than Panasonic. However, I do not want to start a bidding war with Panasonic. The current price is already very expensive compared to the value of MCA itself. But, Simon, Akio Furu said quickly, Panasonic bought MCA for its own diversified development. Simon couldn't help shaking his head and said, Furu, Panasonic is now diversified enough. With Japan's current economic situation, what you should do is prune branches and leaves, try your best to maintain your advantages in some core industries during the economic downturn, and open up emerging markets as soon as possible against a background of tightening Japan-US trade, rather than blindly expanding into areas you have never been involved in. After listening to Simon's words, Akio Furu fell into silence for a longer time. After lunch, Simon and Akio Furu went to a private house on the seaside in Osaka. They discussed the draft and many other topics for more than 2 hours. It was not until the evening that Simon rejected Akio Furu's invitation to stay overnight and boarded his private plane to return to Los Angeles. Before leaving, Akio Furu promised Simon that he would give him a definite answer within 3 days. After a long journey back to the United States, due to the time difference, it was still Monday morning on the West Coast when he arrived in Los Angeles. The Halloween schedule has already started during Simon's busy period. On October 26th, 3 new films were released in North American theaters, namely Dangerous Days co-produced by Universal Pictures and Deaneries Entertainment, Graveyard produced by Paramount, and The Pillow Talk produced by Columbia Pictures. In the first week of its release from October 26 to November 1, 10 Days of Danger was well received by the media and invested enough publicity. With a scale of 1,639 screens, it took in $17.16 million in the first 7 days of its release, far exceeding the first week total box office of the other 2 new films, which was less than $10 million. However, in the 3 days of the second weekend, 10 Days of Danger also fell by 33% compared to the first weekend, earning another $7.19 million, and the cumulative box office in 10 days was $24.35 million. Because of the relatively large decline in the second weekend, the estimated total North American box office of 10 Days of Danger is between $60 million and $80 million, which can be said to be the worst performance of the 10 films that Deaneries Entertainment has released. Of course, this is only relative. A total North American box office of more than $60 million is considered a big hit in this era. Moreover, the total cost of production and promotion of 10 Days is only about $20 million. Deaneries Entertainment and MCA can recover all costs and make a profit just by relying on the North American box office. In addition, compared with the original version, the new version of the heroine Susan Sarandon's wonderful performance, which was evaluated by The Hollywood Reporter as chilling, is very likely to win the Oscar for Best Actress next year like Kathy Bates in the original Time and Space. After the release of the film, the distribution parties have begun to promote Susan Sarandon's Best Actress for the sake of subsequent channel revenue. After the silent secret trip to Japan, Simon spent the next few days focusing on the promotion of Deaneries Entertainment's 2 major films at the end of the year. Before rushing to Japan, an additional $20 million of promotion budget was prepared. Of course, this money cannot be spent aimlessly, and it must be maximized as much as possible. On the other hand, James's team's negotiations with Bell Atlantic are also progressing smoothly. Many things always change after plans have been made. Before leaving Japan, Simon had already noticed Akio Furu's intention to withdraw, so the news of the Bell Atlantic acquisition was no longer so urgent to be announced, which could also reserve more time for both parties to negotiate. This continued until November 8, the last day agreed by Simon and Akio Furu. After 3 consecutive days without hearing any news, Simon originally thought that the next news would be the news that Panasonic would further increase its offer for MCA. In the evening, after attending a community reception after the official establishment of Malibu with Janet, the couple had just returned to the villa on the west side of Cape Dumay. Claire, the sea girl who was guarding the villa, reminded Simon that a call had come from Japan half an hour ago, and hoped that Simon would call back after returning from the reception. Simon dialed the number reserved by the other party and was quickly transferred to Akio Furu. Akio Furu did not beat around the bush on the phone and bluntly stated that Panasonic was willing to withdraw from the MCA acquisition, provided that both parties must first complete the signing of the cooperation plan. Moreover, Panasonic hoped to obtain more concessions from Deaneries Entertainment on some detailed terms. The two discussed some details again on the phone for more than an hour. The basic framework of the contract did not change. Simon also made some concessions on some terms, and finally reached an agreement quickly. The next day was Friday. Simon rushed to Japan again, this time with a whole team of Deaneries Entertainment. Because a lot of preparations had been made in advance, this time only an overall cooperation agreement was signed, and many subsequent details needed to be adjusted in real time. Therefore, after 2 days of consultations over the weekend, the two sides quickly signed a formal agreement. Simon and Amy both appeared in Japan and had frequent contacts with Panasonic executives. It was difficult to continue to conceal the relevant news. People inside and outside Hollywood were speculating on what happened. Then, on Monday, November 12, Panasonic suddenly held a press conference at its headquarters in Osaka, Japan, and officially announced that it would give up the acquisition of MCA. When the news was announced, the media on both sides of the ocean were in an uproar. Chapter 387 Dust Settles. As soon as Michael Ovitz and his party walked out of Los Angeles International Airport, the assistant who came to pick them up reminded him that MCA chairman Lou Vasselman was waiting in Marina del Rey near the airport. Rushing to a yacht in Marina del Rey, less than 3 kilometers north of Los Angeles International Airport, Ovitz saw Vasselman and his first reaction was to shake his head slightly. It was already November 15. Panasonic suddenly announced 3 days ago that it would give up the acquisition of MCA, which caught everyone off guard. Michael Ovitz, who is unwilling to give up, went to Japan in person after communicating with Panasonic over the phone without success. Ovitz, who was instructed by Lou Vasselman, even hinted that MCA could accept a slightly lower offer than Deaneries Entertainment, but still failed to convince Akio Furu to restart the acquisition of MCA. Michael Ovitz is regretting it now. Last week, Meg Ryan gave up her planned lawsuit against Deaneries Entertainment without any warning, which made him alert. However, he did not expect that he had made so many preparations in secret to block Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, but he did not expect that the other party would directly use a trick to cut off the source of funds. In the yacht cabin, Ovitz sat opposite Vasselman and said, "According to the information I have collected, Westeros proposed another cooperation plan between Deaneries Entertainment and Panasonic." Panasonic was originally hesitant about whether to continue to increase its offer. After Akio Furu had a secret meeting with Westeros last week, coupled with the pressure from Panasonic, he finally decided to give up the acquisition. Lou Vasselman asked, "Is there really no room for recovery? Or, if necessary, I can fly to Japan in person?" Michael Ovitz shook his head again and said, "I haven't got the content of the cooperation plan between Deaneries Entertainment and Panasonic." However, according to Panasonic, Westeros showed great sincerity. Panasonic's senior management unanimously agreed that they should give up the acquisition and cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment instead. Lou Vasselman frowned, remembered something after a moment, and asked again, "So, Mike, didn't you say that there are other companies in Japan interested in acquiring Hollywood studios, Toshiba, Eero, or Sanyo?" "That's what I said last year, but it was only last year." Michael Ovitz nodded, then shook his head, and said, "The Japanese stock market bubble had not burst at that time. Now the situation is different. Even Panasonic's withdrawal this time is also affected by the economic situation." The Bronfman family in Canada is also interested in acquiring Hollywood studios, but they don't have enough funds for the time being, so they can only invest in second-tier companies like Orion to test the waters. The overall economic situation in Asia, North America and Europe is not very good now, so, Lou, it is difficult for a second buyer interested in MCA to appear in the short term. After Michael Ovitz finished speaking, the two looked at each other for a while. After a moment of silence, Lou Vasselman finally made up his mind and said, "Mike, in this case, hand over all the backup plans you prepared in advance to my people." Michael Ovitz also nodded somewhat dejectedly and said, "Okay. Since Panasonic's withdrawal is irreversible, it will be useless to use those means again, but will anger the young man again and again." Thinking of this, Ovitz was a little distressed. Perhaps, the Meg Ryan incident had once again caused discord between Deaneries Entertainment and CAA. Thinking of this, Michael Ovitz couldn't help asking Vasselman, "Lou, are you going to cancel this acquisition?" Lou Vasselman smiled bitterly. To be fair, Lou Vasselman certainly wanted to cancel the deal as soon as possible, because he had tried Deaneries Entertainment several times, and the other party's attitude was very firm. After the acquisition was completed, he and Sid Sheinberg must resign. Once this happened, the two would have to completely leave the power center of Hollywood. Lou Vasselman definitely didn't want to let go so easily. However, Deaneries Entertainment's $7 billion offer was almost twice the lowest market value of MCA some time ago. At present, the United States is already permeated with a shadow of another war, and the industry is generally not optimistic about the future domestic economic trend, believing that it may continue to deteriorate. In this case, many shareholders of MCA hope to accept this offer to cash out and leave, and they don't care what will happen to the management after cashing out. Although he is the chairman and CEO of MCA and has run the company for decades, Lou Vasselman only holds about 5% of MCA's shares, and Sid Sheinberg only holds about 2%. The combined holdings of the two cannot exert much control. In the past, the two were able to firmly control the company. This time, if they openly violated the wishes of the shareholders, even if they could eventually ruin the acquisition, they would probably be driven out of office. Therefore, now they can only use external forces as much as possible to force Deaneries Entertainment to agree to more conditions on their side, or force Deaneries Entertainment to voluntarily give up the acquisition. Now that his physical condition has improved, Lou Vasselman feels that he can run MCA for a few more years, until he is 80 years old. Moreover, he believes that the U.S. economy will definitely recover one day. MCA's stock price has been seriously undervalued due to the recent downturn in the U.S. stock market. In the next few years, there will definitely be other buyers who can pay a higher price. When Michael Ovitz and Lou Vasselman met secretly, Simon happened to return from the East Coast. After this period of negotiation, Bell Atlantic and Westeros reached a preliminary acquisition agreement with a total value of $7 billion, which was in line with Simon's expectations a few days ago and $1 billion lower than the initial budget. Once the offer was agreed upon, other details were advanced quickly and could even be discussed after the transaction was completed. Therefore, if necessary, Simon could announce the details of the acquisition as early as next week. The next day was November 16th, Friday. It was approaching Thanksgiving, and they had to move into the villa in Point du May, which had finally been completed, over the weekend. Janet had been busy on the West Coast during this period, and Simon rushed to work at the Deanery Studios in Malibu as usual in the morning. The box office data for the past week also appeared on Simon's desk as soon as he entered the office. The box office trend of 10 Days of Danger was as expected. It was released on October 26, and it was already the third week of the film's opening. After the first week of $17.16 million, 10 Days of Danger fell 35% in the second week of the 7 days, and received another $11.15 million. In the third week of release from November 9 to November 15, the decline narrowed to 21%, and continued to earn $8.81 million. 3 weeks after its release, the cumulative box office of 10 days reached $37.12 million. What Simon is more concerned about today is the Dances with Wolves, which has quietly started previews. Dances with Wolves opened on 16 screens in some core cities in North America on November 2, 2 weeks ago. The average box office in the first 7 days reached $67,000, which had already indicated the potential of this film to be a hit. In the second week of previews, the number of screens for Dances with Wolves increased to 51. With the promotion and publicity of Deanery's entertainment and the fermentation of the film's reputation, the average box office increased instead of decreasing, reaching $69,000. In just 2 weeks of previews, Dances with Wolves has accumulated a box office of $4.63 million. Moreover, relying on the overwhelming praise of the media, this film about the historical and political correctness of white Americans and Indians has quickly become a hot favorite for next year's Oscars. However, because the theatrical version of Dances with Wolves is 3 hours long and will be released on a large scale this week, Deanery's Entertainment finally arranged only 1,031 screens, intending to rely on word of mouth and awards to accumulate long-term box office. At the same time, with the official opening of the Thanksgiving schedule, in addition to the large-scale release of Dances with Wolves, 2 other new films will be released today, namely Stallone's classic action film sequel Rocky V and Disney's 2D animated film The Rescuers. After Panasonic announced this week that it would abandon its acquisition of MCA, the MCA board of directors found various reasons to delay and did not approve Deanery's Entertainment's offer, but some others were a little anxious. For example, Paramount. Before Simon contacted Panasonic last week, in order to avoid Paramount interfering with the acquisition, he temporarily promised to cooperate with the other party on 2 new films and maintain the current equity status of USA TV after the MCA acquisition was completed. The chairman of Paramount obviously saw Simon's concerns and naturally waited for the price. Not only did they demand that the number of cooperative films be increased to at least 3, but they also insisted that the investment ratio of both parties be 30% and 70%, with Deanery's Entertainment only having 30%. At the same time, they also made more demands on USA TV. However, when Panasonic suddenly announced its withdrawal and the situation reversed, Paramount was somewhat eager to reach a cooperation. Amy had already found out that Paramount originally intended to obstruct the acquisition by filing an antitrust lawsuit. However, after Panasonic withdrew, Paramount probably realized the general trend and began to be eager to pocket the benefits promised by Deanery's Entertainment. After all, if a lawsuit is filed, the possibility that Paramount can successfully obstruct Deanery's Entertainment's acquisition of MCA is very low. Even if it is successfully blocked, Paramount itself will not actually get much benefit, and the relationship between the 2 parties will further deteriorate. Simon met with Martin Davis in person in the morning and also made some concessions. Paramount gave up its demands on USA TV. In terms of movies, it still maintained a 50% investment ratio for both parties. At the same time, the number of cooperative films was increased to 3, and the sequels of the cooperative films were also counted. Through this cooperation, Deanery's Entertainment also successfully obtained the copyright of the Mission Impossible movie that Paramount has been preparing. So, after several twists and turns, Simon's memory of the 2 most famous spy film series in Hollywood after the 1990s, Mission Impossible and The Bourne Supremacy, are all in his hands. After being busy for so long, he finally rested on the weekend. Moved by the way. The streamlined shell-shaped building of Cape Dumay Manor, which was built in imitation of the Iron Man villa in Simon's memory, became the focus of many media attention after its initial formation. As the Silver Building, which is larger than Simon's memory, was completed on the cliff of Cape Dumay, this building gradually attracted more and more public attention. Of course, inevitably, it once again became a proof of Simon's extravagant life. The villa that was finally completed only covers an area of 5,000 square meters. It looks like a museum on the outside, which is far more luxurious than the Iron Man villa that was only generated by CG in memory. The Silver Building spirals up in a streamlined style, with a total of 3 floors. If the underground garage modeled after the Iron Man studio is counted, the total internal space exceeds 12,000 square meters. Compared with ordinary apartment villas, this shell-shaped building cannot even be simply described as big. If you have to say it, it is very big. The final construction cost of the villa was also far beyond expectations. Not counting the later decoration, the main building cost alone reached $30 million. Janet naturally would not save on the later decoration and furniture, because she was still constantly adding various things, and the final budget might even exceed the construction cost. Therefore, the seemingly simple decoration in the villa is actually expensive in every place. The couple originally lived in a villa less than 500 meters west of Cape Dumay Manor. Everything in the shell villa was already ready. The so-called moving was just to move some daily clothes and books over, which was basically done in half a day. After carefully sorting out all the details until the evening, they settled down. Next to the huge glass curtain wall on the cliff facing the sea, Simon leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner, while Janet curled up her legs and leaned against the man, looking at the magnificent sunset sea view outside the curtain wall. The woman whispered, "It's like a dream." Simon stroked the woman's fragrant hair with his side face, crossed his legs and smiled. "Have you never thought about building such a house before?" Janet leaned on Simon's shoulder and shook her head. "No, even if I could think of it, it would really cost so much money to build such a house, unless I sell the stocks under my name, but if I do that, the old man will definitely jump up. Isn't it your dowry? Of course you can spend it however you want. I never thought about finding a man before. The stocks under my name are my lifelong living expenses. If I spend them all at once, my future life will be miserable." "Kathryn mentioned it to me," Simon said with a smile on his face. "Why didn't you want to find a man at the beginning?" Janet raised her head and gently bumped Simon's shoulder, saying in a sweet and innocent tone, "Waiting for you." "Oh, it's such an honor." Janet said proudly, but she pulled Simon's hand and held it in her arms, lowered her voice, and said, "In fact, a long time ago, I was liked by others, and I liked other boys. However, maybe I was too smart, and those guys disappointed me, so I just planned to be alone forever. It's lonely to be alone forever. So God let me meet you. Well, many years later, when we meet him, we must express our gratitude." Janet leaned against Simon again, looking at the increasingly magnificent clouds outside the curtain wall, and said, "You really have to thank him, otherwise, you might be alone forever." "I won't, I'm so popular with girls. If I hadn't met you, I would definitely become the #1 playboy in Hollywood." "Well, it's finally exposed, playboy." Janet's little claws scratched over dissatisfiedly, and Simon played a lot of tricks on her. Her little body suddenly softened, and she said angrily, "Little bastard, you bully me again. Do you like being bullied by me?" "No." Simon added a little more force, "Change your answer." "Well, I like it." Chapter 388 Litigation Bombardment. The couple chatted together, the sunset gradually sank into the horizon, and the sky dimmed unconsciously. The sound of high heels rang out, which sounded crisp and pleasant in the empty hall. Since learning that wearing high heels frequently may cause toe deformation and Simon likes natural beautiful feet, Janet rarely wears high heels outside of formal social occasions. Even when working, she often wears a pair of white flat sneakers like a little girl. However, Simon actually likes the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Turning his head, he saw that it was the housekeeper Alice Ferguson who came over. Since they were moving, the 4 girls ABCD and the 7-person team led by the housekeeper have been staying here for the past few days, responsible for the comprehensive cleaning of the interior of Shale Villa and the arrangement of items in all rooms. Usually, a 120 square meter apartment can be divided into 7 or 8 rooms. The 3 floors of Shale Villa have a total of 12,000 square meters of internal space, which is equivalent to 100 times that of an ordinary apartment. It is conceivable how big the interior is. Excluding the 2,000 square meter lobby and the 3,000 square meter space on the first underground floor that is separated into a wine cellar, garage, safe and studio, the remaining area is still 7,000 square meters. The remaining 3,000 square meters of space outside the lobby on the first floor is divided into kitchen, bar, study, bathroom, conference room, living room, reception room, gym, library, storage room, private screening room and other areas, among which there are more than one kitchen, bar, bathroom, etc. The second floor of the villa is also 3,000 square meters of space, but there are 6 suites with separate living rooms, study rooms, bedrooms and bathrooms, each with an area of more than 200 square meters. The remaining separate bedrooms, study rooms, living rooms, cloakrooms, storage rooms, home theaters, etc. are all available. The streamlined third floor is mainly a flying saucer-shaped master bedroom, which is more than 300 square meters. The master bedroom is located on the easternmost side of the third floor of the villa. There are some supporting study rooms, bathrooms, cloakrooms and other rooms to the west of the master bedroom. Janet has also specially arranged 2 baby rooms these days. Because there are often rooms within rooms, and there are many open semi-partitions, it is difficult to calculate how many rooms there are in this villa. However, According to the usual calculation method of Western houses, there are 11 bedrooms in the villa, and the number of bathrooms is even greater, reaching 19. It can be imagined that although there are 11 people in total, the 4 girls ABCD and the 7-person housekeeper team, it is definitely a very difficult physical job to take care of this single villa. It is even more difficult to take care of Simon's properties in North America. Simon does not allow anyone else to take care of his properties, so the housekeeper has recently discussed with Janet to hire more people. Beside the glass curtain wall, when Simon turned his head, Janet also turned around and lazily lay on the back of the sofa. Being stared at by the two, Alice's expression did not change, and she whispered, "Sir, madam, do you want to prepare dinner?" Janet knocked her chin on the back of the sofa, her eyes sparkling, and she did not speak. Simon said, "Okay. Also, call everyone over first and turn on all the lights in the villa." Alice nodded and left again with her high heels clacking. Janet's upper body did not move, but her small feet in white flat shoes kicked Simon's legs rhythmically with a clacking sound. She teased, "Why don't I add a hard sole to my shoes so that it can also make a sound?" Simon held down the woman's restless calf and smiled, "Let's nail a horseshoe, so that the sound will be louder." Janet rolled her eyes and kicked Simon again with her calf. A few minutes later, all the lights in the Shell Villa lit up together. Cape Tourmay is very high, and most of Malibu can see the dreamy lights in the city strip. In the villa, 11 tall girls with blonde hair, white skin, an excellent figure and temperament soon appeared in front of Simon. They were wearing the same black OL suits, which were extremely pleasing to the eye. If it is seen by someone who does not know the truth, these girls are definitely elites in the workplace, and no one would guess that they are just maids of the Westeros family. In fact, the 11 girls who are paid at the level of vice presidents of enterprises are indeed elites in the workplace. Not only the annual salary of $200,000 and the bonus after the 5-year contract, but also the daily expenses of the girls in terms of food, accommodation, clothing, fitness, medical care, etc. are all borne by Simon, and the expenditure in this regard is no less than their salary. In order to facilitate the housekeeper to lead the team to travel around to manage the property, Simon also specially equipped them with a Gulfstream IV private jet. Frankly speaking, Simon is just raising vases. This is another hobby of his besides buying real estate. He does not pursue any returns, and there are not many physical demands, just a hobby. With so much money, of course he can do whatever he wants. It is quite interesting to think about raising a group of high-level vases that are so exquisite that many men and women are ashamed of themselves. Simon did not hide his appreciation for the pleasing scene in front of him. Finally, he looked at girl C, Claire, and asked, "C, have you thought about what you will do in the future?" Claire felt many other pairs of eyes looking at her, but she only looked at her boss and said, "Start a company and be my own boss." "I haven't decided what to do specifically yet." Simon nodded and turned to the other girls. Each pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with implicit expectation. After looking around, Simon said, "It's like this. I plan to set up a venture capital fund. Well, let's call it Base Fund. What do you think?" "The meaning of this name is too obvious." Girl Allison quickly said, "Boss, is it for us?" "Of course." Simon nodded and said, "Each of you will get $10 million. You can do whatever you want, fashion, technology, real estate, finance, etc. Even if you want to make a movie, it's fine. I can help you with some advice. If you think it's a bit difficult to do it alone, you can also cooperate with each other. Well, I suggest you cooperate. 2 people will have $20 million, and 11 people will have $110 million. However, each person will only have a share of $10 million. If you lose it, you won't have a second chance." The girls confirmed that Simon was not joking, and immediately looked at each other, with eager faces. $10 million, although this money is nothing to Simon now, it is enough to satisfy the ambitions of too many people who want to climb up. After a moment, a girl next to the housekeeper said boldly, "Boss, can you give us some advice?" Simon looked over and remembered that the girl's name was Zoe Parks. He nodded and smiled. "Of course, in addition to your cooperation with each other, I suggest you invest in new emerging technology fields, such as the internet. I believe we are in an era similar to the electrical revolution 100 years ago. In that era, Morgan, Rockefeller, and Carnegie appeared. Similarly, in this rapidly rising information age, there will definitely be such a group of people appearing, and perhaps you are one of them. Another girl next to the housekeeper said with some lack of confidence, "How is it possible? We are women." Simon felt the almost coquettish tone, smiled and looked over. The girl was named Isabel Dunn, and said, "How about you just forget about your 10 million US dollars? The girl shook her head quickly, thinking that her reaction was wrong, and nodded quickly, but still felt something was wrong, so she had to make up her mind and look at Simon pitifully. "Okay, just kidding," Simon said. "For now, I won't care about the specifics. You can discuss it yourselves. I'll try to just pay for it. Now, let's continue with what we just did. ABCD, you guys are responsible for dinner." The girls all whispered and dispersed. Alice stayed where she was. After the others left, the housekeeper looked at Simon and said, "Boss, do I have $10 million as well?" Simon said, "Of course, but this doesn't affect your original plan. It's up to you to decide what to do in the future." Alice shook her head slightly and said, "I mean, $10 million is a little too little for me." Simon showed an interested expression and asked, "Do you have an idea?" The housekeeper nodded and said, "I've read the information you gave me. E-commerce is a plan that I think is very promising." Simon looked a little strange. In some of the original plans, Simon hoped that Jeff Bezos, who is now in charge of the Egret network business, would turn to e-commerce again in the future. If the housekeeper is really good enough, he hopes that she can become Bezos' successor. Now it seems that plans will never catch up with changes. Simon has provided a lot of information related to the new technology industry to the housekeeper according to the original agreement. Unexpectedly, she discovered the industrial prospects of e-commerce so quickly. After thinking for a while, Simon said, "There's only 10 million US dollars in the vase fund for you. However, as long as you do well enough, money is certainly not a problem." Janet, who was quietly listening next to Simon, also smiled and said, "Circe Capital can also invest in you, as much as you want. Actually, it's still a bit early to do e-commerce now. Wait another year or two, and the number of worldwide web users will reach millions or even tens of millions. It will be the most appropriate time to enter the market. Since you have an idea, you can rely on the Egret portal to test the waters on a small scale first, such as focusing on selling books or electronic products online in California or New York." After Simon said this, he put away his expression and said, "Of course, the most important thing for you now is to do your job well." Alice listened carefully to Simon, nodded, and said, "Then I'll go and help prepare dinner. Go ahead. In addition, you can choose a bedroom in the villa and stay here tonight." Alice, who was about to turn around, paused, but nodded slightly. After the housekeeper walked away, Janet pretended to be dissatisfied and said, leaving her behind, "Are you planning to go on a night raid tonight?" Simon pecked the woman's angry red lips and joked, "For you." Janet's eyelashes fluttered, and she understood and said, "I'm not a lesbian, but maybe we can be together." Isn't it too bullying? Maids are meant to be bullied." Simon showed a disgusted expression. "I didn't expect you to be such a woman. Stay away from me, evil capitalist." Janet rushed over instead of retreating, entangled with Simon and laughed for a while, then curiously asked, "Why set up a vase fund? Wouldn't it be better to let them be real vases?" Simon put his arm around Janet's waist and said, "Of course they are still vases, but I want to make even the vases of the Westeros family reach the level that many people look up to. Just think about it, in the future, a large group of female billionaires who were maids of the Westeros family will even reach the level of squeezing into the Forbes list. Isn't this very interesting? Do you think they can really do all this? I give them the best conditions for starting a business. As long as they work a little harder, it is actually very easy to achieve something. They were all selected by you. None of them is just a vase with an empty appearance, right? Yes, they are all very ambitious. Some of them want to replace me." Janet nodded with a smile, and then teased, "But, aren't you afraid that other men will get the advantage in the end?" "No, this money is an investment. If I do it well, I will also get a return." Simon shook his head and said, "Besides, there are not many other men in this world that I care about." "Indeed," Janet raised her voice and teased, "someone seems to like other men's women very much." You are slandering." What does he mean? You know it yourself." As expected, the first lighting scene of the Shell Villa in Cape Dumay Manor appeared in many newspapers the next day. Naturally, there was another round of criticism, accusing Simon Westeros of living a luxurious life and consuming hundreds of times more electricity in a villa than an ordinary family. Simon naturally didn't care about these things. He just wanted to make the world gradually get used to his increasingly exposed edge. Regarding the Vase Fund, Janet finally took over the matter with great interest and planned to register this fund under Cersei Capital. Simon naturally had no objection. Doing so would make this fund look more formal. After a short weekend break, the workday arrived, and the first thing Simon faced was a lawsuit. The three major Hollywood unions, the Screen Actors Guild, the Writers Guild of America, and the Directors Guild of America, simultaneously filed a lawsuit in the Delaware Federal Court, where MCA and Deaneries Entertainment were registered, demanding that Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA be prohibited on the grounds that Deaneries Entertainment's merger with MCA would lead to monopoly and cause the working environment of media industry workers to deteriorate. The three major unions were obviously well prepared. Not only did they hire the most well-known anti-merger lawyer team in the United States, but they also collected a lot of witnesses and physical evidence. Among them, the serious overtime phenomenon within Deaneries Entertainment became one of the important bases for the three major unions' lawsuit. Members of the three major unions came forward to testify that they had to endure long hours of overtime while working for Deaneries Entertainment. In addition, the three major labor unions also believe that once Deaneries Entertainment and MCA merge, the films produced by this company will directly or indirectly account for about 40% of the box office share in the United States, reaching $2 billion, which has constituted a suspicion of monopoly. Deaneries Entertainment will also use its own industry advantages to further reduce the remuneration of industry practitioners. This accusation is also supported by both witnesses and evidence. At the same time, many media have launched a public opinion offensive against Deaneries Entertainment. Many people have a premonition that in order to prevent Deaneries Entertainment's expansion, Simon Westeros is likely to face a lawsuit bombardment. There are many precedents for this kind of thing in the West, and many corporate mergers and acquisitions often fail due to litigation and public pressure. Chapter 389 Counterattack. On Monday, November 19, the three major Hollywood unions simultaneously filed a lawsuit in the Delaware Federal Court, trying to prevent Deaneries Entertainment from acquiring MCA. The entire Westeros system was busy dealing with this matter, but it did not hinder the arrival of Thanksgiving. This year's Thanksgiving is on November 22nd. It happened to snow on the East Coast. Simon liked the atmosphere of snow during the holiday, so he spent this Thanksgiving with Janet in the Greenwich Manor. After Thursday, another box office week in Hollywood arrived. From November 16th to November 22nd, the first week of the Thanksgiving schedule, Stallone's new film Rocky V successfully won the single-week box office championship. However, this action film series that once created a box office miracle is still not as popular as before. It only received a box office of $19.6 million in the first week of its opening, and the film critics' reputation was also unsatisfactory. The media's comprehensive score was only about 5 points. The industry generally predicts that the film will drop by 40% to 50% in the second week, and the total North American box office is expected to be less than $50 million. The producers can only hope to recover costs through overseas box office and other channels. Dances with Wolves, produced by Deaneries Entertainment, ranked second. In the first week of large-scale opening, the box office reached $12.67 million. Compared with only 1,031 screens and 3 hours of film time, the box office performance of more than $12,000 per theater is very outstanding. Counting the previous preview results, the cumulative box office of Dances with Wolves has reached $17.3 million in the 3 weeks since its opening, which is close to the film's production cost of $20 million. Days of Danger, which was released during Halloween, fell by 22% this week. It is a pity that it did not rebound during the Thanksgiving period. The film took in another $6.87 million in 7 days, and the cumulative box office reached $43.99 million in the 4 weeks since its opening. Disney's Three Dads and a Baby, confirmed to be released on Wednesday, November 21st, earned $5.32 million in 2 days thanks to its excellent reputation and festive atmosphere, which is a bit of a dark horse. The Rescuers, a 2D animated film also produced by Disney, had a box office of $4.79 million in the first 7 days of its opening week, ranking 5th. Outside the top 5, it is basically a group of old movies. On November 23rd, the second week of the Thanksgiving season, There were also 3 new films, namely A League of Pink co-produced by Deaneries Entertainment and Columbia Pictures, Predator 2 by Fox Pictures, and The Nutcracker Prince, a 2D animated film by Warner Brothers Pictures. Among them, the number of screens for the opening of A League of Pink and Predator 2 exceeded 2,000, while The Nutcracker Prince only had 906 screens, which is comparable to Disney's The Rescuers, and is a standard distribution model for 2D animated films of this era. In the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. Except for the main road, other areas in the manor were still covered in snow and no cleaning was done. Sophia Fessy parked the car outside the manor's villa, got out of the car and opened the back door. The 2 little guys couldn't wait to get out of the car and ran to Janet, who was coming to meet them. Today is November 25th, Sunday. It happened to be a sunny day. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the air was still cold, but the sun was very bright. As usual, Sophia rushed from Europe to see the children on the weekend. Simon and Janet did not leave the East Coast after Thanksgiving. After going up to greet Janet, listening to the 2 children and Janet chattering for a few words, they soon ran to make a snowman together, and Sophia walked into the villa by herself. The villa seemed very warm. She took off her windbreaker and handed it to B-girl Becky, who came to meet her. After asking a question, she learned that Simon was in the study upstairs, so she went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Simon was on the phone, and there were many documents scattered on the desk. Hearing the knock on the door, she answered casually. Seeing Sophia's hesitation after pushing the door, she smiled at the woman and indicated that it was okay. Then Sophia walked in. Trying to make herself look as if nothing had happened, Sophia walked to the opposite side of Simon's desk, casually helped the man sort out the documents on the desk, and listened to him talking to the other side. What they were discussing was the recent MCA acquisition case. Regarding how to deal with the lawsuits of the 3 major unions and other problems that followed, these things were not suitable for anyone to hear, but the man did not deliberately lower his voice to avoid her, which made Sophia feel warm in her heart. After putting away several documents, the woman walked to the bookshelf again and pretended to look at the books on it. With her back to Simon, she wondered if he was looking at her. But after a long time, the man's call was still not over. Walking from one side of the bookshelf to the other, she was unable to write down anything. Putting down the Lola figurine that she had been playing with for a while, she turned around and looked over. Simon had just hung up a call, but directly transferred another one. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Then she felt that she was really hopeless. This little man, after all, was younger than her, by so many years. Simon was flipping through a document while holding the microphone in his hand and discussing with the other party. He looked up inadvertently, noticed Sophia's expression, paused, smiled and gestured to the woman to come over. What to do over there? Thinking of this, Sophia still walked over. Just as she walked to his leather chair, the man put his arms around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Her body was a little stiff, and she struggled slightly, but didn't dare to use too much force. What if he let go? She didn't dare to speak, because she was on the phone. Besides, he just hugged her and didn't do anything else too excessive. It seemed that he had locked the door when he just entered. She found enough reasons to completely put her mind at ease and sat obediently on the man's lap. Seeing that the man was multitasking, she turned sideways and stretched out her hand to help him hold the microphone to his ear. The man's hand was free, and he touched her earlobe. He gently took off the silver earring that she had put on today and threw it on the table. It turned out that he didn't like women wearing earrings. Remember it silently. Change earrings next time. Well, maybe he doesn't like it either. Maybe he doesn't want to wear anything. Then just wear nothing. More than 10 minutes later, Simon finally put down the microphone. The study became quiet. The children's laughter outside happened to come from the window. Sophia was a little nervous again, worried that he would not be able to help doing something at this time. It was almost noon. He quickly found a topic and asked, "Is the MCA matter very troublesome this time?" Simon rested his chin on the woman's shoulder, sniffing the pleasant scent of the woman, picked up a document on the table and continued to look through it, saying, "If the 3 major unions just make trouble, it will be very troublesome, but as long as you understand what they want, things will be much easier." Just now, I seemed to hear him discussing with someone. It seemed that the most dissatisfied thing about Deaneries Entertainment by the 3 major unions was probably that Simon moved many films to shoot overseas. This has caused many job opportunities for American filmmakers. Thinking in her heart, Sophia casually said, "Well, will the next Batman be filmed in China?" Simon smiled and said, "If they want something, I give it to them before they ask, which will only lead to greed. For those who deliberately make trouble for me, I prefer to make them lose more of what they want." I vaguely remembered that he had just talked to someone about broadcasting a promotional video on ABC TV next week. I would have listened carefully earlier, and now I don't know how to talk. Fortunately, the man's hand that was originally around her waist finally slipped into her clothes from the hem. At noon, she stayed in the manor for lunch. Little Gemma was very careful and asked her mother if she had lost her earrings. Sophia seemed to have just discovered it, and then nodded, looking very regretful. The little girl was very sensible and advised a few words, saying that if something was lost, it would be okay to buy it, but be careful next time. Of course. Then the little guy kept chasing, asking if her mother was hot and why her face was a little red. She quickly changed the subject. I noticed the little man opposite me was forcing a smile. I don't know if he was stepped on or pinched, but he seemed to be in pain. I don't feel sorry for him at all. It's almost noon, and he's resisting so much, but he still wants to mess around. With the arrival of a new week, many people who are still paying attention to the news of Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA unexpectedly received another sensational news. Westeros suddenly announced that it had reached a cash acquisition agreement with Bell Atlantic, a telecommunications operator on the east coast of the United States, with a total value of $8.7 billion, of which $7 billion was paid in cash, and Bell Atlantic's total liabilities of $1.7 billion were assumed. The board of directors of Bell Atlantic announced that it would hold an extraordinary shareholders meeting on December 3 to vote on the acquisition. However, according to the news subsequently exposed by the Wall Street Journal, while obtaining the approval of the board of directors, Westeros had already won the approval of about 25% of the important shareholders in advance. That is, the shareholder voting link was almost a foregone conclusion. All Westeros needed to strive for was the approval of the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Federal Communications Commission. As if to pave the way for the approval of the two major regulatory authorities, the New York Times immediately released news that as long as the acquisition is approved, Simon Westeros will transfer the $8 billion in funds hoarded overseas back to the country to pay for the acquisition. According to the 28% capital gains tax, this will mean a huge tax of more than $2 billion. With the overall economic environment in the United States deteriorating and the government's fiscal deficit continuing to rise, a one-time tax of more than $2 billion is definitely not dispensable for the federal government. Moreover, although the federal government has many restrictions on the telecommunications industry, it is just acquiring a regional telecommunications operator. Unless it is deliberately looking for trouble, there are really not many obstacles at the regulatory level. However, someone jumped out immediately. It was Motorola, which had a big feud with Westeros before. Motorola cited the provisions of the Telecommunications Act promulgated during the AT split in 1984, pointing out that Westeros owns a telecommunications equipment company called Nokia. Although this company was established overseas, it still violated the provisions of the bill that year that telecommunications operators should not be involved in the field of telecommunications equipment production. Moreover, Robert Galvin, the retired former chairman of Motorola, personally appeared in a CBS News talk show, fiercely criticizing Simon's extravagant life in private, and said that the federal government should take measures to limit the emergence of another capital oligarchy, and the United States does not need a second Rockefeller family. Simon did not hear Robert Galvin's accusation at the time. However, Westeros responded to Motorola's demands as soon as possible, saying that Nokia's business would be limited to Europe. As long as the acquisition of Bell Atlantic was completed, Nokia would withdraw all North American businesses that had already begun to test the waters, even including a technology research institute established in Silicon Valley. Everyone went back and forth in the media, and many spectators were still a little confused. What is the situation? Isn't Deaneries Entertainment seeking to acquire MCA? How come it suddenly became Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic? Or did Simon Westeros originally intend to acquire Bell Atlantic, and MCA was just a cover? This is not reasonable. In order to acquire MCA, Deaneries Entertainment squeezed Panasonic out of the ranks of competitors through a very generous agreement. If it is so easy to give up, even Panasonic will not agree. Or is Simon Westeros operating on two fronts? Initiating two acquisitions at once? The spectators are just watching the fun after all. As the news is announced, the stock prices of Bell Atlantic and MCA have made the most direct reaction, because the agreement between the two parties has basically been reached. In the following days, the stock price of Bell Atlantic, which has a sharp drop in market trading volume, has only risen by 8%, while the stock price of MCA has fallen by a full 11%, from a high of $69 to $61. On the MCA side, some people don't care, or even secretly rejoice. It would be better if Deaneries Entertainment directly gave up this acquisition. But many shareholders who want to cash out at a high price are unwilling to do so. Some shareholders have even threatened that if Deaneries Entertainment easily gives up this acquisition, they will initiate a class action lawsuit. The three major Hollywood unions, which are sharpening their knives, are also a little confused. How can a Bell Atlantic acquisition case be achieved with just one punch? When many people hadn't reacted yet, the ABC TV network suddenly started playing an advertisement. This was an advertisement for the film and television industry released by the Australian government. The 1-minute and 30-second advertisement showed the beautiful scenery of Australia's cities, grasslands, deserts, snow-capped mountains, jungles, etc., and also introduced Australia's various preferential policies for overseas film dealers. As if singing a double act, Deaneries Entertainment immediately announced that it had signed a memorandum of understanding with the Victorian Government of Australia for the production of 6 films with a total value of $300 million. The Victorian Government will provide Deaneries Entertainment with a unified 20% tax refund plan. In exchange, these 6 films will all be produced in Australia in the next 3 years, including the post-production of the films, and more than 70% of the crew will be hired from Australia. Therefore, this plan will directly or indirectly bring tens of thousands of jobs to Victoria. Moreover, both parties jointly stated that there will be more in-depth and extensive cooperation in the future. The most fundamental meaning of the existence of major Hollywood guilds is to ensure a series of work rights and interests of their members. Deaneries Entertainment directly transferred film production overseas, which is equivalent to cutting off the bottom of the pot again. If you don't even have a job, how can you talk about protecting your work rights? After the Australian movie promotional video and the $300 million memorandum, news came out that Deaneries Entertainment CEO Amy Pascal and the company's president of television business Robert Iger personally went to Toronto, Canada after the Thanksgiving holiday to inspect and contact the local government, planning to build another film and television production base in Toronto, mainly for the production of TV programs. After several years of patient operation, Deaneries Entertainment has long been a TV content supplier with strength that cannot be underestimated. If hundreds of millions of dollars of TV production investment is transferred overseas each year, the domestic entertainment industry in the United States will obviously lose a large number of jobs. Therefore, this news is undoubtedly another heavy blow to the three major unions. Chapter 390, a series of good shows. It's so beautiful here. Deaneries Studios is definitely the most special film studio I have ever seen. On the second floor of Deaneries Studios in Malibu, CNN reporters Dana Logan and Amy Pascal walked side by side in an office loft, surrounded by lighting and photography staff, and they were recording an interview. Walking in the open corridor outside the office area, Amy smiled and said, "Simon designed it himself. It is said that it was based on the old-style factories where many artists gather in Soho, Manhattan." Dana Logan looked at the busy staff in the open office area around her and nodded, "If I can work here, I would be willing to work overtime every day. We have been trying our best to create the most comfortable working environment for our employees," Amy said, and then she restrained her expression a little and said solemnly, "However, I still want to reiterate that Deaneries Entertainment will never force any employee to work overtime." Dana Logan did not shy away and asked, then, regarding the recent lawsuit filed by the three major unions on this ground, "Amy, how do you explain it?" Amy thought for a while and said, "I think this is the natural enterprising spirit of a new company. Everyone wants Deaneries Entertainment to develop faster and better. Moreover, it's not just the comfortable office environment in the studio. The basic salary of Deaneries Entertainment's employees is at least 20% higher than that of other companies in the same industry. Therefore, I think the accusations and lawsuits against Deaneries Entertainment by the three major unions are very unreasonable." Dana Logan nodded slightly, but immediately asked a somewhat pointed question, "But, Amy, how do you explain the memorandum of cooperation that Deaneries Entertainment just signed with Australia?" If Deaneries Entertainment acquires MCA and its market share increases again, does it mean that more jobs in Hollywood will be lost overseas? Amy did not answer directly, but looked at Dana Logan and said, "Dana, if you are invited to a job with a more generous salary and very favorable treatment, will you accept it?" Dana Logan paused and said, "Probably. That's the truth. Employees have the freedom to choose better jobs. Similarly, companies have the freedom to move to a more relaxed operating environment. If unions abuse their power and force companies too much, it is inevitable that companies will flee. It's not just Deaneries Entertainment. In recent years, affected by the many restrictions on the California film industry, many studios have been constantly moving film shooting overseas." Dana Logan couldn't help but say, "I suddenly thought of Detroit. Indeed, the decline of Detroit is a very regrettable thing, and the unions really have to bear a great responsibility for it. Just like in some Latin American countries, their politicians, in order to win voters, completely disregarded a country's economic bearing capacity and kept promising high welfare without restraint, which resulted in economic collapse, and it was the ordinary people who suffered in the end." Amy, do you mean that the lawsuit filed by the three major unions is an abuse of their power? As one of the Hollywood studios, we strictly abide by the basic agreement plans of the major unions. Even after the acquisition of MCA, this situation will not change. Any union member who cooperates with Deaneries Entertainment will receive due salary, insurance and other welfare guarantees, and even higher treatment than with other studios. We have fulfilled all the obligations we should assume, but the three major unions still came forward to obstruct Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA. It is hard for me to imagine any other reason besides abusing their own power. The recording of the interview took 2 hours, and Amy and Dana Logan also traveled all over the Deaneries studios. Finally, the interview ended and the CNN team was temporarily arranged to rest. Pat Kingsley, who had been serving as a public relations consultant beside Amy, came over and flipped through the memo and said, "There are too many topics about Simon, which can easily distract the audience. I think the conversations in the administrative district at the beginning can be cut out and start directly from the scenes in the office loft." Amy looked at Kingsley's memo, thought for a moment, and nodded, "No problem." Pat Kingsley added, "Also, the remarks about Latin American countries are also inappropriate and can easily be exploited by others. Deaneries Entertainment still has a lot of business in Latin America, and there is no need to provoke the resentment of those in power." Amy recalled the situation just now and said, "Does this section need to be re-recorded?" "No, just do the editing well." Kingsley shook her head and talked about other issues. The two discussed for more than 10 minutes, and Kingsley turned to discuss the editing plan of the interview with the CNN team, while Amy rushed to a meeting in the administrative district. The content was Deaneries Entertainment's public relations and counterattacks at the media level surrounding the three major union lawsuits, trying to make public opinion tend to its side as much as possible. After Thanksgiving, after a brief return to Los Angeles for a few days, Simon returned to the East Coast again to focus on the operation of the Bell Atlantic acquisition. The acquisition of Bell Atlantic was much smoother than MCA, and Simon planned to take over the company in one go. For this reason, he arranged for Amy to make the public opinion in Hollywood as loud as possible to attract more people's attention, so as to reduce the public opinion resistance that Westeros might encounter in acquiring Bell Atlantic. Today's interview is just one of Deaneries Entertainment's frequent publicity arrangements recently. During the interview, Amy kept on talking about the three major unions' abuse of their power, which was also a well-thought-out media and public relations strategy. Doing so can label the top leaders of the three major unions as a bureaucratic organization that is opposed to ordinary union members, implying a subconscious impression that the top leaders of the unions are just playing with power and not sincerely seeking benefits for union members, thereby playing a role in dividing the unions. In fact, the lawsuit filed by the three major unions really cannot bring any direct benefits to their members. Moreover, it must be admitted that Deaneries Entertainment is definitely the most favored studio in Hollywood in recent years, relying on salaries and benefits that are much higher than those of its peers and more opportunities to become famous. People in the entertainment industry at all levels are very inclined to cooperate with this company. Although the cooperation agreement signed by Deaneries Entertainment with the Victorian Government of Australia and the plan to establish a film and television production base in Toronto, Canada, have aroused the disgust of some Hollywood practitioners, more people still see that this matter was largely provoked by the three major unions who took the lead in filing a lawsuit, and Deaneries Entertainment is just making its own counterattack. Unlike a normal strike, the lawsuit filed by the three major unions is unlikely to bring direct benefits to its members, but it has caused many people to lose countless job opportunities. With a deliberate publicity campaign by Deaneries Entertainment, the pressure faced by the three major unions can be imagined. Amy's interview appeared on CNN the next day, followed by an investigative article in the Los Angeles Times about the salary data of Deaneries Entertainment employees. In the lawsuit, the three major unions accuse Deaneries Entertainment of acquiring MCA, which may lead to industry monopoly and cause the working environment of industry insiders to deteriorate. But in fact, whether it is the Deaneries Studios, which is far more comfortable and luxurious than other Hollywood studios, or the salary level of Deaneries Entertainment, which is obviously higher than that of studios in the same industry, it proves that the accusations of the three major unions are difficult to stand. Universal Studios Burbank. When Barry Gordon, president of the Screen Actors Guild, arrived, Lou Vasselman had just watched the video of Amy's interview and his face was gloomy. Barry Gordon's mood was by no means good, but he was relatively lucky. 2 days ago, The Hollywood Reporter exposed a scandal about George Kogo, the president of the West Coast branch of the Writers Guild of America. A member of the Writers Guild of America who has the right to vote for the Oscar for Best Screenwriter came forward to testify publicly that when Pulp Fiction was selected for the Oscar, George Kogo personally called him and asked him not to vote for Simon Westeros. George Kogo immediately made a firm denial and threatened to file a defamation lawsuit against the screenwriter. However, everyone knows the truth. This incident naturally could not have emerged out of thin air. A series of articles immediately appeared in the media, pointing out that since Simon debuted, he has launched excellent works such as Run Lola Run, The Butterfly Effect, Final Destination, Pulp Fiction, and The Sixth Sense. As a result, as the most outstanding screenwriter in Hollywood, he even won the recognition of the Best Editing and Best Soundtrack awards in the technical category, but the Writers Guild of America deliberately ignored it, not to mention the awards, and even rarely gave him a few nominations. In fact, everyone in the industry knows that the root of this matter is the strike in 1988. Deaneries Entertainment's reality show that does not require the participation of screenwriters made the strike seem very passive, and the WGA finally had to compromise. However, under the operation of Deaneries Entertainment, this incident has become another proof of the Hollywood union's abuse of its own power. George Kogo's term began in 1987, and he was not scheduled to leave until the end of 1991. Influenced by the report of The Hollywood Reporter, George Kogo may be forced to resign as the chairman of the Western branch of the WGA in advance in the near future. In fact, what has made the three major unions most helpless during this period is Deaneries Entertainment's ability to manipulate and guide media public opinion. Many careful people in the industry have found that Deaneries Entertainment attaches much more importance to the management of media connections than other studios. What's more difficult is that Simon Westeros is rich enough. At the end of the year, the publicity and promotion of a series of films produced by Deaneries Entertainment was significantly stronger than in the past. It is said that Westeros has approved an additional $20 million publicity and promotion budget for several films. Even many companies under Westeros, such as Gucci, AOL, Cisco, etc., suddenly launched a powerful publicity and promotion campaign again at the end of this year. All of these mean a large amount of advertising investment. As we all know, the main source of income for mainstream media in North America, whether it is a TV platform or a paper platform, is advertising. Although Deaneries Entertainment's advertising is not enough to cover all types of media platforms, its areas of involvement are also wide enough. On the other hand, mainstream media in North America basically exist in the form of comprehensive media groups, such as the Hearst Group and the Newhouse Group, which own hundreds of newspapers, weeklies, and magazines, or the Metropolitan ABC Group, which owns public television networks, cable TV stations, and radio stations. Deaneries Entertainment only placed advertisements in some of these media groups, which is enough to make these media groups feel guilty. As a result, the three major unions' attempts to fight back in the media these days have achieved little success. Many articles that refute Deaneries Entertainment's views have been blocked before they can even be published. This makes the three major unions appear very passive. Coupled with Deaneries Entertainment's move to move film and television production overseas, not only has there been voices within the unions opposing continued confrontation with Deaneries Entertainment, but even some of the people who initially challenged Deaneries Entertainment have backed off. It is always difficult for ordinary people to understand the power of capital. Only when they are in the game can they admit that a super rich man with a personal net worth of more than $20 billion and a rapidly rising business empire are indeed not so easy to provoke. Handing Barry Gordon a cigar, the two old men puffed in silence in the office after the secretary brought coffee and left. Lou Vasselman's situation these days is by no means good. Especially after Westeros suddenly announced the acquisition of Bell Atlantic. MCA's shareholders were not too anxious at first, and waited patiently for the management led by Lou Vasselman to win more benefits for them. However, the Bell Atlantic acquisition case has made many shareholders nervous, worrying that the deliberate delay of MCA management will lead to the failure of the acquisition. Or, even if the acquisition is finally completed, will the transaction price be lower than Deaneries Entertainment's last offer of $7 billion? You know, MCA's stock price has been falling since the Bell Atlantic acquisition was announced. Coupled with Panasonic's withdrawal and the disruption of the three major unions, it is difficult to say in which direction things will develop. At present, the shadow of the Gulf War has enveloped the world, and the U.S. economy is already weak. Recalling the trauma caused by the Vietnam War to the U.S. economy, if this acquisition becomes protracted, when the war breaks out and the stock market goes down, MCA will only be more passive. These days, Simon Westeros has obviously turned his attention to the Bell Atlantic acquisition on the East Coast and even stopped contacting MCA. Although he has been confronting the three major unions in the media, many people feel that Westeros may be deliberately delaying and looking forward to the outbreak of war. Starting from the Halloween film 10 Days of Danger, to Dances with Wolves and A League of Pink, Deaneries Entertainment has already produced 3 hit films in this year-end schedule, which is enough to show that Deaneries Entertainment is still developing rapidly even without MCA. On the other hand, MCA is far from having this confidence. So far, there is not even a single movie produced by Universal Pictures in 1990 that has broken the $100 million box office. The best performing, Back to the Future 3 only had a box office of more than $87 million in North America. 10 Days of Danger, which was co-produced with Deaneries Entertainment, was also a hit, but it did not reach the level of breaking the $100 million. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment's demand for MCA is indeed not that urgent. If the management controlled by Lou Vasselman keeps delaying and Simon Westeros loses patience, the other party will only need to pay a mere $60 million in exit fees if they want to cancel the acquisition. Not to mention $60 million, even if it is more, it seems to be just a pain for Simon Westeros. As for Lou Vasselman himself, he was beginning to hesitate. The bargaining chips that Michael Ovitz handed over to him had shrunk too much compared to the agent's initial plan. Paramount Communications, which was powerful enough to directly confront Deaneries Entertainment, withdrew. Meg Ryan, who might cause a scandal, withdrew, and Hollywood bigwigs such as Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, who had originally planned to publicly speak out against the acquisition, also backed off. Now, the 3 major Hollywood unions that are most likely to suppress Deaneries Entertainment are also retreating under the recent public opinion offensive. Although he still has some trump cards in his hand, Lou Vasselman really doesn't have much confidence. Even if Westeros is forced into a corner, Vasselman is not sure whether the young man will directly bypass the MCA board of directors and contact shareholders. He understands that the reason why Westeros did not do so is just to achieve the goal of acquiring all MCA shares at one time through standard procedures such as board approval and shareholder voting. Buying MCA shares directly from shareholders with cash may make it easy for Simon Westeros to take control of MCA, but it will become more and more difficult for him to buy all the shares of MCA. Many shareholders who insisted on not selling in the end will definitely wait for the price, making Westeros pay higher and higher prices. However, even if he does not buy shares directly from shareholders, Westeros can actually convene MCA shareholders to hold an extraordinary general meeting of shareholders and vote to remove the current board of directors. At that time, Lou Vasselman will lose his biggest support. Of course, the biggest disadvantage of doing so is that this acquisition will become protracted. However, no matter from which aspect, Lou Vasselman does not think that the delay of the MCA acquisition for a few months will be detrimental to Deaneries Entertainment. No one thinks that the U.S. economy will not continue to decline after the outbreak of war next year, but will recover rapidly. This is not common sense. After quietly smoking a cigar, Barry Gordon spoke first. Lou, we plan to reach a settlement with Deaneries Entertainment and withdraw the lawsuit by next week at the latest. Lou Vasselman just smiled bitterly. This is a very difficult lawsuit to win. Deaneries Entertainment is no longer a second or third tier film company that can be controlled by the union. In addition to reaching a settlement as soon as possible to prevent Deaneries Entertainment from doing more things that endanger the foundation of the union, the three major unions really have no better choice. Chapter 391 Confusion of Right and Wrong. Nodding in understanding, Lou Vasselman asked, "What kind of settlement terms?" Barra Gordon said, "Deaneries Entertainment abandons the plan to build a film and television production base in Toronto." "Give up forever." Barra Gordon shook his head. 3 years. Lou Vasselman was silent again. Such a settlement condition is completely giving the three major unions a barely acceptable step. Having controlled MCA for so many years, Lou Vasselman knows very well that it is definitely not an easy thing to build a film and television production base overseas. The studio may pay more costs to shoot movies in California, and have to endure various restrictions from the union, but it has a very stable and mature film production system. In comparison, rashly making a film in an unfamiliar area often encounters a lot of problems, such as the non-cooperation of the local government, the difficulties of residents, the rising prices of merchants and even the harassment of gangs, etc., which usually makes the crew who originally hoped to save money spend more. Deaneries Entertainment can obtain many preferential treatments and government cooperation in Australia because of the existence of the powerful local snake of Westeros's wife's family. However, it would be naive for Westeros to think that he could easily replicate this model in Toronto. Probably no one would think that Simon Westeros is a naive person. Then, Deaneries Entertainment's plan to build a film and television production base in Toronto may have been just a bargaining chip to force the three major unions from the beginning. The three major unions took the initiative to give in, and Deaneries Entertainment used this bargaining chip, which was not intended to be implemented, as a stepping stone at the feet of the three major unions, without any substantial loss. Barra Gordon continued to take a few puffs of his cigar, and seeing that Vasselman did not speak, he took the initiative to ask, "Lou, what are you going to do?" When Lou Vasselman heard this question, he felt annoyed in his heart, and simply put out the cigar in his hand, saying, "Maybe this studio will be given to young people in the end." Originally, it was expected that the lawsuit of the three major unions would bring enough pressure to Deaneries Entertainment, and he would use resources to continue to create obstacles for Westeros at the level of public opinion and government, so that the other party would voluntarily give up this acquisition, and at the very least, he would continue to hold the control of MCA in his hands. However, after the three unions with high hopes launched the attack, they faced almost one-sided passivity and retreated before they could last 2 weeks. MCA did not have much advantage except for the board of directors, firmly controlled by Lou Vasselman. Most shareholders tended to cash out as soon as possible to avoid the continued decline of MCA's stock price due to the deterioration of the U.S. economy. Judging from the current economic trend in the United States and the imminent war situation, this possibility is very high. Lou Vasselman felt that if he continued to use his backhand, Simon Westeros would directly target him personally next. Perhaps, it was just like the accusation of abusing its own power against the three major unions. Lou Vasselman could almost imagine that the reason why Deaneries Entertainment accused him was probably also abuse of power. He really wanted to keep his power. The whole Hollywood, Steve Ross, Martin Davis, Michael Eisner, Shirley Lansing, etc., who is not the same. Those who have tasted the taste of power will probably only instinctively pursue more, and few can give up easily. Speaking of which, the young man, who is only 22 years old this year, will undoubtedly become the most powerful person in Hollywood in the next few decades. Moreover, judging from the skills that Westeros has shown in a series of recent events, he is also capable of controlling the power in his hands 22 years old. It is hard to imagine why a young man who should have just graduated from college can be so talented. Thinking of his son who is already middle-aged but still useless, Lou Vasselman's frustration is even stronger. The two old men were sitting in the office chatting casually. There was a knock on the door. The secretary poked his head in and pointed to the TV in the corner of the office and said, "Mr. Vasselman, maybe there's something you should see." Lou Vasselman nodded, and the secretary came in and turned on the TV, and quickly tuned to a local channel in Los Angeles. A press conference was being broadcast on the TV. Lou Vasselman saw Matthew Broderick, one of the young men sitting on the stage telling their own experiences, and roughly understood the reason for the matter. This was originally one of the backup plans prepared by Michael Ovitz. After Simon Westeros became famous, his story of breaking 5 legs by himself became an anecdote in Hollywood, and the circle generally knew the ins and outs of the matter. Because the young men were not really right in this matter, after Meg Ryan withdrew, neither Ovitz nor Vasselman thought about using this chess move. Unexpectedly, the young men would take the initiative to jump out. At this time, looking at the young man in the center of the press conference podium, whose lips were sunken like an old man without dentures, telling his tragic experience in tears, Lou Vasselman almost couldn't help but believe it. Including Matthew Broderick and Mark Stein, who had lost several teeth by Simon's elbow, the 5 people completely reversed black and white, claiming that they had some quarrels when they were having fun in the bar a few years ago, and the extremely vengeful Simon Westeros secretly tracked and intercepted them. In the end, he not only broke the legs of 5 of them, but also bit back, forcing the other party to make compensation with the reputation of Matthew Broderick. Matthew Broderick was popular because of several hit movies in a row. In order to avoid the other party from damaging his reputation, he had to pay $500,000 for settlement. However, after Simon Westeros became famous, he still did not let them go. Matthew Broderick was retaliated by Westeros and his career was ruined. He has not received any film contracts in the past year. When reporters questioned why Simon Westeros dared to attack the 6 of them alone, Mark Stein, with sunken lips and a miserable look, said that Westeros brought a baseball bat at the time, and they were completely unarmed. Moreover, Mark Stein also showed on the spot the report that Simon knocked out 10 professional fighters in a row in the Melbourne boxing ring at the beginning of the year, proving that he had the ability to do so. At the end of the press conference, Mark Stein and the other 5 said that they would file a lawsuit in the Los Angeles District Court on the grounds that Simon had caused them continuous and long-term severe physical and mental trauma. Matthew Broderick also filed a lawsuit on the grounds that Simon Westeros violated the California Unfair Business Competition Law and maliciously used his influence to destroy other people's careers. Not only that, Matthew Broderick's lawyer also said that there is reason to believe that Simon Westeros used the $500,000 extorted from Matthew Broderick to produce Lola Run. Matthew Broderick will also file a lawsuit for this, demanding that Simon Westeros return the original $500,000 in cash and all the profits brought by this cash. The reporters at the press conference almost boiled over when they heard the end. Even reporters who knew some industry insiders forced themselves to believe the nonsense of the guys in front of them. If the profits brought by $500,000 in cash were true, it would be a big deal. As we all know, Simon Westeros made his fortune by relying on the huge profits earned from Lola Run. Later, he not only established Deanery's Entertainment, but also made a fortune by accurately betting on S&P 500 futures during the stock market crash in 1987. If you want to calculate the original $500,000 in profits, Simon Westeros's current net worth of $21 billion can be said to be all from this. Watching the young men on the TV screen leave under the siege of the media, Lou Vasselman, who had watched the entire press conference patiently, could not help but sigh. As the president of the Screen Actors Guild, Barry Gordon had also heard about the incident. He looked at Lou Vasselman and asked, "Did you arrange it?" Lou Vasselman shook his head and said, "I know about it, but I didn't arrange it." How to arrange something that everyone in the circle knows about the inside story? Lou Vasselman had not thought of completely turning right and wrong upside down like those young men just now, because this matter was too untenable. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lou Vasselman had some understanding. Including Matthew Broderick, several people had nothing to lose. By holding a press conference with such a big fanfare and making a big fuss, they had the upper hand. Even if their own rhetoric was a little untenable, the public always tended to sympathize with the weak. In the final analysis, Simon Westeros was too powerful. At the beginning of the year, the video of Westeros fighting 10 people in Melbourne and knocking out consecutively amazed many people. Such a tyrannical guy really dared to attack 6 people alone. After all, he brought a baseball bat at that time. Barry Gordon saw Vasselman deny it, looked at the TV screen again, and smiled. "Anyway, we can watch a lively scene again." Lou Vasselman also smiled. Simon Westeros almost took every step in this acquisition case and masterfully resolved many obstacles faced by Deanery's Entertainment bit by bit, making Vasselman completely unable to resist. Now, facing the shameless nonsense of those young men, Vasselman was curious about how the other party would unravel the mystery. In this era, the biggest feature of investment in large telecommunications industry giants is stability. The telecommunications industry has been developing for 100 years. Investing in monopoly industry giants such as AT&T and Seven Little Bells will neither get too rich returns nor suffer too much loss. Because the stock prices of this type of company can easily rise and fall with the trend of the macroeconomic situation, and the U.S. economy has been in a continuous downturn recently, since Westeros wants to acquire Bell Atlantic at a 30% premium, many investors who hold shares in this company have no intention of holding on to it. Therefore, when the board of directors of Bell Atlantic reached an agreement with the Westeros, the subsequent shareholder vote was also passed very smoothly under the careful operation of the Westeros team. The next step is to submit it to the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, FCC, in charge of the telecommunications industry for review. After arranging things in Los Angeles, Simon has been running between New York and Washington on the East Coast these days to seek approval from government departments. Although the Department of Justice is one of the presidential cabinet departments, and the minister is nominated and appointed by the president, the Bush administration obviously does not have a good impression of Simon, but this department is not fully controlled by the White House. In the U.S. midterm elections in early November, the Democratic Party won a landslide victory and won a majority of seats in both the Senate and the House of Representatives of the U.S. Congress. At the same time, there are also Democrats serving as senior officials in the Department of Justice, which means that Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic will not encounter one-sided obstacles. As for the Federal Communications Commission, this aspect is more favorable to Simon. Because as an independent government agency, the FCC is directly responsible to the U.S. Congress and is not subject to the jurisdiction of the White House. Moreover, after all, the Bush family is a very mature political family. Unless necessary, they will not offend Simon, a super-rich man with a huge fortune and great social influence. In addition, Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic will not affect the industry structure and there is no suspicion of monopoly. Therefore, this acquisition is almost a done deal. It can be said that from the end of November to the beginning of December, Simon was more reorganizing and deepening his own connections in the American political circle through the Bell Atlantic acquisition. When Simon heard the news of the press conference held by Matthew Broderick and others, he had just had dinner in Washington with U.S. Congressman David Melrose, who had contacted him a few days ago. Janet had experienced the whole process of the incident, so she was furious in the subsequent phone call. She threatened to teach those guys who were confusing right and wrong a lesson, and told Simon not to worry about it. She planned to take personal responsibility. There is no shortage of right and wrong in this world. After Simon knew the details, although he was angry, he was not too moved in his heart. He really did not have the energy to take care of this matter, so he casually agreed to let Janet take charge of it. On the other hand, Matthew Broderick and his gang had obviously conspired and planned carefully. Although the story was not perfect, it was reasonable. Coupled with the media's natural nature of watching the excitement and not minding the big things, this matter was quickly hyped up. Of course, Deanery's Entertainment would naturally not let the matter ferment one-sidedly, and immediately fought back in the media. Unfortunately, the incident did not leave an official case record in the police system. At that time, the situation of the gang was too miserable, and there was not even a record. Then the two sides quickly reconciled. After being manipulated by Matthew Broderick, the police also thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, and did not continue to investigate. With Matthew Broderick and his team taking the initiative, everyone had their own arguments, and there were signs that they were about to fall into Rashomon. After the press conference, the local media in Los Angeles quickly exposed the further demands of several young people. Mark Stein and his 5 companions filed a lawsuit in the Los Angeles District Court, claiming a total of $100 million in compensation, citing the long-term physical and mental trauma they had suffered. Matthew Broderick even asked for a huge amount of compensation, demanding up to $1 billion. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, First Victory. Under the strong operation of the Westeros system, in less than a week, another version of the story about the attack a few years ago appeared in the media, which was closer to the truth. Janet's lawyer team also quickly launched a civil lawsuit against Matthew Broderick and 6 others for malicious defamation of others, and demanded compensation ranging from $10 million to $50 million $10 million for Mark Stein and 5 others, and $50 million for Matthew Broderick. Careful media found that $10 million was obviously a bottom line, and Matthew Broderick's $50 million in compensation was exactly 10 times the other party's current net worth. Moreover, Matthew Broderick and others opened their mouths so high that even if they could really win and get full compensation, the amount of compensation was actually far beyond Simon's tolerance. In comparison, if Simon wins this lawsuit, it will mean that Matthew Broderick and 6 others will not only lose all their current assets, but the remaining debts will also mean that it will be difficult for them to turn over again in their next life. Not only that, after losing the lawsuit, the 6 people are likely to face jail time. In addition to fighting back in the media, Simon's legal team also applied to the Santa Monica Police Department in Los Angeles to reinvestigate the attack in the summer of 1986 in order to prove the innocence of the parties involved and give the public the truth. When the Los Angeles Times exposed the news, Simon immediately took a very large initiative in public opinion. If Simon Westeros did not have enough confidence, he would not have taken the initiative to ask the local police to restart the investigation. Such a major event that has attracted much attention, under the close supervision of the media, even if Westeros' influence is great, the local police department dare not do anything to show favoritism. Although no detailed case files were left at the beginning, because many people were involved, it was not difficult to investigate the ins and outs of the matter, even if 4 years had passed. Therefore, when the Santa Monica Police Department in Los Angeles held a press conference and publicly announced that it had officially reopened the investigation of the original attack case, the 6 people who were very active in front of the media were obviously at a loss. Mark Stein, who had dentures installed again, attacked the Santa Monica Police Department fiercely in an interview, saying that it was impossible for the police department to investigate the real truth, and it would only be the truth that Simon Westeros wanted. In response to the reporter's questioning, Mark Stein's logic was that Simon Westeros had a huge fortune and strong influence, enough to manipulate the results of the investigation. Simon's legal team has not responded yet, but such an attack has obviously angered the Santa Monica Police Department, and it quickly attracted official rebuttals. Immediately afterwards, the Santa Monica Police Department publicly announced a major breakthrough in the case. Baseball bat. Although no formal case was filed at the time, the baseball bat on the night of the attack was retained, but it has been gathering dust in the corner of the police evidence room for several years. The attack left a deep impression on the police officers and doctors who rushed to the rescue, especially the baseball bat tightly held in the hands of the teenager. Many people clearly remember that it took a lot of effort to barely remove the baseball bat tightly held in the hands of the teenager. At the public press conference, the chief of the Santa Monica Police Department personally showed reporters the baseball bat with a large amount of DNA traces of Simon Westeros and 5 other teenagers. Although no more information was added, the media immediately made a corresponding interpretation. The brand baseball bat made of high-quality oak had a market price of $200 that year. Not only that, the baseball bat also had the signatures of 2 baseball stars. According to Simon Westeros's identity as a temporary supermarket clerk, even if he could barely afford the price of the baseball bat itself of $200, he could not get the star's signature. Therefore, the baseball bat could not belong to Westeros. Since the baseball bat does not belong to Simon Westeros, it is difficult for Matthew Broderick and others to say that Simon Westeros attacked the 6 of them with a baseball bat. However, Mark Stein, one of the 6 young men, once again spoke out to the media, firmly refusing to admit that the baseball bat belonged to him and accused Simon of not being able to pay for it, but that it was likely stolen by him. Just after Mark Stein made this statement, several old acquaintances of the other party came forward to testify that the baseball bat belonged to Mark Stein himself. It was a personal item that Stein liked very much. Because it had the signatures of 2 baseball stars at the same time, he often took it out to show off in front of everyone. Then, Mark Stein changed his words again, admitting that the baseball bat was indeed his, but the original attack was still initiated by Simon Westeros, and he was taken away by the other party in the process of self-defense. This kind of self-contradictory sophistry, which was almost nonsense, changed the attitude of a large part of the media and the public who were originally on the side of the 6. Amid the turmoil of the attack, The news that Deanery's Entertainment reached a settlement with the three major unions seemed no longer so attractive. However, the Circle is still paying close attention to this matter. Before the settlement of the lawsuit, George Kogo, president of the Western chapter of the Writers Guild of America, resigned first, and then Deanery's Entertainment publicly stated that it would temporarily abandon the plan to build a film and television production base in Toronto. In the end, the three major unions signed an almost unconditional settlement agreement with Deanery's Entertainment and immediately withdrew the lawsuit. When the lawsuit that could hinder Deanery's Entertainment's acquisition of MCA was settled, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the East Coast of the United States. In December, Christmas was approaching, and Simon Westeros and his wife Janet Westeros attended the grand banquet held by the White House every year to entertain members of Congress, media reporters and social elites. On the second day of the banquet, Simon Westeros also accepted the president's invitation and held a 30-minute meeting with President George Bush in the Oval Office of the White House, mainly discussing the current economic problems facing the United States and solutions. This was naturally a show, and Bush hoped to reverse his negative image of not caring about the internal affairs of the United States. What Simon got was the approval of the Ministry of Justice for Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic. A week before Christmas, after reaching a partial restriction agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Communications Commission on Nokia and other matters, the two government agencies successively approved Westeros' application to acquire Bell Atlantic. On December 20th, after quietly completing the year-end settlement, Westeros officially transferred its overseas funds and Cersei Fund Management Company back to China and paid a huge tax of up to $2.29 billion in one go. The New York Post on the East Coast and the Los Angeles Times on the West Coast simultaneously exposed an extremely large check of up to $2.29 billion used by Westeros to pay taxes, and ridiculed this tax check, which was enough to be included in the Guinness World Records. Westeros did not miss this opportunity to shape its public image, focusing on the media to exaggerate that most of the money was earned overseas, and Simon Westeros' tax payment behavior, which almost did not use any tax avoidance methods, was a manifestation of a strong sense of social responsibility. The day after the two major paper media platforms exposed Westeros' tax payment check, on December 21st, the last working day of the week before Christmas, Westeros officially signed an acquisition agreement with Bell Atlantic. At the press conference that day, James Raybould, president of Westeros, who participated in the signing ceremony, also announced that in view of the current economic situation in the United States, as a company with a strong sense of social responsibility, Westeros publicly guaranteed that Bell Atlantic would not make any layoffs in the next year. Not only that, as Bell Atlantic strengthens its investment in the two major business areas of mobile communications and the Internet, Bell Atlantic is expected to create at least 1,000 additional jobs in the next few years. Such public promises have once again won Westeros a lot of goodwill in the media and the public. After the signing of the agreement, Westeros is expected to gradually complete the cash settlement of Bell Atlantic shareholders within 2 weeks after Christmas. In Hollywood, after the release of A League of Legends on November 23, as of December 20th, the box office quickly accumulated to $70.33 million in 4 weeks after the opening. From December 14th to December 20th, the weekly box office of A League of Legends was $10.92 million. Although the weekly box office may fall below $10 million starting next week, this women's baseball film has already made it into the billion-dollar box office club. Dances with Wolves, which ended its 7th week of release, has a cumulative box office of $49.56 million. Although it is far less than A League of Legends, the box office curve of this film, which has won 6 important nominations at the Golden Globe Awards, is very stable. Robert Altman's Venice Golden Lion Award-winning film Crossroads, which was released on December 7, opened on 613 screens. Relying on its good reputation and the excellent publicity and promotion of the Gay Omen Films team, it earned $7.38 million in the first 7 days of the week. In the second week of its release, the number of screens for Crossroads increased appropriately to 823, and the box office also fell back to $8.63 million. As a wonderful group play that is closely linked, this film shows the life of ordinary citizens in Los Angeles. Because it does not use big stars and many actors only receive basic salary, the final budget is only $8 million. In 2 weeks, The total North American box office of the film of $16.01 million has made the film recover all the production costs. Simon did not have high expectations for the box office of Crossroads at first, and the total North American box office was expected to be only about $20 million. However, judging from the box office curve in the first 2 weeks of the film, the total North American box office of the film is likely to hit the $50 million mark. However, although the box office of Crossroads exceeded expectations, Deaneries Entertainment has no intention of adjusting its public relations strategy during the awards season. Dances with Wolves will still be the focus of this year's Oscar public relations. Even so, Crossroads successfully received 3 nominations for the Golden Globe Awards for Best Picture, Best Director and Best Screenplay in the drama category. In addition, the Golden Globe Awards Committee also plans to set up a special ensemble award specifically to commend the film for its wonderful performance in the group. After Robert Altman's brief success in the late 1970s, he was almost forgotten in the early 1980s because of the failure of several consecutive films. For a time, he could only mingle in the European film circle. With the success of Crossroads, this veteran director once again entered the mainstream vision of Hollywood and his career began to rejuvenate. Faced with the olive branches thrown by other studios, Robert Altman was unmoved. Although he did not sign a multi-contract at the beginning, he still publicly expressed that he was looking forward to continuing to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment on the next movie. On December 21st, accompanied by the festive atmosphere, Deaneries Entertainment's most important film at the end of the year, Home Alone, was officially released. Under Simon's personal arrangement, the number of screens for the opening of this film reached 2,676, becoming the film with the highest number of screens for the opening at the end of 1990. The film's publicity and promotion offensive also far exceeded other festive atmosphere films of the same period. Before the opening, the budget for advertising and promotion alone exceeded $12 million, and the overall publicity and promotion budget reached $15 million. Obviously, as long as the box office of the film meets expectations, the later budget investment can easily exceed the final production cost of $18 million. However, the competition in this Christmas season is also quite fierce. In addition to Home Alone, there are 3 other new films that opened on more than 1,000 screens, namely Universal Pictures' new film Kindergarten Cop, in which Arnold Schwarzenegger chose another tough actor Jean-Claude Van Damme to participate after his withdrawal, Brian De Palma's new film The Bonfire of the Vanities, and the comedy film Like an Angel starring Paul Hogan, the male lead of the 1980s hit Crocodile Dundee series. MGM's Cold War spy film, The Russia House starring Sean Connery and Michelle Pfeiffer, also opened on more than 700 screens. Finally, there are 4 other small-scale new films that opened on a few to 200 or 300 screens. In summary, the number of new films that landed in North American theaters this week on December 21st reached 9. After successfully acquiring Bell Atlantic, Simon and Janet stayed together in Greenwich Manor on the East Coast during Christmas week. Because it was Christmas, Sophia Fessy also came over and planned to take a week's vacation. Perhaps because she had always been looking forward to having a baby, Janet likes Sophia's 2 children very much, and they had lunch together on Christmas Day. As for the acquisition of MCA, Deaneries Entertainment solved the biggest obstacle, the lawsuit of the 3 major unions, and began to contact the management of MCA again. The United Nations has issued an ultimatum to Iraq, requiring the Iraqi army to withdraw from Kuwait before January 15 next year. Simon knew that this was also the last opportunity for Deaneries Entertainment to easily acquire MCA. Once the war ended in a crushing manner and the U.S. stock market rebounded rapidly, this matter would have twists and turns again. However, on the surface, the team of Deaneries Entertainment still followed the plan and did not show any urgency. After all, Simon, who knew the future economic trends very well, hoped to finalize the acquisition before the war broke out, and the same was true for MCA. Almost all the wars that the United States encountered after the 2 world wars had a negative impact on the domestic economy. Therefore, domestic experts and media in the United States generally predict that once the war in the Middle East breaks out, it will definitely mean another decline in the U.S. stock market. If the war in the Middle East falls into a long-term stalemate like the Vietnam War, the U.S. economy will be further aggravated. Therefore, both Deaneries Entertainment and MCA shareholders actually expect the acquisition to be finalized before January 15 next year. Chapter 393 Unexpected Box Office. This is the information of the Latin American child who drew the special thank you letter. She is from Brazil, her name is Karina Rosa, and she is 11 years old this year. Unfortunately, the girl dropped out of school last year. Her family is still in financial difficulty, so it is not worth reporting in the news. UNICEF said that if necessary, they can arrange for the person in charge of receiving the donation to be interviewed by the media. I think this information should not be released all at once. It is best to leave most of the information to other media to actively dig up, otherwise it will be easy for the public to question whether it is deliberately arranged. And Davis Condi, one of the 6 people, wants to reconcile. According to the evidence currently in the hands of the Santa Monica police, even if the parties do not admit it, it is enough to prove their crimes. However, accepting the reconciliation and letting the other party take the initiative to confess the truth of the original incident will make things safer. In a conference room at the Shell Villa in Point Dume Manor in Malibu. The lawyer team and the public relations team responsible for the attack 4 years ago sat around the large conference table and discussed one after another. Janet sat in the center of one side of the conference table, with George Norman, the head of the lawyer team, and Pat Kingsley, the head of the public relations team, on her left and right. After patiently listening to the discussions of others in the conference room, Janet directly ordered, "Tomorrow, arrange for the Los Angeles Times to report the cause and effect of the $500,000. However, you should not completely let go afterwards. Continue to guide other media to dig out more detailed inside stories, and take the initiative to provide them with materials when necessary." Today is December 27th, Thursday. These days, the investigation and public opinion about the attack 4 years ago are completely one-sidedly inclined to Simon's side, but Janet, who was completely irritated, did not relax at all. In order to prevent Simon from linking everything he has now with that dirty money that Matthew Broderick used for the settlement, Janet patiently did not disclose the truth immediately in the face of media discussions, but asked people to carefully collect all the information about the funds donated to UNICEF until they had an irrefutable chain of evidence. This time, they decided to make the matter public. The reason for being so cautious is that Janet understands that if she only relies on a special thank you letter that is still stored in the Shell Villa of Cape Dume Manor, if she fails to find solid evidence afterwards, announcing it in advance will only be counterproductive. After all, it was hard for anyone to believe that a poor boy with no money would donate $500,000 without hesitation. After discussing the $500,000 with everyone, Janet finally glanced at everyone in the meeting room and said, "As for the settlement, don't let me hear such suggestions again. I don't accept the settlement. I want those bastards to lose everything and go to jail." Feeling the cold and unquestionable tone in Janet's voice, everyone else was a little silent, and the lawyer who had just proposed to accept the settlement couldn't help but shrink his neck. Janet finished speaking, and seeing that no one spoke again, she lowered her head and glanced at the memo in front of her to make sure that she had not forgotten anything else. She closed her notebook and said, "Well, today's meeting ends here." Everyone in the meeting room stood up and left. George Norman and Pat Kingsley stayed until the end and discussed some trivial matters with Janet. George Norman finally asked with a smile, "Jenny, you and Simon should not miss the party at Deanery Studios tonight, right? Because it is the end of the year, although it is a working day, there are various parties in Hollywood almost every day these days. Deanery's Entertainment has also arranged a party in Deanery Studios tonight to thank the filmmakers who have cooperated with Deanery's Entertainment in the past year. They are very familiar with each other in private." Janet is not as serious as she was in the meeting just now. She looked at her watch and said, "Simon said he can get back at 7 o'clock, so I must go there." After Christmas, Simon returned from the East Coast. In the past few days, he went to San Francisco again to discuss the development plan for 1991 with several company executives such as Idrit. As Jennifer's uncle, George Norman naturally knew about this matter. His niece, who had been staying at his house, also went to San Francisco with Simon these days. Both George Norman and the assistant's parents knew the relationship between Jennifer and Simon. Before Simon married Janet, the Raybolds hoped that their daughter would be able to snatch Simon away. After the wedding at the beginning of the year, because of Simon's increasing personal wealth and power, for various reasons, the Raybolds almost tacitly accepted the unclear relationship between Simon and their daughter. George Norman thought about this, but naturally he would not mention it in front of Janet. He said, "I will also go there tonight, and I plan to introduce some friends to Simon." Of course, no problem, Janet nodded, and said, if you need additional invitations, you can call Amy directly. George Norman shook his head and smiled. Don't bother Pascal with such a small matter. After seeing George Norman and Pat Kingsley off, Janet returned to the villa and called Simon. The other side said that it would take another hour before boarding the plane. After chatting for a few words, Janet called the two girls up who stayed at home to accompany her to the cloakroom on the third floor to prepare for tonight's party. In San Francisco, Simon stayed at the headquarters of Ygritte until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally rushed to the airport to return to Los Angeles. In addition to the female assistant, the housekeeper Alice Ferguson and Peter Butler, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times who Simon had known for a long time, were also accompanying him this time. Peter Butler will officially resign from the Los Angeles Times newspaper after the new year and join Ygritte, mainly responsible for the news and financial information sections of the Ygritte portal. After AOL signed an exclusive agreement with the three major operators, the growth rate of the number of World Wide Web users increased again in the last quarter of 1990. Counting the growth of World Wide Web access users in other regions, the number of Internet users relying on the World Wide Web has officially exceeded 1 million, and this growth rate is even better than Simon's best prediction. Therefore, Simon readjusted his plan and planned to officially launch his efforts in the Internet field at the beginning of next year. Ygritte, AOL and Cisco, the three core companies of Simon's Internet layout, have been discussing various plans for next year since last month. Moreover, also last month, Ygritte started to build another 2 million user-level data centers on the east and west coasts, which are expected to be put into use in mid-January next year. Mid-January 1991 happened to be the time when the Gulf War broke out. The cloud computing plan has been secretly promoted, but because it involves many technical problems that need to be solved, this matter requires enough time, and many other plans of Ygritte cannot wait. Once the 2 data centers under construction are completed, the total user capacity of Ygritte data centers will reach 5 million, which will definitely not be used up in the short term. Therefore, Ygritte will start the one-stop website solution plan proposed by Carol Bartz last year in advance, providing server space and website solutions to commercial users who are interested in developing Internet site business. The early implementation of this business plan can not only increase Ygritte's revenue, but also further enrich Internet content resources. However, this is actually just one of the development plans finalized in recent days. In addition to Carol Bartz's plan, Ygritte will also make efforts in the 2 major fields of media and social networking, starting from the beginning of next year. Peter Butler's joining this time is one of them. In addition, Jeff Bezos has been exploring outstanding media people in various fields to join Ygritte in recent months. After Simon's attempt to cooperate with Hearst Group failed a few months ago, Ygritte completely abandoned the plan of relying on other media platforms to obtain information and began to build its own news media team. In January next year, in fact, just a few days later, the new version of Ygritte Portal 1.0 will be officially launched. By then, Ygritte Portal will not only launch the first generation of simple search engine function that has been secretly developed for a year, but also expand the media page to 11 channels at one time, including news, finance, sports, entertainment, fashion, technology, etc. Among them, the news channel will be divided into various sub-channels such as domestic news, international news, photo news, etc. In the social field, after a year of technical accumulation, Ygritte personal homepage will be divided into column blogs and microblogs, and the user group will begin to be segmented. At the same time, in order to guide users' enthusiasm for using blogs, Ygritte will hold various types of online activities with cash or gift rewards every month in the next year. In addition, the mailbox, forum and online game sections of Ygritte Portal will be revised one after another. The e-commerce business that Simon handed over to the housekeeper will also be tested in the next year. The number of users has reached the million level. Although it is still difficult to obtain considerable income like newspaper media at the same scale, it is also a media platform that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, Simon also hopes to achieve the goal of breaking through the 5 million mark of World Wide Web users in 1991 through efforts in the next year. As long as the number of users reaches 5 million, along with the subsequent user growth, Ygritte Portal can start to build a complete Internet business ecosystem with profit potential. In order to achieve this goal, Simon simply did not set a budget limit for Ygritte this year. As long as it can produce corresponding results, Even if Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz invest $500 million or even $1 billion in the next year, Simon is willing to pay. In the original time and space, many unicorn companies in the internet era have lost tens of billions of dollars for several consecutive years and may eventually achieve nothing. In comparison, Simon's seemingly money-burning investment at this time is worth it. After the outbreak of the internet industry, these technologies and content accumulations can be quickly converted into real market value through IPOs. As long as Simon is willing, he can easily recover all the investment in the early stage of the investment through equity, cashing out. In addition to Grit, the same is true for AOL. The reason why Simon promised not to lay off employees after completing the acquisition of Bell Atlantic is not only to start the layout of the new telecommunications field of mobile communications, but also to support AOL. After acquiring Bell Atlantic, the company will not engage in internet access services in the short term, but will further deepen its cooperation with AOL. Several states on the East Coast, where Bell Atlantic is located, will be the key expansion targets of AOL next year. Also starting next month, AOL will launch a large-scale free trial business. Users only need to make an appointment to access the internet without paying a penny, and AOL will come to install it, and they can experience 3 hours of free internet surfing time every day for up to 1 month. The first phase of this activity will last at least 3 months. Speaking of which, AOL's timing for launching this activity is just right. For the same reason, the Gulf War will break out next month. In the cabin back to Los Angeles, Simon has been discussing this matter with Peter Butler. Although the internet media platform has just been born, it has obvious advantages over newspapers and television. For major events such as the upcoming war in the Gulf region, daily newspapers cannot provide instant information. Although 24-hour news channels such as CNN can provide instant reports, they cannot retain information. Users cannot stay in front of the TV for 24 hours. Relatively speaking, portal websites can solve these two problems to a large extent. We can provide instant information and preserve news information for a long time. Users can log into the network at any time to see the current news and browse other past events. Moreover, the content that portal websites can provide is richer than that of newspapers and television. As long as we can seize this opportunity next month, the media business of a Grit portal will definitely be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In the history of media, many news platforms can be said to have come into being. Just like the Hearst family relied on its own media network to incite the Spanish-American War, the sales of its own newspapers also increased significantly during that period. In the original time and space, Fox News also broke CNN's strong position in the American news channel through its all-round and timely coverage of the 9/11 incident. The upcoming Gulf War is a great opportunity for the development of a Grit portal. Peter Butler is still teased for overpraising Westeros because of his report on Simon a few years ago, but his promotion within the Los Angeles Times in recent years is obvious to all. However, for the Los Angeles Times, which has a history of 100 years, it is not enough to have enough ability to climb to the top of the company. Therefore, after receiving Simon's invitation to join a Grit portal, Peter Butler quickly decided to give up the position of deputy editor-in-chief of the department he had been promoted to and join this new media platform to be responsible for the two core information sections of news and finance. As a media person, Peter Butler is very clear about the importance of the two major sections of news and finance. Although he failed to get control of more channels, he also knows that Simon's invitation is full of sincerity. Moreover, Peter Butler does not think that it was his report on Simon that got him this job. The young man in front of him, who has created a series of miracles, is fully worthy of that report, and he will definitely not hire someone just because of a report praising him to achieve his current achievements. After Simon finished speaking, Peter Butler said, "Simon, I have considered that I will personally go to Saudi Arabia to follow up on this incident around the middle of next month." Simon heard Butler say this, with an expression of appreciation in his eyes, and said, "No problem, but you need to arrange things in North America." The two continued to discuss, and the plane soon landed on the runway of Los Angeles International Airport. Outside the porthole, the sky had already fallen. After parting with Peter Butler and hurriedly returning to Cape Dumay Manor, Simon changed his clothes and rushed to the party at Deanery Studios with Janet. The time was already past 7:30. The couple appeared in the lobby of the Studio Activity Center and naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. After a round of socializing and greetings, they finally came to the small circle where the heads of various studios gathered. Just after saying hello, Columbia Pictures CEO Peter Guber couldn't help but say, "Simon, the box office of Home Alone is really unexpected." When everyone heard Peter Guber mention this topic, they all looked at Simon with different expressions. In the past week, the biggest dark horse in Hollywood box office is undoubtedly Home Alone, which was released on December 21st. This children's comedy, which fits the festive atmosphere perfectly, has a box office of $26.15 million in the first 3 days from December 21st to December 23rd. This was not a big deal at first, but the popularity and box office momentum of Home Alone continued to rise during the working days. After a short slump on Christmas Eve on Monday, the single-day box office figures of Home Alone on Tuesday and Wednesday were far beyond expectations. Although today's box office data will not be released until after 12 o'clock, the industry generally predicts that the first week box office of Home Alone will definitely exceed the high of $40 million. If you calculate carefully, this will be the second movie in 1990 to break the 40 million mark in a single week box office after Die Hard 2. However, the box office curve of Die Hard 2 in the second week plummeted by more than 50%, which is obviously not comparable to Home Alone, whose popularity is still rising. Prior to this, referring to John Hughes' previous box office results, some people thought that the total North American box office of Home Alone might only be $40 million. Therefore, the first week exceeded 40 million, such a data, even with Unrelenting Entertainment, no one could have predicted. Originally, Hollywood had generally believed that Ghost, which opened in the summer and successfully closed with a North American box office of $217 million, would lock in the box office champion of 1990 and was also the only film in 1990 with a domestic box office of over $200 million. Now, the sudden appearance of Home Alone, judging from the current public popularity, will most likely break the box office figures of Ghost and seize the top spot on the box office in 1990. Chapter 394: A Powerful Woman. Simon could roughly understand the feelings of the people around him when they mentioned Home Alone. Unrelenting Entertainment released several hit films this year. The North American box office of Pretty Woman was $178 million, and the North American box office of Ghost was $217 million. Both were close to the $200 million level. Now, Home Alone is like this again. On the other hand, among the 10 film projects that Unrelenting Entertainment has cooperated with, only Sleeping with the Enemy and A League of Pink have been released and can reach the domestic box office level of $100 million. The other two films, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle and 10 Days of Danger, are hits, but the box office potential is only around $80 million. Obviously, Simon left the best projects to Unrelenting Entertainment itself. Moreover, Peter Guber of Columbia, Fox President Joe Roth and others may be even more puzzled as to why Simon can accurately select these hit films. Take Home Alone for example. John Hughes is indeed one of the popular filmmakers who rose in the 1980s, but he has never had a film that has grossed over $100 million in North America. His best domestic box office performance was only about $70 million. However, suddenly, Home Alone not only broke the embarrassing situation that John Hughes films could not gross over $100 million, but the total box office in North America seemed to be heading directly for $200 million. For traditional Hollywood filmmakers, film investment is like gambling. No one can accurately predict whether a film will be a hit. This is also the reason why Hollywood filmmakers insist on not personally participating in film investment as much as possible and only taking labor fees. Simon Westeros has been breaking the cognition of traditional Hollywood filmmakers in recent years. Simon certainly would not answer questions for these people, but just casually chatted about various trivial matters that happened in Hollywood recently. In this circle now, if he doesn't want to, no one can make him take the initiative to reveal certain information. After chatting and socializing, Simon noticed that his personal lawyer George Norman was walking towards this side with a few people. He nodded to everyone and smiled and went over with Janet. Janet just reminded George that she wanted to introduce some people to him tonight, mostly friends from his circle. Simon greeted the Normans and looked around casually, and was unexpectedly attracted by another couple. The man in the couple looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a dark complexion and obvious Latin ancestry. The woman looked much younger, in her 30s, with short black hair and fair skin, and had the exquisite charm unique to the ladies in the wealthy area of Los Angeles. Most importantly, Simon recognized the identities of the couple at a glance, especially the identity of the woman, Robert Kardashian and Kris Kardashian. If history had not changed, the latter would have changed her name to Kris Jenner, a powerful woman who later created the Kennedy family of the entertainment industry. Simon has seen too many people who could only appear in the news in his previous life in the past few years. Although he once again lamented that the world is too small, he did not show any special expression on his face. However, when Simon glanced at her casually, perhaps because of the sharp sixth sense unique to women, Chrissy Kardashian, who was holding her husband's arm, clearly felt that the young man, who is now prominent in the city and even the whole country, looked at her in a special way. It must be an illusion, right? However, the couple recently introduced O.J. Simpson, the godfather of their children, as a client to George Norman's law firm, and only then did they enter the private circle of this lawyer who was becoming more and more popular in Los Angeles. However, by doing so, they actually hoped to get in touch with the higher level of the Los Angeles pyramid through George Norman. The top of the pyramid of the city is undoubtedly the big figures in Hollywood, especially the young man in front of them. If they can get in touch with Simon Westeros, even if they don't get any substantial benefits, it will be enough to make them famous in their social circles. After introducing several close friends, George Norman finally gestured to the Kardashians and said, "Simon, this is Bob Kardashian and his wife Kris. Bob was also a lawyer before, and we worked together, but he is now a very good businessman. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kardashian." Simon shook hands with Robert Kardashian and said hello, then looked at Kris Kardashian and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Mrs. Kardashian." Kris Kardashian had been brewing compliments to greet Simon in her heart, but she couldn't find the right words until she shook hands with him. There were too many dazzling things about the young man in front of her, so she could only smile and say, "Hello, Simon." Feeling the slightly rough big hand holding her hand, thinking of the young man's previous eyes, Kris Kardashian's heart was shaken. Simon noticed the woman's wandering eyes, and suddenly became excited. He gently stroked the other's palm twice with his fingers, and then let go of the other. Chrissy Kardashian felt Simon's little move, and the surprise on her face flashed away, but she quickly restrained her expression, but her mood could no longer be calm. What does Westeros mean by this? Could it be? Chrissy Kardashian couldn't help but think of Simon Westeros's rumored preference for women. Simon didn't care how Chrissy Kardashian's mood was, and after flirting with her, he quickly turned to other social activities. During the entire party that followed, the beautiful woman holding her husband's arm looked expectantly, absent-mindedly, and resentfully waiting at the party for more than an hour. She was almost looking forward to it, but she didn't get any further hints from a certain young man, and even found that the other party simply left early. The next day was Friday. Early in the morning, two news stories that attracted the public appeared in the media. Simon Westeros finally responded to the whereabouts of the $500,000 he received from Matthew Broderick. Many people found it unbelievable when they saw the relevant article in the Los Angeles Times. 4 years ago, the young man had just arrived in Los Angeles, lived in a motel, and worked on jobs to barely make ends meet. He was completely penniless. How could he have donated $500,000? However, the facts were indisputable. On the day when the Los Angeles Times exposed the news, a senior UNICEF official personally confirmed the news in an interview with CNN. A series of information subsequently exposed by other media further confirmed the accuracy of the news. Simon Westeros did donate the $500,000. It's incredible. Although Simon did not publicly respond to the reason for donating the $500,000, the facts are there. Simon, who had already gained the upper hand in public opinion in the storm caused by Matthew Broderick, began to gain more favor from people without realizing it. Another piece of news that was equally eye-catching was the first week box office of Home Alone. From December 21st to December 27th, Home Alone was far ahead of other films in the same period, and in the first 7 days of the first week, the box office revenue was $41.93 million. Affected by the strong box office data of Home Alone, among the other 8 new films in the same period, only Kindergarten Cop produced by Universal Pictures barely broke the $10 million mark in the first week. Other large-scale new films such as The Bonfire of the Vanities by Blair De Palma and The Russia House by Sean Connery only had a box office of $5 to $6 million in the first week. However, this is just the beginning. On December 28th, a new week, North American theaters once again logged a series of new films. However, The only large-scale openings this week were Havana, a drama film co-starring Sidney Pollack and Robert Redford, and The Godfather 3 directed by Francis Ford Coppola. The Godfather 3 can be said to be a long-awaited movie for fans. However, the reputation of the film in the early previews was disappointing, and the performance of Coppola's daughter Sofia Coppola in the film attracted one-sided negative reviews. Havana, starring Robert Redford and telling the story of a gambler's ups and downs in the revolutionary environment of Cuba in the late 1950s, did not make many waves. The production cost of Havana was as high as $40 million. Universal obviously had no confidence in this film. Although it was given a New Year's schedule, it only arranged 813 screens in the first week. Facts have also proved that this film is a complete failure. Just on Friday, December 28, the box office trend of the new week was basically determined. On Friday, Home Alone earned as much as $9.91 million in just one day, a decline of 15% compared with the same period last week. Many people had already expected that Home Alone would be a big hit at the box office, but it was able to achieve a decline on the basis of the box office of $41.93 million in the first week, which was beyond the expectations of most people. Then, from December 28 to December 30, the three-day weekend box office of Home Alone in the second weekend ended up being $30.16 million. Although the decline was not as good as on Friday, it also reached 13%. Compared with Christmas last week, the New Year's Day statutory holiday on January 1 happened to be on Tuesday this week, which means that not only the three-day weekend, but also Monday and Tuesday can be counted as holidays with lucrative box office revenue. The last weekend of 1990 passed quietly, and 1991 is just around the corner. In the end, from December 28 to January 3, because of the New Year's Day holiday, the box office of Home Alone reversed by 15% compared with last week, and earned another $47.99 million. After only 2 weeks of opening, the cumulative box office of this unexpected phenomenal children's comedy has quickly reached $89.92 million, directly breaking all the box office records of John Hughes' previous films. After the box office of the second week was released, Deaneries Entertainment officially announced the launch plan of the sequel to Home Alone. Because a 3-film contract was signed with the young actor Macaulay Culkin in advance, and supporting actors such as Joe Pesci were not considered box office bigwigs who could raise their prices, the main creators of the film will basically return in the sequel. John Hughes will still lead this project, and his salary plan remains the same as the first one. In addition to Home Alone, The Godfather 3, which was released this week, earned $22.43 million in the first 7 days, surpassing the box office performance of all other new films except Home Alone last week, but it can't cover up the edge of Home Alone. Havana, created by Sidney Pollack and Robert Redford, can only be described as a disastrous failure at the box office. 7 days after its release, and during the popular period spanning the New Year's Day holiday, Havana's first week box office revenue was only a pitiful $3.12 million, not even a fraction of Home Alone. Universal Pictures invested $40 million in the production budget of Havana. With the release of the first week box office of the film, this project is basically certain to lose all its money. Including Brian De Palma's equally unsuccessful The Bonfire of the Vanities last week, some media couldn't help but tease that Deaneries Entertainment's Home Alone completely crushed the two big names Brian De Palma and Robert Redford, who helped Simon a lot. The only thing to be thankful for is that Brian De Palma was reminded by Simon and did not use Tom Hanks as the male lead of The Bonfire of the Vanities again, and reduced the production budget of more than $40 million in the original time and space of the film to $20 million. Therefore, compared with the loss of Havana, The Bonfire of the Vanities, which had a box office of $5.69 million in the first week, is expected to get a North American box office of about $15 million in the end. Although the producer Warner Brothers cannot make much money from this project, it is not as thorough as Universal. Affected by the box office failure of Havana and the continued delay of the MCA acquisition, the stock market opened after the holiday, and MCA's stock price fluctuated again, with a tendency to fall below the $60 mark. As hundreds of thousands of troops in the Gulf region began to gather for the final time, MCA shareholders became more and more anxious, and the management controlled by Lou Vasselman faced increasing pressure. After several months of operation, Bell Atlantic was successfully acquired, and Simon removed the obstacles that might hinder the acquisition of MCA one by one. In order to give MCA a feeling that Deaneries Entertainment was very much looking forward to the acquisition being delayed, Simon did not attend the negotiations for this acquisition again during the days around the new year. Lou Vasselman and Sid Sheinberg knew that the situation was over. After Deaneries Entertainment promised two consultant titles with relatively generous treatment, they finally accepted Deaneries Entertainment's $7 billion acquisition offer for MCA on January 7. At this point, the acquisition case, which had been tortuous for several months, was finalized. The day after the two parties reached an agreement, MCA's stock was temporarily suspended from the New York Stock Exchange, and Deaneries Entertainment also submitted the acquisition transaction review to the U.S. Department of Justice. Compared with Bell Atlantic, the review of MCA is basically just a symbolic process in the eyes of many people. No one thinks that after the U.S. Department of Justice approved Westeros' acquisition of Bell Atlantic, it would suddenly reject Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA. Therefore, this deal is a done deal. In Hollywood, the deal is still under review, and Deaneries Entertainment's management has already begun to slowly take over the operation of MCA. After completing this acquisition, Deaneries Entertainment will acquire a large number of assets, including Universal Pictures, MCA Records, Universal Studios Los Angeles, Universal Studios Orlando, 50% of the shares of USA Network, Putman Publishing Company, 40% of the shares of Cineplex Odeon Cinema, and a huge Universal Pictures film library. Although MCA's debt ratio is very low, it has about $500 million in debt accounts. Therefore, the total value of this acquisition is finally $7.5 billion. Including the total transaction amount of $8.7 billion for Bell Atlantic, in just a few months, the total acquisition amount paid by the Westeros system for two consecutive large-scale acquisitions reached $16.2 billion, of which cash accounted for $14 billion. Simon repatriated $6 billion from overseas at the end of last year, minus the huge capital gains tax he had to pay and a portion of the principal that was tax-free. Once the two acquisitions are completed, the total debt of the entire Westeros system will reach $12 billion. Simon is not only the richest man in the world, but also the one with the highest personal debt. Many experts and media have predicted that if Simon cannot carefully handle the huge debt problem facing the Westeros system in the next few years, or if the U.S. economic environment continues to deteriorate after the outbreak of the Gulf War, his personal wealth is likely to shrink as fast as the two media industry billionaires, Sumner Redstone and Murdoch, who were on the Forbes list last year. Chapter 395 The New Year begins. At the beginning of the new year, when the two acquisitions were finalized, the Westeros system began to make efforts in the internet field. After careful preliminary preparations, AOL launched the Internet Free Trial Plan on January 1, 1991. As long as users of the three telecommunications operators of Bell Pacific, Bell Atlantic and NYNEX on the east and west coasts of the United States, they can install and access the World Wide Web platform for free by making an appointment, and get a free trial time of 3 hours a day for a month. As of December 31, 1990, the number of AOL's end users was fixed at 820,000, and the number of Internet users in North America who accessed the World Wide Web platform reached 1.16 million. The AOL team predicted the growth rate of the number of World Wide Web users in the previous few months and launched a free trial plan. In the next 3 months, AOL will welcome at least 1 million free trial users per month on average. Based on the trial budget of $100 for each user in terms of access equipment and web browsing, AOL will invest an average of $100 million per month for this, not to mention AOL's investment in human resources and basic equipment to support the increase in the number of users. All calculated, AOL will burn at least $400 million in funds for the 3-month free trial plan. In comparison, in 1990, AOL's annual revenue barely broke $100 million. Therefore, the most critical issue for this risky and radical business plan is actually the funding issue. Simon had agreed to the IPO plans of AOL and Cisco last year. However, due to the outbreak of the Gulf War in the second half of last year, the U.S. stock market continued to be sluggish, and the IPO plans of both companies were continuously delayed. This free trial can be regarded as AOL's last gamble before the IPO. Other small shareholders holding 25% of AOL's shares are unwilling to have their shares diluted by Westeros again, and Simon did not force them. This time, The funds were obtained from Citibank in the form of a loan through Westeros's relationship. After the 3-month free trial plan, regardless of the results of the plan implementation and the macroeconomic environment, AOL will officially launch the IPO. The other shareholders and management of AOL are under great pressure, but Simon is full of confidence in this plan and the trend of the U.S. economy: 1 million trial users per month, 3 million in 3 months. These numbers are actually still very conservative. You should know that in the past year of 1990, the total shipments of personal computers by mainstream PC manufacturers such as IBM, Apple, and Commodore exceeded 20 million units, of which the shipments of IBM series-compatible computers alone reached 16.8 million units. At the same time, the number of PC users in the world also successfully exceeded 100 million in 1990. As the world's most developed economy, the United States has a domestic market share of more than 50% in terms of both PC shipments and ownership. Although personal computers in this era are mainly used for office work, and office PCs account for a large part, with such a large base of personal computer users, plus the user areas where AOL operates are located in the most economically developed states on the east and west coasts of the United States, the number of 3 million trial users in 3 months is definitely not a lot. If 20% to 30% of the 3 million expected trial users can be converted into formal users, AOL's free trial plan this time will be considered a success. After the first quarter, as long as the user growth reaches expectations, AOL can at least ensure annual revenue of $500 million. With a growth of the number of users in the next 3 quarters, the actual revenue figure will definitely be higher. Compared with last year's performance growth of more than 500%, this development speed is enough for AOL to obtain a very good IPO valuation. After the IPO, AOL can continue to raise funds from the public market more flexibly through the issuance of securities or additional shares. On the other hand, Ygritte also began to exert its strength in the content field. Just 1 week after Peter Butler officially joined Ygritte after the new year, he personally went to the Middle East to host a comprehensive report on the war in the Gulf region. Ygritte also launched the Everyone is a Novelist award-winning creation activity in the column blog section. Online novels, a literary genre that is familiar to people later, actually appeared earlier than many people imagined. Just like online games, AOL's predecessor Quantum Online operated the online novel chain service as early as the 1980s. After all, creativity and other things have never been lacking. However, the Everyone is a Novelist activity launched by Ygritte is still inclined to traditional literary creation, and the period is also 3 months. After applying to the blog operation team, registered users of the Ygritte portal website can participate in this activity and start online creation. The subject matter is limited to novels, but there is no limit on the type. Science fiction, horror, suspense, etc. are all acceptable. The rule is to submit at least 1 update per week, and the final winner will be selected by the users of the Ygritte website through online voting. The event will eventually select 1 first prize with a prize of $500,000, 10 second prizes with a prize of $100,000, and 100 third prizes with a prize of $10,000. At the same time, the works created by these users are expected to be published in physical form and signed by Deaneries Entertainment to be adapted into film and television dramas. The total prize pool of $2.5 million, as well as the opportunities for publishing and film and television adaptation, attracted strong attention from Ygritte users as soon as the event was announced. After all, most ordinary people actually have some creative dreams, but it is difficult to implement them due to various restrictions. This online event of Ygritte not only provides a platform with a low threshold, but also provides a huge bonus that is enough to stimulate the enthusiasm of users. For Ygritte, such an event can not only achieve the purpose of user-generated content that Simon has always emphasized, but also enhance the interactivity of Ygritte's social network. Moreover, through the title sponsorship of IBM and other companies, Ygritte has further developed its own advertising business, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. For this event, the Ygritte team specially developed a voting system, similar to the common like function on the internet. Only registered users of the Ygritte portal can vote. Moreover, in order to avoid the phenomenon of multiple vests, voting users also need to bind their AOL accounts and can only cast 1 vote per day. In Hollywood, the acquisition agreement was successfully reached with MCA, and the first box office week after the new year passed quickly. From January 4th to January 10th, Home Alone was in its 3rd week of opening. Because it entered the working day, compared with a reverse decline in the New Year's Day week, the box office fell by 34% this week, and collected another $31.28 million. The single-week box office fell from $47.99 million to $31.28 million. Although the decline was deep, it was actually very rare. In this era, many blockbuster films may not be able to exceed $30 million in the first week of opening, which is enough to show the phenomenal box office characteristics of Home Alone. In 3 weeks, the total North American box office of Home Alone reached $111.9 million, easily making it into the top 10 of the 1990 North American box office list. However, such an excellent box office momentum had to face the shadow of the approaching war. As the January 15th ultimatum issued by the United Nations to Iraq drew closer, Saddam showed no signs of withdrawing his troops from Kuwait. It is worth mentioning that the tough attitude of the U.S. government also played a very critical role. Several conditional withdrawal proposals put forward by Iraq were all rejected by the U.S. government. On January 12, the U.S. Senate formally approved the authorization for the use of military force against Iraq Act. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city. At the same time, in the month before the war, the U.S. stock market continued to fall by 6% under the shadow of war. The Dow Jones Index once fell back to less than 300 points, which was worse than before the stock market crash in 1987. After completing the settlement at the end of 1990, SYNOPSIS Capital quickly raised a hedge fund of $3 billion again, and will maintain the same scale in the future. Simon previously transferred more than $8 billion in cash back to China, but with the continued cumulative gains in the second half of last year, the funds belonging to Simon in the SYNOPSIS fund management account still reached $700 million, and the Johnston family also retained $500 million in the hedge fund. Before the outbreak of the war, when most investors generally looked down on the prospects of the Gulf War, the team of SYNOPSIS fund management began to bet again in the crude oil futures market and the North American Stock Index futures market. The crude oil futures market has not yet recovered from the impact of the Kuwait War last year, and can only barely establish a small position. The main bet this time is the S&P 500 Index futures. In Simon's memory, the S&P 500 Index rose by more than 20% within a month after the outbreak of the war under the one-sided destruction of the multinational forces led by the United States in the Gulf War. Moreover, due to the pessimistic outlook for the war, most speculators in the active S&P 500 Index futures market tend to short, which made it very easy for the team of SYNOPSIS fund management to establish a long position with a total value of more than $10 billion in just a few weeks. Although we do not expect SYNOPSIS Capital's hedge fund to transfer too much money to the Westeros system in the next few years. However, this time, because Simon's prediction of the war situation is different from that of most people, in the next few months, as long as everything follows the historical trajectory, SYNOPSIS Capital will still be able to obtain very rich gains. Throughout 1991, SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company was able to easily leave behind similar hedge funds on Wall Street in terms of profitability. Not seeking to create miracles, but only seeking to surpass peers, this is Simon's performance requirement for SYNOPSIS Capital after it enters a regular operating state. This is actually not easy for other fund companies on Wall Street, but for SYNOPSIS Capital, relying on Simon's prophetic advantage and its own excellent operating team, it is not difficult to do this. Time will not stop for the oppressive atmosphere of war. On January 15, the final deadline, Saddam Hussein still did not implement the UN withdrawal agreement. The multinational forces led by the United States began to authorize the army for war, and the Iraqi army of 1 million was also ready to respond. At 2 a.m. local time on January 17, countless fighter planes took off from U.S. aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf and military airports in Saudi Arabia, swarming like bees towards key military targets in various parts of Iraq that had been locked in advance. Many people originally thought that the Iraqi Air Force would fight back, but the multinational forces showed an overwhelming advantage that completely deprived the Iraqi army of its ability to resist. Iraq's air defense system had almost no room to play in front of the high-tech stealth bombers of the United States. The backward Scud missiles were also vulnerable to the latest precision-guided missiles of the U.S. military. The Iraqi Air Force had not made much response before it was firmly suppressed by the multinational fighter planes. In just less than a day of intensive airstrikes, the strategic goals of the first phase of the multinational forces were quickly achieved. The air bases and air defense facilities in Iraq were destroyed by the pouring guided missiles, cluster bombs, and air bombs. The devastating force of this war shocked the whole world. International crude oil market. With a continuous feedback of war news, the international crude oil price, which continued to soar on the eve of the outbreak, only lasted for 2 hours after the outbreak of the war and then began to plummet. On January 16, the day before the outbreak of the war, the international crude oil price was as high as $26 a barrel. A few hours after the outbreak of the war, the international crude oil price had fallen to a low of $20, basically reaching the level before the outbreak of the Kuwait War last year. Affected by the shadow of war, the North American film market saw a significant decline in the week before the outbreak of the war. After the box office of Home Alone fell by 34% in the third week of its release, it fell again by 29% in the fourth week of its release from January 11 to January 17, and the single-week box office further slipped to $22.21 million. The total box office for 4 weeks was $142.11 million. Because the war situation exceeded most people's expectations, although many people were still attracted by the smoke of war in the Gulf region, the North American film market did not cool down further, but began to rebound in the new week. Before the outbreak of the war, the organizers of the American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards had been hesitating whether to cancel the new awards ceremony, originally scheduled for January 19. As the war situation finally became clear, the Golden Globe Awards organizers soon announced that the awards ceremony would be held as scheduled at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel. This year's Golden Globe Awards only nominated for the Best Film in the Drama and Comedy categories, and Deanery's Entertainment took 3, namely Dances with Wolves and Crossroads nominated for the Best Film in the Drama category, and Ghost nominated for the Best Film in the Musical Comedy category. In fact, in the original time and space, Pretty Woman and Home Alone were also nominated for the Best Film in the Musical Comedy category. However, if Deanery's Entertainment alone accounted for half of the 10 Best Film nominations for the Golden Globe Awards, it would be too dazzling. After weighing the pros and cons, Deanery's Entertainment finally only applied for the Best Film nominations for 3 films including Dances with Wolves. Among them, Dances with Wolves is the top priority and cannot be lost. For the other 2, depending on the attitude of the Golden Globe Awards organizers, whether they give or not, the impact is not too great. As a result, all 3 films were nominated. Fortunately, all 3 films are worthy of the title, so they did not cause too much controversy. However, some media people have raised objections to the fact that Home Alone and Pretty Woman, produced by Deanery's Entertainment, were not nominated for the Best Picture in the Musical Comedy category. After being busy for several months, Simon did not have time to relax after 2 acquisitions were finalized. After the wild growth of the Westeros system in 1990, it has accumulated too many problems unknowingly. In order to avoid the accumulation of problems, Simon did not dare to slack off. In addition, while constantly giving more power to the management of each company, Simon's financial supervision of each company has become more and more strict. According to convention, this period at the beginning of the year is the period for financial audits of various companies. Although there is a heavy workload every day, on January 19, Simon still appeared on the red carpet outside the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel in the evening with Janet, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress. After all, it is not just the 3 films like Dances with Wolves that are nominated for Best Picture, but also the films like Pretty Woman, Home Alone, and 10 Days of Danger, produced by Deanery's Entertainment, that have also won many nominations for other awards. In addition to the film awards, the reality shows and TV series produced by Deanery's Entertainment have also received a large number of nominations for various types of TV awards, and all have very strong potential to win awards. Therefore, before the awards ceremony began, Deanery's Entertainment had already prepared a grand celebration party at the Deanery Studios in Malibu. Chapter 396. Don't Thank Westeros. The nominees for Best Actress in a Musical or Comedy at this year's Golden Globe Awards are Mia Farrow, Alice, Julia Roberts, Pretty Woman, Andie MacDowell, Green Card, Demi Moore, Ghost, Meryl Streep, Postcards from the Edge. On the stage of the Hilton Hotel's ballroom, Morgan Freeman, the winner of the Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy at the last Golden Globe Awards, introduced the list of nominees, smiled and tore open the envelope in his hand, took a look, and quickly said to the microphone, "The winner is Julia Roberts, congratulations." Warm applause rang out. Julia Roberts, who is wearing a white one-shoulder evening dress tonight, stood up from her round table with an unbelievable look on her face, hugged several of the creators of Pretty Woman around her, and staggered onto the stage with her skirt in her hand. After receiving the trophy from Morgan Freeman, the big-mouthed beauty came to the microphone, still unable to restrain herself, and couldn't help covering her mouth. The audience applauded again. It's incredible, like a dream. After a moment, Julia Roberts, who is actually only 23 years old this year, finally spoke, stuttering to the microphone and said, "First of all, I want to thank Simon. Without him, I wouldn't have everything I have now." At a round table slightly behind the banquet hall, Janet heard the big-mouthed beauty's speech on the stage, raised a finger and shook it in front of Simon's eyes, and said, "The sixth time, I wonder if Michael Blake, who just forgot to thank you, will be restless now." The award ceremony has continued until now. Counting the Best Actress in a Musical Comedy just one, Deaneries Entertainment has won 7 major awards, including 5 film awards and 2 TV awards. In the 7 award speeches, 6 of the winners thank Simon, and only Michael Blake, the screenwriter of Dances with Wolves, was not mentioned. Simon stretched out his hand and tried to pinch Janet's beautiful fingertips, but the woman dodged him. He didn't chase after her and whispered, "Too many times. I remember that in the original Time and Space, someone with a good heart counted the Hollywood celebrities who were thanked the most at the Oscars. Steven Spielberg and Harvey Weinstein, who were at the top of the list, had only accumulated 30 or 40 times over the years. The Golden Globe Awards are naturally not comparable to the Oscars. However, with the momentum tonight, Simon felt that it would not take many years for him to set a record for the number of times he was thanked at various award ceremonies. Simon didn't want to appear to be everywhere at all. He preferred to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Janet knew her man's mind very well and said, "You can tell Deutschman about it at the party later." On the stage, Julia Roberts finished her speech. The host came on stage to warm up for a while, and then began to present the Best Actor in a Drama Series. Kevin Costner has already won the Best Director award at this year's Golden Globe Awards. However, his performance in Dances with Wolves was indeed not very outstanding. He lost to Jeremy Irons, who had a superb performance in Reversal of Fortune. Jeremy Irons played the role of Alfred in Ben Affleck's Batman. Not surprisingly, Jeremy Irons will also win this year's Oscar for Best Actor. This middle-aged British actor in his early 40s has good looks and acting skills, but unfortunately, he has bad luck. Since he entered Hollywood in the 1980s, the commercial films he has starred in have not been successful at the box office. Hollywood is very superstitious. After several consecutive movies have failed at the box office, it is often difficult for actors to get high-quality projects from the studio. With fewer and fewer resources, it is becoming increasingly difficult to turn things around. After the Best Actor in a Drama, the final Best Picture in a Drama category follows. Dances with Wolves successfully defeated Goodfellas, Crossroads, The Godfather, Part 3 and Reversal of Fortune to win the Best Picture in a Drama category. According to statistics, of the 13 film awards that attracted much attention at this year's Golden Globe Awards, only Deaneries Entertainment's films won 6, including Best Picture in a Drama for Dances with Wolves, Best Director for Kevin Costner, Best Actress in a Drama for Susan Sarandon, Best Actress in a Musical Comedy for Julia Roberts, Best Screenplay for Dances with Wolves, and Best Supporting Actress for Whoopi Goldberg. With nearly half of the awards, it can be said that they are in the limelight. Although it was a celebration party for Deaneries Entertainment, many stars were invited to the Deaneries studios in Malibu after the awards ceremony. The party held by Deaneries Entertainment after the Oscars has been booked by Gucci, and the celebration party after the Golden Globe Awards is held in the name of Egret. The Westeros system's efforts in the internet industry not only mean free trials for AOL and Egret's large-scale content investment, but also mean unremitting advertising. The Egret website not only placed advertisements on TV networks and various types of paper media platforms, but now also has a spokesperson. As a celebrity user of the Egret blog and with Simon's personal relationship, Sandra Bullock easily grabbed this job, and took $5 million a year for the 3-year endorsement period. After Simon and Janet left the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel, they stopped by the Palisades mansion to let Janet change clothes, and then rushed to the Deaneries studios. After some delay, they took pictures in front of the photo wall with Deaneries and Egret logos, and entered the party hall of the Studio Activity Center, which was already crowded. Perhaps someone was specially arranged to watch them. As soon as Simon and his wife entered the party hall, Kevin Costner and Michael Blake, the screenwriter of Dances with Wolves, came over to say hello. Janet listened to Michael Blake's words mixed with some trepidation, expressing his joy for winning the award and his gratitude to Simon, and inadvertently cast a look at her man that said, "I guessed it right." Simon certainly didn't care about the detail that Michael Blake forgot to thank him when he won the award. If he didn't even have this much tolerance, then there was no point in living, so he deliberately comforted him with a few words. After Kevin Costner and Michael Blake left, Simon asked someone to call Ella Deutschman, the head of Highgate Pictures, and said, "This is it. Tell the public relations of those nominees that they should stop thanking me for the next Oscars and future awards ceremonies." Ella Deutschman was puzzled. "Simon, do you have any questions?" Simon shook his head and smiled. "No, it's just what I meant. I don't want Simon Westeros' name to be everywhere at future awards ceremonies. This will make people feel like I am manipulating the awards." Ella Deutschman finally nodded and said, "I understand." After explaining this, Simon casually changed the subject and asked, "So, how is the filming progress of The Piano?" The two chatted casually for a while. During this time, Janet saw Kathryn and walked over to join the women. After sending Ella Deutschman away, the female assistant quietly appeared beside Simon and accompanied him to socialize in the crowd for a while. Amy Pascal came over with another guest, who was Steven Spielberg. Simon smiled and went over to shake Spielberg's hand, saying, "Good evening, Steven." Spielberg also smiled and shook hands with Simon, but his expression was somewhat complicated. This young man who had risen rapidly in Hollywood in just a few years is now his boss. Spielberg made his debut as a contracted director under Universal Pictures. After becoming famous with Jaws, his original long-term contract was replaced by several film contracts. Until now, he still owes Universal 3 film contracts. Because of the promotion favor, Spielberg has a very close relationship with the two heads of MCA, Lou Vasselman and Sid Sheinberg. Now that Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA is a foregone conclusion, Lou Vasselman and Sid Sheinberg were kicked out of MCA by Simon Westeros, which makes Spielberg feel even more mixed. However, the contract must be abided by. Amy Pascal has been discussing with Spielberg his next directorial film, which is a science fiction novel adaptation called Jurassic Park. If Spielberg is willing, the project can be placed under the name of Universal Pictures, prepared this year, and filmed early next year, with a release date set for the end of 1992. The blockbuster Captain Hawk, co-produced with Columbia last year, has been completed and is now in the post-production stage. Although the project was carefully held in the hands of Columbia, Spielberg had already felt during the filming that this movie might be a disaster, a personal Waterloo for him, and he was exhausted for it. Therefore, after receiving the proposal from Deaneries Entertainment, even though he showed some instinctive resistance to Simon Westeros in his heart, Spielberg still said that he would consider it carefully. After all, the box office of Deaneries Entertainment's projects has always been very guaranteed. Amy Pascal also promised him that as long as he took over Jurassic Park, Deaneries Entertainment could support the filming of Schindler's List, a movie he had been brewing to reproduce the Jewish Holocaust during World War II. After a few casual pleasantries, when Spielberg left, Simon asked Amy, "How did the negotiation go?" Steven agreed, "But we still have to talk to Ovitz about the salary." Amy said, and then said, "Steven's previous film contracts were off full channel profit sharing, just like the 20% full channel profit sharing of Captain Hawk, and Ovitz still prefers this. I have contacted Ovitz several times, and he has loosened up a little and agreed to accept a box office sharing agreement similar to John Hughes, but Ovitz probably wants Steven's basic salary of $10 million. The salary plan for the two film contracts signed by Deaneries Entertainment and John Hughes was a base salary of $5 million plus a 10% share of the local box office. Such an agreement is actually very generous and can also allow filmmakers to get the deserved compensation in a relatively short period of time. In the original time and space, the Jurassic Park contract signed by Spielberg was a basic salary plus a 20% full channel share. Because of the global success of Jurassic Park, Spielberg took $250 million from the first Jurassic Park alone. After Panasonic acquired MCA, it had a super hit like Jurassic Park, but it still sold MCA to Seagram a few years later. A big part of the reason was that the movie lost money, and Panasonic had to bear almost all the losses, but the movie made money, especially for projects like Jurassic Park. Most of the profits were taken away by Hollywood filmmakers, and Panasonic could only be a sucker in every way. Simon once considered directing Jurassic Park himself, but now he obviously doesn't have the time, so it's more appropriate to hand the project over to the original team. Of course, this time the full channel profit-sharing contract will definitely not be considered, but a basic salary plus box office profit-sharing agreement similar to John Hughes will be given. If Jurassic Park can still get the same super high box office as in the original time and space, with the agreement given by Simon, Spielberg's personal income can still reach 40 to 50 million US dollars, which is of course still a sky-high price. However, Simon thought it was worth the money. A director who could create a global box office of $1 billion was definitely worth the price. In comparison, the $250 million in the original time and space exceeded Simon's tolerance limit. Simon did not comment too much on the basic salary proposed by Ovitz. He just nodded and let Amy continue to talk. He turned and asked, "What about Schindler's List?" Steven has always had some concerns. He doesn't know how to show some emotional turns in the film. However, he is very grateful that you support this film. Amy said this with a bit of a different meaning on her face. The project of Schindler's List has been circulating in Hollywood since the 1980s. After so many years of delay, the original author of the film, Thomas Keneally, often called Spielberg and complained half-truthfully whether he could see the project on the big screen before he died. He was already very old. In the final analysis, Schindler's List, in the eyes of many people, has no commercial potential at all. It is just a work that witnesses Jewish history. Although the Jews in Hollywood stick together, they will not rashly invest in such a work that is destined to be unlikely to make money. Amy is also Jewish. In Amy's opinion, Simon's proposal to support the Schindler's List project at this point in time when Deanery's Entertainment is about to swallow up MCA is probably to express an attitude to the Jewish community in Hollywood and ease the pressure brought to the Jewish community by his growing power in Hollywood. In fact, Simon does have this idea. Because of the living environment in his previous life, Simon is not very sensitive to racial issues in his bones. However, after a few years of rebirth, he has to face this problem. The Jewish power in Hollywood is indeed very strong, or the Jewish power in the whole United States is very strong. Moreover, it is impossible to change this. Since the beginning of World War II, the Jews have mobilized a large number of young people in the tribe to participate in that war. Up to now, the Jews also control a powerful power in the U.S. military system. If the United States has the same anti-Semitism phenomenon as Germany, the result is likely to be a civil war. Simon is not afraid of excluding Jews, and of course he does not want this to happen in reverse. Therefore, after acquiring MCA, investing in Schindler's List can be regarded as a natural move. Moreover, the Schindler's List in memory is actually very profitable. Chapter 397, Taking a Break. In the bathroom on Sunday morning, Janet washed herself seriously, then came to the washstand, exhaled lightly, and prayed for a moment with her hands in front of her body before picking up the pregnancy test stick on the washstand. Ah! With a disappointed little scream, Janet rushed out of the bathroom, hugged Simon, who had just put on a pair of trousers and was still shirtless, and bid him. Simon hugged the woman's waist, felt the 2 rows of small teeth on her shoulders constantly opening and closing, and comforted her. "After you are busy with these recent things, I will accompany you to have a good rest for a while." Janet slightly increased the force of her bite, continued to grind her teeth on the man's strong shoulder muscles, and whimpered indistinctly, "I don't believe you." Simon was helpless. After the wedding last year, the two have been working hard. Now a year has passed, but Janet's belly has not moved. After several private examinations, the couple has no health problems. Janet was born on March 13, 1960. In 2 months, she would be 31 years old, which means that she would completely miss the best childbearing age for women. Holding the woman tighter in his arms again, Simon said softly, "In that case, let's take a break today. This promise is still easy to fulfill. Where do you want to go?" Janet finally loosened her teeth, buried her face in the man's neck and rubbed it, saying, "I don't want to go anywhere." "Then stay at home," Simon said, reaching out to pick up the woman, leaning over and kissing her lips, saying, "How about we try again?" Janet hugged Simon's neck, calculated the time skillfully in her heart, and hummed softly. When the couple sat in the restaurant for breakfast, it was already past 9 in the morning. January is the coldest season in many parts of the Northern Hemisphere. The average temperature in Los Angeles, which is like spring all year round, is still above 10 degrees. It is a sunny day as usual. Since he decided to take a break, Simon completely put aside all work-related matters, and even ignored the media reports on the Golden Globe Awards that would surely appear today. After moving into Cape Dumay Manor, he had not yet carefully learned about this cliffside shell villa. Apart from the initial exterior design, most of the details of the villa were handled by Janet. Simon then spent a whole day with Janet in various rooms in the villa. In the private library, he heard the woman talk about how she selected thousands of books on the bookshelf. In the living room on the second floor, he heard the woman talk about how she saw a carpet at an auction. In the kitchen on the first floor, he heard the woman talk about where the tableware in the kitchen was customized. In the underground wine cellar, he heard the woman talk about how she fought wits and courage with Unilever, bought Latour Winery at almost half the original price, and retained most of the best vintage red wines. Listening, Simon suddenly remembered that it seemed like a long time ago that the woman helped him rent an empty house, and then carefully filled the house bit by bit. It was probably from that time that Janet somewhat stubbornly put herself into a certain role. Simon also felt more and more that his wife, although she was lazy most of the time and would never do things that could be handed over to others, actually, she had really paid a lot for him in the past few years. It was just that Simon kept buying properties around the world, constantly buying land in Tasmania, Australia, and even Westeros companies' non-stop foreign investment. If it weren't for Janet's conscientious help and careful management of every penny of spending, Simon felt that his current financial situation would definitely be a mess. After all, too many celebrities went bankrupt because of their extravagant spending and bad luck in asset management. Although Simon has always been very concerned about his own financial situation, his energy is limited after all. It is precisely because of Janet's efforts that his personal property has been in good order. This continued until the evening. After going through most of the rooms in the villa, he heard Janet say that she had recently bought a piece of land in Tasmania. The doomsday shelter that they conceived during their honeymoon last year has also been continuously built in the depths of the Tasmanian jungle. Simon suddenly wanted to go around and have a look. He didn't want to become one of the ancient emperors. After a lifetime of fighting and conquering a vast territory, he was not able to see the picturesque landscape, but was trapped in a small palace. Then he left and set off. The first stop was Florida. The woman said that she had recently purchased a piece of land on the beach in Miami and planned to build a manor from scratch. As a transition, there was another property belonging to Simon in Miami. After flying around the United States, the two went to Europe and then to Australia a week later. In the jungles of central and western Tasmania. Time unknowingly came to February, and Simon and Janet appeared together on a construction site in the jungle. This is the construction site of the Doomsday Shelter. The location is very secret, because there are no roads in the forest. Both construction equipment and many workers are transported directly by helicopter, and a confidentiality agreement is signed in advance. Except for several core persons in charge of the project, most workers do not know who the employer behind the building is. Many people even speculate that this may be a secret base built by the Australian military. Because the construction of the project is relatively complicated, this shelter will take at least a year to be completed. The couple lingered on the construction site for half a day in a low-key manner, and even went down to the deepest part of the ground to visit it in person, and finally left together by helicopter. There is a copper mine about 30 miles south of our plot of land, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. My aunt is discussing the acquisition with them recently. As long as we buy the copper mine, our land can extend a large area to the south. The helicopter landed directly at the Johnston family mansion on the outskirts of Melbourne. After the couple got off the plane, Janet was still talking about the land expansion in Tasmania. However, because the news of our land purchase has been exposed in the past 2 years, although I don't understand what you want to do, there are still many people following the trend to buy land in Tasmania. This is very troublesome. The land price in Tasmania has obviously increased a lot. Simon didn't care too much, and smiled. When they find that the land in Tasmania is actually useless, they will definitely withdraw slowly. Janet thought about it and nodded in approval. Simon has accumulated the largest private wealth in the world in just a few years. No matter what he does now, it will cause a wave of followers. However, people always calm down. Besides, Apart from Simon, there are probably not many people in this world who have enough spare money to just buy a piece of land and leave it there without any output. Over time, the trend will naturally fade. It was evening. The two entered the mansion, and dinner was already being prepared in the villa. Simon and his wife suddenly rushed back to Australia, and Janet's parents were very happy, and hoped that the two would do this more often in the future. Raymond Johnston hadn't gotten off work yet, and Janet ran to help her mother prepare dinner, but Simon didn't join in the fun, and turned into a living room in the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he unexpectedly found Veronica Johnston sitting on the sofa and casually flipping through a newspaper, and the TV in the living room was also turned on. Even though so much time had passed, Veronica couldn't help but tense up when she suddenly saw Simon, but she quickly relaxed her tone, looked over and whispered, "I just came back from Perth, and I heard that you and Jenny came to Australia." Simon nodded, walked over, sat down on the single sofa next to Veronica, picked up the remote control on the coffee table and changed the TV channels aimlessly. Veronica greeted Simon and continued to look at the newspaper in front of her. She couldn't help but straighten her back, which was originally relaxed, and even her breathing became lighter. She seemed to be worried about what might happen. She was ready to escape at any time. After a long silence, Simon still didn't say anything. Veronica had to take the initiative to find a topic and asked softly, "Well, how long do you and Jenny plan to stay here?" "We're going back tomorrow." "Oh." Silence again. She wanted to get up and leave, but she knew that he probably didn't want her to get up, so she continued to sit. She wanted to find another topic to talk about more, but her thoughts turned around and she realized that no matter what she said, he might only reply with a few cold words. Suddenly she felt a little wronged. It was a strong and uncontrollable grievance. She was so wronged that she couldn't help but shed tears. She lowered her head and her tears fell directly on the newspaper. She held back for a moment and still sobbed. Then, the voice sounded again, still coldly, "Don't cry." This time it didn't stop. "I cry for my own good, it's none of your business." Then she completely ignored it, covered her face, let out a little sound, and sobbed. Simon looked at the crying woman next to him, then looked in the direction of the door, his scalp tingling. After hesitating for a moment, Simon got up and walked over to lock the living room door. Returning to his previous seat, he finally relaxed a little. He patiently accompanied the crying woman. Veronica's crying did not ease at all. Perhaps she noticed a movement around her and felt a figure on the sofa next to her. The woman still covered her face, but raised her calf and kicked Simon. Once. Twice. 3 times. Simon endured for a moment, reached out and pressed it. Veronica shook off her high heels that Simon was holding down, and continued to kick barefoot. Simon was too lazy to stop her this time and let the woman kick. Finally, Veronica was tired of crying and kicking. She curled up on the sofa, hugged her legs, buried her face in her arms. Her hair was messy, one foot was wearing high heels, and the other foot was bare, looking very embarrassed. I don't know how long it took. It was completely dark, and there were faint voices in the corridor. Simon realized that things seemed to be more difficult, and couldn't help but said, "Pack up, it's time for dinner." Veronica was indifferent. She looked like she didn't care and gave up. Simon didn't dare to stay in this room any longer, so he turned off the TV and walked out of the living room. As soon as the door was closed, Janet came over from the other side of the corridor. "Dinner is ready. By the way, is your aunt here too?" Simon held Janet, who was about to walk to the door of the living room, and said, "No, I was watching TV alone just now. Your aunt should be in another room." "Oh," Janet said without any doubt, "then go to the dining room first. I'll call your aunt." "I'll go with you," Simon said, and he and Janet searched the other rooms in the corridor, but to no avail. They also went upstairs to the bedroom where Veronica was last seen, but still couldn't find anyone. Simon said, "Your aunt may have left early." Janet frowned and said, "The servant said they didn't see my aunt leave." "Then she may be outside the villa. Let's go down first." Janet was held by Simon's waist, and she didn't refuse. The two went downstairs together. Passing by the living room just now, Janet glanced at the door, her eyes flickered, but she didn't go over to check, and went to the dining room with Simon. Then she saw Veronica was already sitting in the dining room. She still looked as cold as ice, and after a slight nod to Simon, she lowered her head and fiddled with the tableware in front of her. Raymond Johnston had also returned, and the family had long been accustomed to Veronica's appearance, Otherwise Janet wouldn't have often called her iceberg, so they didn't suspect anything. After dinner, Veronica was the first to leave the restaurant. Janet's mother, Tracy Johnston, watched her sister-in-law leave, then said to Raymond, "Did Winnie seem to cry?" During the meal, Raymond Johnston had been discussing 2 acquisitions that Westeros was promoting with Simon. When he heard his wife say that, he glanced at the direction his younger sister left and frowned. "What happened again?" "I don't know. Did she just come back from Perth today? Did something happen there?" The old man frowned even tighter. How could something at work make her cry? Was she bullied? The old man shook his head. How is that possible? Who dares to bully her? She's more likely to bully others. Janet listened to her parents' conversation and suddenly said, "I'll go down and talk to my aunt." Raymond Johnston nodded and said, "Well, why don't you stay a few more days and talk to your aunt?" Janet hugged Simon's arm and leaned against the man, saying, "We have been away from the United States for 2 weeks. There are a lot of things going on there. We can't delay any longer." Raymond Johnston didn't force it, but he couldn't help but glance at his daughter and son-in-law and said, "How are you two doing with the baby?" Janet's face fell when she heard this topic. She let go of Simon's arm and didn't say anything. Simon also smiled bitterly and shook his head gently. "There has been no movement yet." Tracy Johnston said with concern, "How about this? You go to the medical center at home for another checkup tomorrow." Janet said to her mother, "Simon and I have discussed it. If we still can't get pregnant in a few months, we will try IVF." Tracy Johnston said, "Isn't IVF unsafe? More than 10 years have passed since the first IVF in 1978, and the child at that time also grew up healthily." However, even Simon, as a later generation, has always had some concerns about this, not to mention many ordinary people with traditional ideas. However, since things have been delayed until now, they can only try it. It's better than never having a child. Although Simon is not in a hurry, Janet can't wait any longer. The couple had contacted Robert Edwards, the father of test tube babies, during their trip to Europe, and decided to wait a few more months until the recent series of events at Westeros were over. If Janet's belly was still not moving, they would adopt the test tube baby plan. Chapter 398: The Housekeeper's Business Plan. After dinner, I chatted with Janet's parents about recent events. At around 9 o'clock, Simon and his wife did not return to their villa nearby, but stayed overnight in the mansion. In the bedroom upstairs, Simon came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. He saw Janet, who had changed into pajamas, holding a pillow in her arms, standing by the bed and staring at him intently, saying, "I'll sleep with my aunt tonight." Simon paused for a moment, and quickly continued to wipe his wet hair with a towel, smiling and nodding, saying, "Okay, I've been squeezed by you for so long, I just need a night off." Janet did not move, still looking at Simon steadily. Simon pulled the towel on his head forward a little as if nothing had happened, and continued to wipe it in front of his eyes. Janet wrinkled her nose, and when she saw the man coming to her and hugging her body, she subconsciously responded to him. Because of the pillow in the middle, she leaned forward and kissed him. "Good night." "Yeah, good night," she agreed, but she felt even more distressed in her heart. "Little bastard. You really want me to accompany my aunt? Even if you can just lie to me, it's fine. Or, just make a fuss and push her down on the bed, and I'll pretend I know nothing." After saying good night, Simon let go of Janet and hung up the towel. Seeing that she hadn't moved yet, he said nothing more. He just reached out to take the pillow from the woman's arms and threw it on the big bed. He casually put his arm around Janet's waist, threw the woman on the big bed, and then pounced on her. However, more than an hour later, Janet still broke away from the arms of the man who had already fallen asleep and quietly left their bedroom. The next day was Sunday, February 3rd. Since leaving Los Angeles on January 20th, the couple has rested for 2 weeks. In the cabin of the Boeing 767, after the plane took off, Simon had been sitting in the study in the front cabin looking through the documents accumulated during this period. Janet sat opposite her with her chin propped up and looked at her husband. Various small emotions floated in her sparkling eyes. Simon actually knew that Janet had quietly left last night. He just didn't know what Veronica and Janet said. Now the woman didn't speak, and Simon didn't take the initiative to bring up a certain topic. "I really don't know how to deal with it." Across the desk, Janet looked at her man for a long time, and finally sighed softly. She didn't understand what happened in her heart. My aunt was obviously bullied, but she still stood by him. She was the same as me. Was it just because of last time? Janet couldn't help but touch her wrist. Little bastard. You are such a devil. She silently made up her mind to come to Melbourne as little as possible in the future. At least, he couldn't come alone. Reluctantly sighing, Janet picked up a folder on the desktop and looked down at it. This is the statistical report on the increase in free trial users of AOL in January. Janet also knew about the free trial plan launched by AOL. However, looking at the 2.3 million user reservations in the folder and the actual number of formal installations of only 810,000, Janet was a little surprised. She raised a folder to Simon and asked, "Why is there such a big difference?" Simon looked up and glanced at the document he had just read. He said, "It is mainly a manpower problem. For this trial, AOL prepared a total of 5,000 formal and temporary installation personnel on the East and West coasts. According to the initial expectation, it can roughly complete the installation of 1 million users per month. However, in fact, things are more difficult than imagined, and there are many problems. You can look at more specific numbers. Among the 810,000 installed users, 390,000 are from the areas operated by Bell Atlantic. It is mainly because Bell Atlantic actively cooperated with us to solve problems such as line equipment and also seconded some employees for this purpose." Simon said, feeling emotional. The move of acquiring Bell Atlantic in advance has now proved to be completely correct. AOL just signed a 10-year exclusive agreement with the 3 major regional operators last year, so Bell Atlantic cannot get involved in internet access services. A few months later, seeing the sudden explosion of internet access users, the number of users who made reservations in a month exceeded 2.3 million, and the 3 major operators obviously began to regret signing the original agreement. You know, all major telecom operators have actually been involved in activities such as free trials for users, but no one has ever experienced such a crazy number of user reservations. If all the reservations for a month were transferred to formal users, it would be equivalent to 1/10 of the total number of users of the 3 major operators. The users of the 3 major operators have been accumulated over decades. In the past month, the 3 major operators even found that some users deliberately transferred their accounts from other small telecom operators in the region to their own in order to get a free trial opportunity, which is even more surprising. The U.S. telecommunications industry has a very open competitive environment, and there may be several telecom operators in a city. Of course, the main thing is to rent the line network of giants such as AT&T and then carry out their own telephone business. Regional telecom operator giants such as Bell Atlantic, Bell Pacific and NYNEX have always hoped to squeeze these small operators out of the market, but because the other party often has lower charging costs than themselves, it is usually difficult to achieve this goal. Now, it is unexpectedly promoted by America Online, which is also dependent on them. The top management of the 3 major operators probably understand that if they try to cooperate with AOL's expansion, it will also be very beneficial to increase their own user numbers. However, although the principle is clear, it is not so easy to really promote it. No one wants an outsider to build a villa in their yard that is more beautiful than their own house. Even if they cannot stop it, even if the other party pays, even if such a villa in their yard may attract many tourists to pay for a visit, it is probably difficult for the owner to convince himself to cooperate without hesitation. Of course, after the formal takeover of Bell Atlantic in January, the company has become a member of the Westeros system, and Raymond Smith and other management can do this. The other 2, Bell Pacific and NYNEX, are not so willing. The original agreement clearly stated that in addition to developing the line network, AOL would have to pay more for other additional support. Because of the huge capital investment, AOL's management even implemented this free trial plan with a mentality of success or failure, and naturally it was impossible to invest more budget in these operators. In the end, 390,000 of the 810,000 users who installed the service in the first month were from the actively cooperating Bell Atlantic operating area. After listening to Simon's explanation, Janet continued to flip through the materials in her hand and soon asked, "A budget of $100 per household is too low, is it achievable?" Simon said, $100, $20 is labor costs, $30 is network costs, and the last $50 is equipment and software costs. However, this is based on the expectation of eventually becoming a formal user. For this free trial plan, AOL mainly hired and trained 3,000 part-time temporary installation employees from some university campuses. According to the piece rate charging standard, the installation fee for one household is $20. The penetration rate of household telephones in the United States exceeds 90%. This trial plan is also selective. Users must be from the 3 major operators. No additional lines need to be set up. Only the equipment needs to be installed on the telephone terminal in the user's home to connect to the computer. In terms of equipment and software, it mainly includes a modem, an interface network card inserted into the motherboard, a network card driver, and browser software. This set of equipment and software is actually very expensive, with a total cost of approximately $200. Once the trial users fail to become regular users, AOL will take back the devices. This will also happen to users who cancel after becoming regular users. Because the devices that are taken back can be reused, AOL has given an average budget of $50 based on a 25% conversion rate. To be more specific, this is actually a bit of a bookkeeping game. In the final analysis, AOL is facing too much financial pressure. For the same reason, despite the terrifying number of 2.3 million pre-registered users, AOL management has no intention of increasing the number of workers. On the one hand, it is not easy to achieve, even if those temporary employees have been trained, and on the other hand, it is naturally because of the cost. In addition, it is also necessary to consider whether this enthusiasm is only temporary. If the workers are added rashly, it will be troublesome once the enthusiasm of users for free trials cools down. Next, AOL plans to achieve the expected installation volume of 1 million households per month through more reasonable screening and allocation of pre-registered users. Then, in the IPO 3 months later, the market will give AOL a very good valuation. On the other hand, feeling the difficulty of queuing up to get a trial opportunity can also promote the conversion of trial users to regular users to a large extent. After all, people are always less likely to cherish things that are too easy to get. If you wait in line for more than a month and finally become a trial user, after 1 month, you will see that some people around you are still waiting, and you will definitely feel less inclined to give up. To be precise, this is actually a different kind of hunger marketing. After a 17-hour flight, when I arrived in Los Angeles, it was still Sunday morning, February 3rd, because of the time difference. After resting until the next day, Simon flew to San Francisco again early on Monday morning. This time it was for work. After the housekeeper Alice Ferguson continued to squeeze Simon in various ways during this period, she finally came up with 2 business plans that Ygritte, AOL and even Bell Atlantic attached great importance to. The 2 business plans are an online payment system and an online software store. The former is actually similar to PayPal Later, and the latter is equivalent to the App Store of the Apple mobile phone in Simon's memory. Moreover, the 2 business plans are actually complementary. Ygritte has been exploring a reliable business profit model. World Wide Web software is one aspect, and it has begun to show results under the management of Carol Bartz in the past year. In terms of portal websites, in addition to advertising business, Jeff Bezos has also been considering other ways to make profits. Although the software department and the network department cooperate very smoothly under Simon's forced mediation and suppression, it is not realistic to rely on the software department to feed back the network department in the short term. If dependence is really formed, the portal website is doomed to fail. The online payment system and online software store that the housekeeper got inspiration from Simon and continued to improve gave Jeff Bezos hope, and even Raymond Smith of AOL and Bell Atlantic saw the huge business potential contained therein. Ygritte headquarters near Stanford University. In the conference room, Simon, Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz, Steve Case, John Chambers, Raymond Smith and other company executives sat together on both sides of the conference table, listening to the housekeeper personally introduce her business plan in front of the projector and answer everyone's various doubts. If you want to build an online payment system, you can't do it without corresponding products. Therefore, we must build a complete online consumer ecosystem. Online software stores are the most important part of it. The market potential of computer application software can be seen from the development of Microsoft and Oracle in the past few years. Moreover, there has never been a shortage of excellent commercial software on the market, especially some small application software with a strong professional nature. The main constraint on their development is still the sales channels. The same is true for PC games, which have an increasingly large market scale. Many professional software designers, with only 1 or 2 people, can privately produce a product that is no less high quality than that of professional game companies. However, because commercialization is too difficult, they are also unable to distribute and sell the game. Ygritte has an unparalleled channel advantage. Using the World Wide Web platform, we can cross mainstream operating system platforms such as Apple's Macintosh system, Microsoft's Windows system, and traditional DOS system. With this online advantage, we can easily distribute and sell application software, PC games and other products to users of these platforms at a very low cost, and the company can extract a share from them. In addition, after the online payment system is completed, using this system, we can also further promote online payment, online retail and other businesses. The housekeeper kept switching the PPT and talked for 20 minutes before finally stopping. Everyone waited patiently for the delicate short-haired girl to pick up the cup on the table and drink a few sips of water. Raymond Smith was the first to ask a question. Alice, you just said that the user account of the online payment system is bound to a physical credit card. Have you ever thought about the difficulty of achieving this goal? Over the years, commercial banks have racked their brains to enter the American Express payment system, but have not succeeded. Similarly, how do you ensure that commercial banks will open payment interfaces to us? Alice Ferguson heard this question and scanned the conference room. Finally, she stopped for a moment and said, the entire Westeros system, including the recently acquired Bell Atlantic and MCA, has an annual cash flow of tens of billions of dollars, and the demand for commercial loans is also very considerable. I believe this is a customer that any commercial bank needs to strive for. If such a customer asks them to open an online payment interface, I don't think it will be too difficult. Everyone was stunned when they heard this answer, and then they all smiled. I didn't expect the answer to be so simple and direct. Even a little rude. Indeed, if a small company with no roots wanted to build such an online payment system, the banks alone would be enough to kill their business plans. But Ygritte was different. With the support of the entire Westeros system, it was indeed very easy to get the banks to give in. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Housewife. In addition to the bank issue, the two business plans of the housekeeper need to face various challenges to succeed. Simon's attitude remains unchanged. Ideas are not worth much. The key is to turn ideas into reality. However, after nearly a day of meetings, the two business plans were quickly finalized. The two plans will still be attached to Ygritte, using Ygritte's IE browser platform and email user group as promotion carriers. At the same time, the housekeeper will be the head of the online software store team and temporarily hold the title of project manager of Ygritte, but her level will be directly reported to Simon personally, and she will continue to help Simon manage private properties. Because of his work experience in Wall Street banks, Jeff Bezos will be personally responsible for the development of the online payment system. AOL and Bell Atlantic will provide all necessary support for these two business plans. Apart from other things, as long as the online payment system can be realized and users turn to online payment, both AOL and Bell Atlantic will save a lot of operating expenses in the future. When the meeting ended, the names of the online payment tool and online software store were also determined. No one was too entangled in this issue, and they were named iPay and iStore respectively. The Y in it is, of course, the first letter of Ygritte. They will stay in San Francisco tonight. After get off work, Simon sent the housekeeper back to the mountain villa in Woodside to prepare dinner. Simon took the female assistant who came to San Francisco as usual, as well as Jeff Bezos, Tim Berners-Lee, Carol Bartz and others to another office building near Ygritte's headquarters. Ygritte's scale has been increasing, but unless the company makes a profit or goes public, Simon has no intention of building a headquarters for it. Because there is not enough headquarters office space, Ygritte's various teams are now scattered all over Silicon Valley. The cloud computing development team that was finalized and implemented last year is in this ordinary white two-story office building where Simon and others arrived. After entering the door, Simon's first feeling was that the temperature inside the building was obviously higher than outside, giving people a feeling of turning on a heater. After listening carefully, Simon soon realized that this was probably because dozens of large and small computers in the building were running for a long time. After signaling the employees in the office cubicles on the first floor to continue working, Simon and others walked towards the stairs on their own. On the second floor, the humming sound of the computers became more obvious. Here were also simple office cubicles. At the end of the cubicles, there stood a row of servers with flashing indicator lights against the wall. The office cubicle of Ralph Goodell, the chief engineer of the cloud computing team, was next to the row of servers. Ralph Goodell was a top software engineer recruited by Jeff Bezos from IBM. He graduated from MIT and had become the vice president of the R&D department before leaving IBM, mainly responsible for the R&D of Unix server systems. Although a giant company like IBM has at least dozens of vice presidents, Bezos still went through a lot of trouble to recruit Ralph Goodell. In addition to getting a legal agreement to let IBM release him, he also offered him a high annual salary of $2.5 million. The annual salary of $2.5 million is several times higher than the basic salary of Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and Tim Berners-Lee. Of course, Ralph Goodell did not have such a generous equity incentive agreement as Bezos and others. After joining the company, Ralph Goodell quickly got into the work. In just 2 months, he personally wrote the basic code of the cloud computing system while selecting and forming a cloud computing development team. At this time, the more than 30 employees in this 2-story office building were basically selected by Ralph Goodell and Jeff Bezos through interviews all over the United States. At present, Igrit's cloud computing plan has a special code name, Housewife. This is mainly from the call that Ralph Goodell personally had with Simon before confirming his joining the company. Ralph Goodell asked Simon what kind of so-called cloud computing system he wanted. After all, this concept had never appeared before. Simon naturally did not understand two profound technical principles and could only make a metaphor. The computing and processing method of Igrit's existing data center is like a clumsy little woman who just got married. She can only mechanically and old-fashionedly spend an hour washing clothes, an hour cooking, and an hour cleaning, and so on. Among them, the waiting time between washing clothes, the waiting time between making apple pie, and the waiting time between waiting for the floor to dry after mopping the floor are all wasted. This is the operating mode of the server in the existing data center. It will only mechanically process specific functions such as user login, data storage, and word processing in the confirmed order. Once there is no corresponding data computing request, the processing capacity will be idle. This situation can easily lead to a strong imbalance in which some servers are idle and some servers are full. What Simon needs is to train this clumsy little woman into a housewife who can efficiently use time and energy to complete tasks such as washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. To be more specific, it is to connect all the servers in the Igrit data center in parallel interval to create an efficient computing instruction distribution system to achieve the purpose of fully utilizing the computing resources of each server. Because of that conversation, the cloud computing plan got its name. Ralph Goodell, who saw the huge development potential of this plan, soon chose to resign from IBM. Everyone walked over and saw a middle-aged white man with a scruffy beard and wearing high myopia glasses staring at the computer screen. The other two engineers around the middle-aged man noticed Simon and others and were about to greet them, but Simon raised his hand to stop them. Everyone stared at the computer screen with data flowing continuously and waited patiently for 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, a statistical number appeared on the screen, 73%. Fuck. Simon didn't understand what happened yet, but Ralph Goodell, who was sitting in front of the computer, subconsciously uttered an American curse. Tim Berners-Lee noticed the confusion in Simon's eyes and explained in a low voice, "Ralph is testing the fault-tolerant software." Simon nodded and roughly remembered some project progress information he had seen before. Once the cloud computing architecture is completed, all data centers will be connected in parallel as a whole. Thousands of processors and even more components will definitely have faults at any time and anywhere. The fault-tolerant software developed by the cloud computing team is used to detect faults and automatically transfer the computing tasks of the faulty nodes to other places. Strong fault tolerance is actually one of the important advantages of cloud computing. In a traditional data center, once a server fails, some functions may be shut down. Even if there are perfect backup measures and even if engineers can handle it in time, it still takes time, which may lead to very serious consequences. Cloud computing system can solve this problem very well. Failure of a small number of servers will not have much impact on the operation of the entire system. In the office cubicle, Ralph Goodell woke up from his concentration after a US-style curse, and finally noticed the arrival of Simon and others, and hurriedly stood up to greet them. After chatting for a few words, everyone went to the next meeting room together. Ralph Goodell personally introduced the progress of various aspects of the cloud computing plan to Simon, and said that if Simon wanted a perfect cloud computing system, he might have to wait until next year, because he had recently generated a lot of good ideas and needed more sufficient development time. Simon neither agreed nor urged, but just asked Ralph Goodell to do his best. Cloud computing requires sufficient volume to form economies of scale. Therefore, IGRIT, which now has only a few million users, does not have such an urgent need for a cloud computing system. When all aspects of the portal website are fully developed and the number of users accessing the World Wide Web in the United States reaches tens of millions, that is when cloud computing can play its high efficiency and low-cost characteristics. This time point will probably take another 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Simon is not in a hurry. In the next 2 years, IGRIT will continue to expand the data center according to demand, and these computing capabilities will not be wasted. Moreover, as long as the cloud computing plan is completed, the excess computing resources released can also support IGRIT to promote more development plans. Because they were chatting excitedly, they didn't leave the office building until it was completely dark. Since it was already time for dinner, Simon simply invited everyone to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. At around 9 o'clock, Simon finally returned to the mountain villa in Woodside with his female assistant. Entering the villa's living room, the housekeeper was sitting on the sofa in the living room looking through a document. Seeing Simon and the others appear, she stood up and asked, "Boss, do you need to make dinner again?" Simon then remembered that he had asked the housekeeper to come back early to prepare dinner when he left IGRIT headquarters. "No, have you eaten?" The housekeeper nodded, but there was nothing strange on her face. Simon did not feel embarrassed and took off his windbreaker. The assistant and the housekeeper subconsciously took a step forward at the same time. He just smiled and handed the windbreaker to the housekeeper. Simon asked Jennifer, "Do you want to take a shower?" "Okay." The assistant nodded and turned to go upstairs. Simon sat down on the sofa in the living room and took the document that the housekeeper had just read. It was a paper on data encryption. Alice Ferguson helped Simon hang up his clothes and came back to sit on the single sofa next to him. Simon patiently read the paper in his hand, but he only half understood it. He had no intention of spending energy to study it seriously, so he asked casually, "Where are Zoe and the others?" "They've rested," said the housekeeper, glancing at the information held by her boss, and said, "I think the security of user accounts in the future will be a big challenge for us." Simon smiled and said, "How do you plan to solve it?" "I think IGRIT should set up a technical team dedicated to network data security as soon as possible. It seems that there is already such a department. There are only 11 people. I've checked their information and they are all ordinary. None of them can be considered an expert in the field of computer security. This is far from enough. Take some time to talk to Jeff. In fact, you should understand that the main reason is that IGRIT has too many projects to focus on now, and it is inevitable that there will be omissions," Simon said, and then said, "Moreover, when it comes to network security, just do your best, because facts have proved that no matter how rigorous the system is, it can be hacked. The key to this matter is not technology." The housekeeper asked curiously, "Then what is it about?" Simon raised his head from the documents in front of him, looked at the housekeeper, smiled and patted him, saying, "Come, sit next to me." The housekeeper paused, but still stood up and sat next to Simon. But she couldn't help but straighten her back, and her body was obviously stiff. Simon sniffed the pleasant scent of the woman next to him and was very satisfied. Without any extraordinary actions, he leaned back on the sofa and answered the question just now, "The key is still the person." The housekeeper was numb to her boss's occasional teasing behavior. Seeing that he obviously had no intention of doing anything, she quickly relaxed and asked, "What do you mean?" "I just said that no matter how strict the system is, it can be broken. The key is how we deal with it. For example, a hacker stole $100 from our user account. What do you think we should do? Call the police?" "Of course we should call the police," Simon said with a smile, "but do you think the police will make a big fuss over $100? The housekeeper didn't answer this time, just looked at Simon, waiting for her boss to continue. "The police can't do anything even if they want to. This kind of thing is inevitable, so we need to deal with it ourselves." Simon said, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said, let alone $100, even if someone dares to steal $1 from the user account of Ygritte, as long as we catch the other party at all costs and send him to jail. Then, with such cases, the number of hackers who dare to attack the user account of Ygritte will be reduced a lot, because they know that even if they only steal $1, they will be caught. The housekeeper could think of how a hacker who stole $1 would be sent to jail. The charges would certainly not be $1, stealing software, or destroying the system. There are many charges. But how to find this person? Simon noticed the confusion in Alice's expression, and couldn't help but reach out, and raise the housekeeper's delicate chin with his index finger, and smiled. It seems that you are a very serious and good girl, so don't worry about this matter, just concentrate on your work. For ordinary people, if the police don't do anything, then it will definitely be a waste of time. For Simon, the matter is very simple. In this world, there is a profession called private detective. Even bounty hunters are not lacking. There are bounty hunters in reality, and there are also bounty hunters on the internet who do certain things for money. Simon suddenly realized that he could even use this excuse and opportunity to build an intelligence network exclusively for the Westeros system, including in reality and on the internet. Thinking of this, Simon couldn't help but start planning in his mind. It seems to be a good idea to poach a group of people from intelligence agencies such as the FBI, CIA, or overseas MI6 to form a detective company. Well, it should be a lot of scattered mini detective companies, so that the target will not be too eye-catching. As long as they are properly controlled, these detective companies can form a complete intelligence network. Perhaps, some top hackers can be recruited in addition. There are indeed some hackers in the hacker group who pursue technology and freedom, but there will also be some who pursue real money, which is exactly what Simon can give. With a continuous expansion of the Westeros system, if such a private intelligence network can be built, it will definitely help Simon solve too many things. The key to why the first FBI director J. Edgar Hoover was so powerful was that he created and controlled the FBI intelligence network for decades. During his tenure, J. Edgar Hoover served 8 presidents, and no one in power dared to mention deposing Hoover until his death, when a generation came to an end. Afterwards, although the U.S. government immediately imposed various restrictions on the heads of the FBI and other intelligence agencies, those in power who discovered the potential energy of the intelligence network tried every means to reach into these networks and try to obtain power similar to Hoover. Chapter 400 Official Merger. Simon carefully weighed the options and quietly made up his mind. Coming back to his senses, he noticed that the housekeeper beside him was still stiff, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to get rid of your current job and join Ygritte early?" Alice tilted her head slightly and asked back, "Boss, will you let me go? If I leave early, the 10 million vase fund will be gone." The two business plans this time did not use the vase fund share under the housekeeper's name. On the one hand, 10 million funds are indeed too little, not even enough to subsidize the promotion of the online payment system. On the other hand, Simon did not allow these two business plans, which are crucial to the development and expansion of Ygritte, to operate separately. The housekeeper did not care too much about the $10 million fund, but she soon realized that the boss was teasing her again, so she simply stopped responding. Simon was about to continue speaking when he heard the voice of the female assistant. "Simon, do you want to come up to rest?" Turning around, the female assistant was standing at the stairs in a bathrobe. It would definitely not work if he didn't answer. Simon nodded quickly, "Okay." Jennifer didn't move, her eyes still fixed on him, so Simon had to stand up immediately and follow the female assistant upstairs. Alice sat where she was, watching the two figures disappear, and she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Upstairs in the villa, Jennifer entered the master bedroom, walked to the big bed, and began to read a magazine. Seeing that Jennifer ignored him, Simon smiled and walked to the bedside, lying next to the woman, and leaned over to kiss the female assistant's face. Jennifer just dodged for a moment and was kissed on the face by the man, and then pushed him, "Go take a shower." "Would you like to take a shower with me?" "I just took a shower." Simon didn't force it, and walked to the bathroom. After washing up, he came out again. Only the bedside lamp was left in the bedroom, emitting a soft light of pale yellow. Jennifer changed out of the cotton bathrobe she had just worn, and wore a pink silk nightgown. She sat on the bedside and pretended to be still reading the magazine in her hand. Her gentle eyes that glanced over inadvertently were filled with a little expectation. Simon had been exploited by Jennifer recently, and actually wanted to do nothing and have a good rest for the night. However, feeling the hopeful gaze of the female assistant, he certainly couldn't say no at this time. The morning light had just passed through the gap in the curtains when the bedside phone rang. A white arm like jade stretched out to hold the microphone, but turned to put it to the man's ear. There was a voice coming from the microphone, and Simon chatted with the other end for a few words and quickly hung up. The news was good news. During the morning working hours on the East Coast, the Ministry of Justice officially approved Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA. Simon had known the general result 2 days ago, and today was just the official announcement, so he was neither excited nor surprised, and everything came naturally. Now, sleep is the most important thing. I was exhausted last night. Jennifer was in Simon's arms again, but she was no longer sleepy. She stretched out her hand and pressed the man's chest, whispering, "I'll get up first and prepare breakfast for you." Yes. Jennifer listened to Simon's weak response and smiled softly. In fact, she also knew that Janet was getting more and more eager to have a child. If she hadn't felt a little jealous when she saw him teasing the housekeeper last night, she wouldn't have forced it. Now, humph. Let's see if you can still tease other women. After struggling a little, the female assistant easily slipped out of the man's arms, and didn't forget to peck the man on the face, got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. After Jennifer washed up, she put on her clothes lightly and left the bedroom. Just as she came to the corridor outside the bedroom, she saw a graceful figure standing in the corridor leading to the stairs, mopping the floor with a mop. The figure was wearing a suit skirt, with her blonde hair tied up, revealing a white neck. The slender waist looks slender against a backdrop of a decent women's suit, and the skirt stretches an attractive arc. Then the two long legs wrapped in black stockings are also full of temptation. I couldn't help but take a breath. The female assistant thought. If it was a guy who walked out of the bedroom at this time, he would definitely come forward. He would not slap him, but would more likely press him down with one hand. Then he was in the corridor. What a fairy. What a bastard. Sensing the movement behind him, the figure turned around. The female assistant probably remembered that the girl's name was Zoe Parks. Seeing that it was the female assistant who walked out of the bedroom, Zoe Parks' expression did not show any flaws. She held the mop and slightly stepped aside, smiling and greeting, "Morning, Jenny." "Morning." The female assistant responded softly, but did not smile. She walked past the girl in front of her and walked towards the stairs with a faint expression. "Some regrets. I should have squeezed a guy again last night, so that you couldn't get up all day." When she came downstairs, there were two other girls cleaning. The female assistant greeted them indifferently and was about to go to the kitchen when the housekeeper came in from outside the villa with a stack of newspapers in her hand. Seeing her, she also greeted her. After thinking for a while, the female assistant stepped forward, took the newspaper from the housekeeper, and ordered, after cleaning, "Take them out for breakfast and come back after 9 o'clock. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment, nodded, and then pointed to the direction of the kitchen. "Do you need my help?" "No," the female assistant said, holding the stack of newspapers and walking towards the kitchen. The female housekeeper stood there and watched the female assistant disappear. She did not join the cleaning team, but went to her bedroom. There was a compact laptop on the desk by the bedroom window. The female housekeeper sat down at the desk, turned on the laptop, and waited patiently for it to start up. The machine was installed with a Windows 3.0 system released by Microsoft last year, but this machine was not the latest, and the screen was still black and white. After turning on the machine, connect to the network and open the IE browser software. Looking at the simple software interface that she had set to the default full-text version, the housekeeper couldn't help but feel a little emotional again. It is rare for a graphical interface browser software to be able to adapt to all mainstream systems such as Macintosh, Windows and DOS through different versions, and to be able to perfectly adapt to new and old models of different years. If Igrit can increase the price of IE browser for special commercial operation, the company will now have enough to earn very considerable income. Now, after investing so much manpower and material resources to adapt to so many versions of models, and having a rich content platform like Igrit Portal as support, each software only costs $10, which is almost free. Take the current situation as an example. Even if it is set to the full-text version, because of the insufficient configuration of her laptop, the content layout of Igrit's homepage is still pleasing to the eye. Of course, the housekeeper has also experienced this software on other machines. There is a special computer room in the villa of Cape Dumay Manor, which is like an internet cafe that has been rapidly emerging in the past 2 years. There are more than 30 mainstream PCs of various types on the market, ranging from civilian versions priced at $1,000 or $2,000 to small workstations worth tens of thousands of dollars, from old machines in the 1970s to the latest desktop computers released by IBM. The boss set up such a computer room just to check the compatibility of IE browser with different machines and operating systems in real time. After a rough look at the portal homepage, the eye-catching headlines are still the dynamics of the war in the Gulf. The reason why AOL has been able to gain 2.3 million subscription users in the past month is inseparable from the timely reporting of the Gulf War information by the Egret portal. Even though traditional media have realized the potential threat of the Egret platform to traditional media platforms and deliberately reduced the reporting of news related to the Egret portal, the spread of this new content platform among the public has not been hindered at all. You only need to pay a fee equivalent to that of subscribing to a newspaper every month. Not only is the news information richer in content, but also has various additional functions with strong applicability such as online games, blog sites, and email, which is still very attractive to users. This is exactly the selling point that Egret and AOL jointly promote when they place advertisements on various platforms. In the past 2 days in San Francisco, I also saw that Egret is developing more abundant multimedia functions such as music and animation. Once all are enabled, the housekeeper feels that the traditional paper media platform is really not necessary. After just a brief pause on the portal content, the housekeeper opened her email. Recently, she is recruiting to expand her team and plans to recruit at least 10 more girls, all of which are her personal responsibility. In addition, a manor is being designed and built in Miami, and she is also in charge of this matter, as well as the trivialities related to her boss's properties in various parts of North America. In addition to washing clothes, cooking, folding quilts and making beds, she is actually very busy. Now she also has to take care of Egret's work. She couldn't help but think of the words her boss teased her last night. Does she want to get rid of this job in advance? Of course she wants to. However, you have to pay as much as you get. She still understands this principle. Otherwise, even if she has a higher degree, she can only start from scratch when she enters the workplace. After all, her family does not have any deep background that allows her to jump out of the starting line of ordinary people. After browsing all the emails and replying to them, the housekeeper was busy for more than 20 minutes. When she looked at the time, she knew that she should take her people away. However, she was still somewhat resentful. Didn't you just get to him earlier than us? Everyone. Perhaps no one is much worse than you. Of course, just thinking about it, she really couldn't figure out her boss's personality. Sometimes he was enthusiastic, sometimes cold, sometimes ambiguous, sometimes distant. It was simply unpredictable. Moreover, she originally thought that after giving him a job, he would soon occupy her body. However, after a few months, the closest action he took to her was just picking her chin last night. It's not okay to be reluctant, pretend to be cold, be smart and capable, or be coquettish. I deliberately changed my posture last night and pretended to be shy and timid. Still not working. Really? What's the problem? It's distressing. Should I be like the hostess and be willful and capricious? However, if I really make such a gesture, she thinks the end will not be too good. The hostess dared to act like a spoiled child in front of him without any scruples. She was more likely to make things worse by doing so. After all, her status was there. She was just his housekeeper, just a vase. If he was interested, he could pick up the vase and play with it at any time. If she was too restless and took the initiative to move forward, he might lose control and fail to catch it, and it would be smashed to pieces. Simon was able to continue sleeping peacefully after hearing the news that the Ministry of Justice officially approved Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, but Hollywood could not remain calm about it. The approval of the acquisition means that a real Hollywood supergiant is about to be born. As long as the merger is completed, the new Deaneries Entertainment will be involved in multiple media businesses such as movies, television, music, games, theaters, publishing, theme parks, peripheral products, and videotape retail. Moreover, most of these businesses are not insignificant and playful. Needless to say, the movies, just a 1991 movie list of Deaneries Entertainment and MCA that have been confirmed to be released in theaters has exceeded 30. Although Deaneries Entertainment's hit films this year, such as Batman, The Dark Knight, Terminator 2 and The Fugitive, are all co-productions with other film companies and are not responsible for distribution. The distribution of more than 30 films, when all calculated, is indeed as stated by the three major unions when they sued. Deaneries Entertainment is likely to control more than 40% of the Hollywood box office share. In any industry, a market share of more than 40% is basically a monopoly-level supergiant. In terms of television, in addition to Deaneries Television, which owns a series of popular dramas and reality shows, MCA also holds 50% of the shares of MCA Television and USA Cable Network. The assets of MCA Television include a television program production department comparable in size to Deaneries Television and 6 local television stations across the United States. Therefore, this merger can further consolidate Deaneries Entertainment's strength in the television field and enable Deaneries Entertainment to own its own television station assets. Not only that, after the acquisition is completed, the thousands of film and television library assets that Deaneries Entertainment will obtain from MCA will also largely make up for its own shortcomings in content accumulation. In addition to the film and television business, the biggest gain of Deaneries Entertainment is undoubtedly the MCA record company and theme park business. MCA Records is actually the predecessor of Universal Music. It was originally established in 1913 as a subsidiary of Universal Pictures. After more than half a century of development, MCA Records has become one of the world-class record giants with the same strength as Warner Records, Columbia Records, Polygram, EMI and other companies. MCA Records not only has a rich collection of music content, but also has its own record distribution network in North America, Europe, Asia and Latin America. Through this acquisition, Deaneries Entertainment will no longer need to rely on the network of other record companies for distribution of movie soundtracks in the future. However, the shortcomings of MCA Records are also very obvious. The company does not have superstars like Michael Jackson and Madonna Ciccone. As for theme parks, although MCA currently only has 2 theme parks, Universal Studios Los Angeles and Universal Studios Orlando, both theme parks are very successful, and tens of millions of tourists continue to provide MCA with rich cash flow every year. Next, Deaneries Entertainment will also start the construction plan of Universal Studios Osaka with Panasonic. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.